27. Maelys shot up in bed, wide awake, her heart pounding. She had just recalled where she'd seen Belle's profile before. Front on, her features were unfamiliar, yet from the side, the curves of her nose and chin were oddly reminiscent of the woman in red, as Maelys had glimpsed her on the way to the Nightland. Could she be Belle, transformed by spell or illusion, and if so, what did she want from Flydd? What if the woman in red was one of Nish's mancers? Yes, that had to be it. She must have been manipulating Flydd all along, in another of the God Emperor's twisted schemes to raise their hopes so he could have the satisfaction of dashing them irretrievably. She eased off the bed, trying not to make a sound. She had to tell Flydd without alerting Belle, though in his current state he wouldn't be easy to convince. How could he have been taken in so easily? Because the woman in red had been in his mind since renewal, Belle must have bewitched him at the door, at that moment when his eyes had gone blank, while he was weak with after-sickness. Surely dawn could not be far off, though Maelys could see nothing through the dirty sheets of mica that served for window panes. Unfastening the window, she slid the sash up and put her head out. It was still dark. The inn was still, and so was the night. There wasn't a breath of wind. No night-bird's cry broke the chilly air, no rat scurried across the rafters, not even a cockroach was stirring. Thup, thup. Her stomach muscles knotted, for the sound was unmistakable. It was a flapperter, not far away. Belle must have summoned it. No doubt she'd already rendered Flydd helpless. And Colm was gone. He'd been so furious that he couldn't have slept. He would have headed directly for Dunnet, where his hidden valley lay, and must be at least a league away by now. Maelys was all alone, and no one here would dare support her against the God Emperor. Thup, thup, louder this time. The flapperter must be planning to land on the roof. She was out of time. Jamming her new boots into her pack, she eased open the door. It stuck on the draft snake, and she picked it up thoughtfully. The sand-filled sausage was heavy. She might knock Belle down with it if she could take her unawares. There was not even a snore from Flydd's room now. Maelys lifted the latch, careful not to let it clack. The door hinges let out a faint creak and she froze, but when there was no sound from the bed, she slipped inside. She crept across, feeling her way, and made out Flydd's nasal breathing. One knee encountered the foot of the bed. "Xervish?" she whispered, forgetting that they were travelling incognito. With a little sigh, someone rolled over and Maelys caught a waft of expensive perfume, not the kind that a rustic tart would be able to afford. But if Belle was one of Nish's most accomplished mancers, she could have whatever her heart desired. Swinging the draft snake back, Maelys aimed where she expected Belle's head to be and felt it strike flesh, probably her shoulder. Belle cursed, snapped upright, and tried to tear the draft snake out of her hands. With an almighty crash, the flapperter landed on the steep roof above their heads. Maelys could hear it scrabbling there, and torn-up shingles sliding down the roof and crashing onto the road at the front of the inn. "What?" groaned Flydd, sitting up with pearls of light swelling at his fingertips. He was naked, bleary-eyed, and there were scratches across his arms and chest. "It's a flapperter, you stupid dunce!" Maelys cried. "Belle must be one of Nish's mancers. She's betrayed you!" Flydd stared at Belle, bewitched, uncomprehending, helpless. She scrambled out of bed, threw her gown over her head in one elegant movement, and jumped into her shoes, which fastened themselves. "Out the back way! Don't go with her, Xervish!" Maelys cried. "She'll take you straight to the enemy!" Belle was on her in an instant, lifting Maelys by the shirt front and shaking her. "Get out of the way, you stupid little fool!" She tossed Maelys at the wall. She slid to the floor, groaning. There was a thumping and crashing on the roof, as if soldiers were trying to smash a way in. Flydd hauled his clothes on. Maelys clambered to her feet, the draft snake hanging from her hand, not knowing whether to whack again or run for her life. All over the inn, people were shouting and screaming. "Soldiers coming through the roof!" a man shouted. "And outside the doors!" yelled another. Someone fell down the lower stairs and began to groan. "There's no way out," said Flydd listlessly. "Through the window," said Belle, "onto the roof." "Xervish!" cried Maelys. "Don't listen to her, there's a flapperter up there!" Belle's backhanded blow crashed into the side of Maelys's head and knocked her down. Spots floated across her vision, and before she could move, Belle picked her up, upside down, threw her across her ample shoulder and was at the window. She thrusted up and scrambled onto the sill, the aged wood creaking under her weight as she caught the top of the window and supported herself there for a moment, one-handed. Maelys, folded over her shoulder, had her face pushed into Belle's stomach, which was firmer than it appeared. To Maelys's astonishment, for Belle didn't look as though she'd taken a day's exercise in her life, she began to climb the front of the inn, her toes finding footholds between the stones, her soft hands lifting her weight and Maelys's easily. Maelys, terrified that she'd slide off Belle's shoulder, clung to her flimsy gown. The flappiter was still thupping, supporting itself on its feather rotors. Maelys didn't want to go anywhere near it, but she couldn't escape without falling. She pressed her knees against Belle's back and locked her arms around her waist. Belle chuckled. "Won't do you any good, boy. If you fall, my gown will tear off and I'll be dangling here in the oil together for the whole world to see." It didn't sound as though either prospect bothered her. Flydd emerged from the window and looked up the sheer face of the building. Maelys made out the whites of his eyes. "I can't climb that," he said. "Wait, I'll come back for you." Belle climbed another span or two and said to Maelys, "Grab the edge of the roof and pull yourself up." "I can't," Maelys hissed. "I'll fall." "One less problem for me to worry about." Maelys reached out with one hand, her fingertips scraping across the rough stone, and felt an indentation between two blocks. Taking hold as best she could, she tried to slide off Belle's shoulder, but slipped and her fingers were torn free. Belle threw her weight against Maelys, squashing her up against the wall and forcing the air from her lungs. Maelys found a better grip and attempted to climb, but her fingers weren't strong enough to support her. Belle put a hand between her legs and heaved her effortlessly onto the roof. She sprawled on the splintered shingles with her feet in the guttering, getting her breath back as Belle turned to go down for Flydd. Could she possibly be on their side? Maelys looked up at the flappiter and knew otherwise. She'd put them right into the enemy's hands. The flappiter was a huge, elongated shadow, hovering above the ridgepole. The gutter was half full of shingles, and she could just make out a hole smashed through the roof. She couldn't see the rider, which was a mercy. He must have gone down the hole. She flattened herself on the roof, for the flappiter was more dangerous than any rider. "Little Maelys, what a pleasure it is to see you again." Maelys nearly fell backwards off the roof. "Rashiv, I thought you were dead." Months ago she had killed Rashiv's rider and managed to gain a tenuous control over the flappiter, but subsequently it had fallen into a river near Tifferfight, and she'd believed it had drowned. "It takes an awful lot to kill a flappiter. The Imperial Militia lifted me from the river with an air floater and sent me back to the flesh formers of Farrentil to be restored, improved. You can't touch me this time." It rotated on the ridgepole, its hooked feet clasping and unclasping, sending more heavy shingles sliding down the roof at her. Rashiv was a good 5 spans long, half of which was the heavy tail, which it could swing hard enough to smash down small trees. It could hover on its feather rotors or walk awkwardly on its pairs of thin legs, and its long head had 2 pairs of horns. It emitted a honking hoot, no doubt calling the soldiers. Maelys scrambled backwards along the wooden gutter, not game to take her eyes off the beast. There was no hope of escape now. Flydd was heaved over the edge onto the roof a few spans away. Rashiv made a purring sound in its throat and darted its long neck at him. He yelped. 2 soldiers ran out the front door of the inn and looked up. Maelys, peering over the guttering, could see them clearly, for someone had thrown bales of straw into the street and set them alight, sending a blaze spans high into the air. More soldiers were running up the stairs. "Xervish, you've got to do something," she whispered. "Don't have the strength to take on Flappiter." His voice was slurred. He was still ensorcelled. She shook him, but it made no difference, and now it sounded as though the soldiers were scrambling back up through the roof. They couldn't be allowed to get through. Maelys scrambled up towards the hole on hands and knees. Rashiv's long neck swung towards her, but it couldn't reach without lifting into the air. Its feather rotors began to beat more rapidly. The movement sent shingles sliding down at her, and they were heavy enough to break her fingers. She stopped one with the heel of her hand and tossed it up through the hole in the roof. There came a satisfying cry of pain, so she hurled more shingles, as fast as she could catch them. After the fourth, a man cried, "Ah!" and she heard him go crashing down. A second soldier cursed, but Maelys didn't think he'd fallen, and Xervish was coming for her. "Xervish, help!" Belle was crouched further along the gutter. Maelys couldn't see what she was doing, but she made no move to stop Maelys throwing her shingles, so why had Belle brought them up here? Because there was no end to Nish's convoluted and malicious cunning? Flydd stood up, thrusting his hands at Xervish, but gave a grunting cough, fell on his face, and began to slide towards the edge. She went backwards on her belly and hit the wooden gutter hard. It held. She wedged her feet in and broke his fall, threw her arm across his back to steady him, but felt sticky wetness there. He'd been shot, probably with a crossbow bolt. It did not feel like a grievous wound, though he was losing a lot of blood. A soldier's head popped up through the hole, holding a blazing torch. "I see them!" he roared. "We've got them!" A second man followed, clad in leathers, Xervish's rider. Firelight glinted off the control amulet mounted on a chain that ran across his forehead. Xervish hovered at the edge of the roof, preventing her from climbing down, and with Flydd incapacitated, there was no hope anyway. It was taking all her strength to hold him. Belle suddenly stood up, thrust her arms high, and cried 3 words in an unfamiliar tongue. A sudden breeze plastered the gown against her opulent figure. A gasp escaped her. Her left knee wobbled, her arms shook as if she were holding up a huge weight, but she forced them higher, grinding out more words. With a shrill cry, Xervish side-slipped away, but Belle slammed into the roof, face first. She began to slide down, but hooked her fingers over the edge of a shingle and held on. Maelys stared at her. That Belle had just used all the power at her command was evident, but if she were one of Nish's mancers, why go to all this trouble? A pair of closely spaced carmine sparks shot across the sky, accompanied by an unnervingly shrill and ululating whistle that came ever closer. It passed high overhead and vanished. Boom, boom. The sound, deeper than thunder, shook the roof, dislodging more shingles. One thumped Flydd in the back and he moaned. The whistle rose in pitch, coming from the other direction. The pair of sparks curved around towards them. Abruptly, the whistle was replaced by a sobbing moan, a yearning cry, then a trumpeting roar as something monstrous raced their way. "No," Belle said faintly, struggling to her feet. "I didn't call a male." "What?" said Flydd. "I can't control a male. I'll try to seize the other." "Can't do it," said Flydd. "Not without amulet." "On your bellies," hissed Belle, flattening herself on the roof. Maelys pushed Flydd's face against the roof as a second flapper, twice the size of Xervish, thundered above them. Belle cried 3 more foreign words, evidently orders. The larger flapper skidded in a tight circle, hovered and rotated its long head to stare at her. There were tinges of red in its globular compound eyes, though that might have been reflections of the burning straw. Its neck extended towards Belle, its maw opened, and with a steamy hiss, a yellow cloud boiled towards her. She sprang sideways, right over Maelys's head, landing with a thump that shook the rafters. Belle had avoided the cloud, but a yellow tendril wisped out and touched Flydd on the left hand. He yelped, and his hand jerked convulsively. The skin was already swelling. Maelys wiped his hand with her sleeve and felt the vapours stinging her forearm. Belle, weak-kneed and wobbly, repeated her orders harshly. The flapper stared at her, eye to eye, and made as if to breathe at her again. She drew herself up, pointing directly at it, and the male shuddered, lowered its head submissively, rotated in the air, and squirted something rank along the ridgepole. Extending several pairs of legs, it hooked into the nearest soldier's chest and lifted him, squealing and spurting blood, high into the air. It turned towards Xervish's rider, who frantically pressed his hand against the now wriggling amulet on his forehead, shouting, "Xervish! Xervish!" A hook-ended leg scraped down the rider's forehead, snapping the chain. With a cry of pain, he dived for the amulet, which was sliding down the roof, but missed. Another pair of legs caught him by the shoulder and belly, dragging him up besides the soldier. Then they were sent flying over the edge and fell to the road in front of the tavern. Rashiv shrilled in sympathetic pain. The amulet slid into the gutter beside Maelys. She reached for it, but drew back as its 8 metal legs snapped out and the curled leaves of its segmented body opened to display its mechanical innards. But it was the key to Rashiv, and the only way out of here. It began to scuttle along the gutter, trying to get to Rashiv. If it did, the flapperter would be free and uncontrollable. Could she control Rashiv again? She had to try. Maelys snatched the amulet off the side of the gutter and closed her fist around it. It struggled furiously, the tiny metal claws tearing at her until she slid her fingers between several of its legs and squeezed hard, whereupon it went still. Bell, now ashen in the light of the blazing straw, spoke another phrase. The male flapperter let out that trumpeting roar again, fell down to the road, and to Maelys's horror began to eat the head of Rashiv's rider. Rashiv bellowed in agony and shot across the ridgepole, only to stop suddenly and settle there. It began to sniff the ridgepole. "What's that about?" said Maelys. No one replied. The amulet began to struggle again. Maelys pressed it against her chest, between her breasts where Rashiv's original amulet had once hung. The amulet went still, then slowly folded its legs. Rashiv turned slowly, staring at her. "So little Maelys thinks she can best me again. She'd better be stronger this time." "I will be," said Maelys savagely. Rashiv was still sniffing. Suddenly its tail shot up. "Now!" whispered Bell. "What?" said Maelys. "Get on its back!" "What about Xervish?" "Just go!" Maelys didn't hesitate, for more soldiers were gathering outside, and maybe Bell was on their side after all. With hindsight, how could the woman in red have been one of Nish's mancers? If she had been, why would she have helped them to escape the plateau? Maelys crawled up the slope, put one foot into the left stirrup and pulled herself into Rashiv's front saddle. Bell staggered across the steeply sloping roof, picked Flydd up and heaved him up onto the rear saddle. Rashiv lurched sideways and Flydd nearly fell off. Maelys reached back to steady him. Bell slid a pale, plump leg over Rashiv and slid in behind Flydd. Maelys expected the flapperter to throw them off, for such creatures bitterly resented being ridden, even by their bonded rider, but the sniffing beast ignored them. Below, the male had eaten the head and chest of the rider and was crunching into the fallen soldier. The other soldiers had retreated, evidently afraid to attack one of the God Emperor's precious flapperters, and a robed scryer was calling into a loop listener. The male looked up, saw Rashiv with tail upraised and lifted into the air. Rashiv lowered its tail and fled. The male emitted another urgent, yearning cry, raised its own tail and rotored after them, and only then did Maelys realize, with a thrill of horror, what was going on. Rashiv must be a female. "We've got to get off, right now!" A soft hand slapped over her mouth. "Don't move, don't speak," Bell whispered over the thup-thupping of the feather rotors. "Interfere with the mating dance and we all die." "Why did you call a flapperter?" hissed Maelys, turning around. "Couldn't you think of a better—" "Best beast I could reach." Bell sagged sideways. "Not you too." Maelys couldn't do anything for her. Rashiv was rolling from side to side in the air and swinging her tail up and down. An invitation to conjure such a beast from so far, almost beyond my capacity. "Who are you?" Maelys hissed, but she could barely hear herself over the trumpeting of the male. It must have been 3 times the weight of Rashiv, and whether it mated with her in the air or on the ground, they could not survive it. Bell said exhaustedly, "Fading fast. Look after Xervish." She slumped against Flydd's back, breathing noisily, but forced herself upright again and appeared to be pressing her right hand to the wound on his back. Maelys felt heat wash through her and sensed something stir in Flydd, as if he was finally being released from her bewitchment. "Direction," slurred Bell. Flydd managed to raise his head. "West-northwest, about 4 leagues. A deep, narrow valley surrounded by knife-sharp ridges, entrance a slot between buttresses of rock. But there are many valleys, without Colm. Amulet!" Maelys handed it to her, and with limp gestures, Bell directed Rashiv in that direction, flying just above the treetops. The flapperter resisted, turning her head to left and right whilst raising and lowering her tail invitingly. It had gone bright yellow, and the horns on her head were glowing. The pair thrusting out sideways were a pale orange, and the pair projecting forwards the dull red of warm coals. Sticky saliva dribbled from her mouth and was blown back along her flanks. Acrid puffs of a stink-bug stench from her breathing tubes burned Maelys's nose. The male let out another bellow. It was not far behind, the brilliant yellow of Xervish's tail reflecting off its largest pair of eyes, while both its pairs of horns were a fiery red. Its dark body could barely be seen, but the erect tail, which terminated in a fan of oval discs almost as extravagant as the tail of a peacock, shimmered with waves of colour. Xervish slowed and turned its long neck to look back. The male dived towards a little clearing in the forest, then came zooming up right in front of Xervish, whose feather rotors reversed and beat frantically as it came to a stop in mid-air. The male hovered, waving its iridescent tail suggestively. Xervish went forwards a few spans, then backwards, then forwards again, but as the male darted towards her, she slipped to the side and raced away, her own tail flat. The male, its flanks coated in wind-blown trails, turned to follow, and so the pursuit went on. Belle seemed very weak now. She was clinging to her saddle horn with one hand while she tried to direct the flapper to west-northwest with the other. She managed to drive it in that direction for a league or two before Xervish, whose cries were becoming ever louder and her tail risings more lasciviously inviting, suddenly dived towards a treetop. Maelys choked. "They're going to mate!" It had been bad enough next to Flydd and Belle last night, but these flesh-formed monstrosities, yuck! "Belle? Belle!" 28. Maelys could see right through Belle. She was barely there. What was the matter? She solidified fractionally as Xervish settled on a sturdy branch in the crown of a spreading tree, then bent its knees and raised its yellow tail. Pores along its flanks dilated, gushing a greenish vapour which drifted into their faces. Maelys caught a whiff. It had hardly any smell, but she felt more intoxicated than she had after drinking that beer last night. The male was boring down towards them, bellowing with lust, its paired horns throbbing red. The rainbows of colour pulsing across its tail discs lit up the tree's canopy. The thought of being caught between a pair of mating flappers made her feel ill. She tried to heave Flydd out of the saddle onto a nearby branch, though she had no idea how she was going to get him down to the ground. She wasn't sure she could get herself down. "On, Xervish," said Belle ineffectually. "Hurry." Xervish didn't take any notice, for Belle was no longer in control. Maelys took back the amulet and tried to speak into Xervish's mind the way she had done months ago, but couldn't reach her. In the intoxication of the mating ritual, the flappers must be oblivious to anything else, rather like Flydd and Belle last night, Maelys thought sourly. "Help me with Flydd." She tried to haul his weight out of the saddle. Belle made a distressed sound in her throat, but managed to partly solidify herself and dragged Flydd across a small gap onto the wildly shaking branch. She wavered there and nearly went over the side until Maelys steadied her. "This way," Belle said limply, backing down the steeply sloping branch, holding Flydd. Maelys didn't understand how she could stand upright without falling off. Clearly Belle was a brilliant mancer, though perhaps lacking in judgment. Xervish's feather rotors came to a stop and drooped. In the light from her lurid tail, Flydd's face was the colour of mud. Maelys held him as best she could, her feet slipping on the damp bark, as the male flapper hovered above Xervish. The brilliant colours racing across its tail fans could have been seen back at Plog. The male gave a steamy hiss, settled on top of Xervish, and it began. Their mating made a racket that must have been audible a league away. Such roaring, bellowing, grunting and bleating Maelys had never heard before. Their pores issued more intoxicating vapours until the crown was shrouded in a green-tinged mist. Vile-smelling gunge dripped from their gaping mouths, and their tails thrashed so wildly that a windstorm of shredded leaves drifted down. The whole tree was shaking as Maelys scrambled from branch to branch, occasional flashes from the male's tail lighting up the forest floor. "Hold him steady," Bell's voice was barely audible above the racket. "I'll do the rest." Maelys had no choice but to trust her, though she could not imagine what Bell wanted or what she was planning to do to them. But if Bell collapsed or faded away, Maelys had no hope of getting Flydd to safety before the troops arrived. Slipping on the wet bark, they slid down into a fork just wide enough to hold all three of them. Bell was no more than a shadow slumped against the trunk, breathing shallowly. "Are you all right?" said Maelys. "Too weak. Can't hold myself here." "Why not?" Maelys didn't have a clue what was the matter with Bell. Above, the bellowing appeared to be coming to a climax. A rainbow ray briefly penetrated the clouds of shredded bark and leaves, revealing thin grey strands dangling towards them and oozing down the trunk. Maelys shuddered. "On!" With a gasp of pain, Bell re-solidified, took Flydd over her shoulder and scrambled down one-handed. Maelys followed, feeling for every foothold, for she could no longer see anything. The trees shook. "Ah!" Bell cried weakly. There was a rustle and a thump. Flydd groaned. Maelys reached the ground and groped around in the dark. Flydd lay on his face in a thick bed of dry leaves, but Bell had vanished. Maelys felt his back. Bell's healing spell had scarred over the wound, though the area was inflamed and she could feel something hard underneath. A crossbow bolt. The moment they reached somewhere safe, it would have to come out. She hauled him to his feet. "Can you walk?" "Have to, won't I?" he said limply, sagging on her shoulder. "Where's Bell?" "Drawn back where she came from, I suppose. Where do we go from here?" "Don't know." "We've got to get away fast. That scryer called for help and it won't be long in coming." And wherever Bell had conjured the gigantic male from, it was a staggering feat of mancery that would not have gone unnoticed. Their position was hopeless, for Flydd was too heavy to carry. "This way," said a voice from the darkness. "Hurry." Maelys's knees sagged with relief, for it was Colm, and few men were more at home in forests than he was. Realizing that she still held the amulet in her free hand, she weighed up whether to keep it or not. No, Rashid would undoubtedly come after it, and to escape they needed all the help they could get. She tossed it into a bank of leaves. Yet even if they got away, could they trust their good fortune? Nish might simply be waiting for Colm to lead him to the trove. "Xervish?" Maelys said that afternoon, looking over her shoulder to check that Colm wasn't in earshot. He was 20 paces back, down on hands and knees, drinking from the rivulet they'd just crossed. Flydd grunted. Every movement caused him pain, and his cheeks had a rosy, feverish glow. He seemed mortally embarrassed that he'd been taken in by Bell and would not meet her eyes. She didn't want to talk about last night either, but she had to. "About Bell," she said tentatively. "How could you—" "I don't want to discuss it. I must have been out of my mind to let one of Nish's mancers get so close to me." She realized suddenly that because Flydd had been under the enchantment, he didn't know what Bell had done to affect their escape. "I don't think she was—" "No more! Don't ever mention her name again." He looked so fierce that she moved away hastily. "Sir," she said quietly. "Go away!" he gritted. She went. "What's Bell up to?" Flydd muttered. "Or rather, what has Nish put her up to? Was everything that happened at Mistmurk Mountain part of his plan too, even the woman in red? And if it was, what is he trying to get me to do that he dares not do himself?" "This is it," Colm said the following morning as they trudged out of the trees onto a bank of pale gravel and saw two towering buttresses of white limestone ahead, like a wall with a slot cut through it, with the river tumbling over a shallow sill between them. "We're definitely in Dunnet now, and I'm sure this is the right valley." Bell's healing charm must have continued doing its work, for Flydd had perked up during the night, though he winced with every step, and she often noticed him feeling the arrow wound. "The test will come when we enter the valley," he said, "though it looks like cave country." "The test will be getting out again," Maelys muttered. The only way in was along a narrow, water-washed ledge on the right-hand side of the stream. It ran up and down, then curved around the base of the buttress. On the left-hand side, the racing river tore at the broken rock. "A few well-placed troops could keep an army out," Colm said with satisfaction as they headed in. "If we had them," said Flydd. "I remember now. An army tried to attack this valley once, though they didn't attempt to force the entrance. They came over the razor-topped edge." He shivered in the cold wind blowing down the river and fell silent. To the left and right, the valley walls consisted of layers of cliffs, one above another, separated by steep, tree-clad slopes. The valley floor was gloomy, for no sun reached it at this time of year. Maelys could see dozens of caves, several close to the river at the base of the lowest cliff, but most in the higher cliff layers. Over the next few hours they searched every cave they came to, but Flydd detected no illusions, perpetual or otherwise. "It could take weeks just to search this one valley," Maelys said wearily. "And what if it's the wrong one? There could be 100 valleys just like it." Colm wasn't daunted. "I've waited most of my life for this day. I'll search 10,000 caves if I have to." Day after day they climbed up and down to check the caves, camping in them at night and hiding their tiny cooking fires with screens of woven reeds, but there was no sign of the enemy. Nish has to be holding his troops back, Maelys thought. There's no way his scryers wouldn't have found our trail by now. They continued, working their way ever upstream, and now, in the deep, narrow valley, the forest closed in on them. The trees were even taller here, the air over the water cold and misty, and the valley had a dank, silent air. "I don't like this place," said Maelys, standing by the dark stream and pulling her coat around her. "It feels as though we're being watched. There could be an army hidden up above and we'd never know." "There is, but it can't harm us," said Colm enigmatically. "Let's try that one." He pointed up the flank of the valley. Flydd grunted and led them up the slope, but Maelys's unease grew with every scrambling step. He topped a small rise and stopped abruptly. "This is the place, all right." Maelys came up beside him, cold inside and out. Colm stopped on his other side. Just ahead was a vast tangle of white, brown, and yellow objects, many long and thin, others round as balls. She took a couple of steps forwards and her teeth began to chatter. She could not stop them. "But they're bones! Human bones! Hundreds of them!" "Tens of thousands of bones," said Flydd. Colm went pale, turned away abruptly and sat down, head in hands. "It didn't seem so bad when it was just an old tale." Flydd walked to the base of the pile, where he prodded some rib bones with his foot. She could not read his expression. "Xervish?" said Maelys. "What happened?" 2 centuries and more ago, near the end of the time of the mirror, Igor and Mendark, 2 of the very greatest mancers in all the histories, led an army here secretly to take back a device held by favour. They employed every concealment known to their separate arts and also brought a team of master illusionists to hide the army and confuse her. But something went wrong. The plan failed utterly. Favour discovered them long before they got here. She broke the concealment and created a counter-illusion that was too much for the illusionists. Most died, the rest went insane, and she lured the army to its doom. She marched it over a cliff. That cliff. He pointed up the sheer limestone face of the upper cliff, in the impenetrable fog. Maelys could see that day in her mind's eye and felt sick with the horror of it. Why did a whole army have to die? If she was the greatest illusionist of all, why didn't she hide whatever they were looking for until they gave up? I expect she wanted to teach them a lesson. That all their might, and indeed the towering arts of Igor and Mendark, were as naught compared to her mastery. 2,000 men fell to their deaths that hour, and neither Igor nor Mendark ever recovered from the defeat. Maelys closed her eyes, but she could imagine it all too clearly. The terror of the fall, the agony of their smashed bones, the ghastly waiting of any injured survivors to die. "This valley hasn't forgotten either," said Colm soberly. "Not a single plant grows within the boneyard." "Plants will one day," said Flydd. "Nothing lasts forever." "Save perpetual illusions," said Colm. "Perhaps. Favour's cave would not have been far from where the army fell. To the right, I'd say." For a few minutes they followed a trail worn by cloven-hoofed animals up and down, around a series of fallen boulders, then along the base of the cliff. To their right, the ground fell away steeply towards the river. Ahead, it became a sloping apron before a black opening in the white rock. "That's the cave," said Colm hoarsely. "It's got to be." His eyes were streaming, and he did not bother to hide it. Maelys did not follow at once, for again she had the unnerving feeling that they were being watched. She slid behind a tree, looking up the valley and down as far as she could see. Nothing moved in her field of view, but with all the cover here, Nish could have hidden an army close by. Would he make his move now that the cave had been found, or wait until the illusion had been dispelled? She followed Flydd up to the cave and stopped just inside until her eyes adjusted. The cave was well protected from wind and weather, while a natural groove in its ceiling, somewhere soot-blackened, would have helped to funnel out smog from a cooking fire. The floor was scattered with charcoal from campfires of long ago, and the dry dung of a variety of small animals. She saw nothing else. "This place doesn't look grand enough for the leader of all the phylum," said Maelys. "It looks like any other cave." "The phylum lived in harmony with nature," Flydd said absently. "They did not care excessively for possessions or built things. As long as they were comfortable, the cave's simplicity would have appealed to them." Colm paced back and forth, his back bowed and his shoulders slumped. "I don't think there's anything left." "Phylum was a master illusionist," Flydd reminded him. "The greatest that ever lived." "Then break her illusion if it still exists." Flydd didn't move. "It's not that easy." "You haven't tried. I've been brought here under false pretenses." "Oh, don't be so pathetic. You nagged me to come here if you recall, though I told you more than once that I might not be able to break her illusion. I'm sorry. Please try." "Colm, I can't tell if there is an illusion. I've got to have something to start with, and it all takes time." "Then why did you come?" Colm said, very controlled. "Why allow me to hope?" "Because you begged me." Flydd turned back to his study of the floor, and again Maelys noticed a faint gleam in his eyes. "Then it's over," Colm said dully. "I've nothing left to hope for." No one said anything. Nothing Maelys could say would give him any comfort. "I think you're looking for this," the woman's voice came from behind them. 29. Maelys spun around. A woman not much taller than herself stood at the entrance to the cave, her hair tumbling halfway down her back. She was silhouetted against the light, so her features could not be seen, and at first Maelys assumed it must be Favour herself, back from the dead, for the woman held out a small ebony bracelet. "Colm," she said in a dry little voice. "Colm?" Not Favour. Colm swallowed noisily, tried to speak, but nothing emerged save a hoarse croak. He tried again. "Catilla." "Yes, it's me." She just stood there, staring at him as if at the rising sun. "I thought you were dead," Colm whispered, "though I never gave up hope." "Is little Francie?" Catilla's throat quivered. "Eaten by a larynx," she said slowly, deliberately, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. He staggered and caught blindly at Maelys's shoulder. Oh, but it would have been quick. She would not have suffered." "Francie suffered?" There was a whole world of torment in her words. "Oh, yes." "Why wasn't I there? If only I'd been there." "It would have eaten you too." "At least my worries would be over." Then, softly, "What about Mother and Father?" He was pleading with Catilla. "Please, please say that they're alive." "They died soon after we lost you, escaping from the slave camp. They attacked the larynx that had taken Francie with their bare hands. They had no chance." Though Colm must have expected it, he shrank down on himself, each death a blow hammering him deeper into the dirt. He swayed, his nails digging in and out of Maelys's shoulder. She could not bear to imagine what that night must have been like. "No chance." His arm fell to his side. All the heart had gone out of them long ago. They would have been glad to die. He went forwards, slowly. Catilla moved backwards, and the light from outside fell on her face. She was not yet 30 and might once have been pretty, but was now thin and drawn. Her skin was weathered from sun and wind, grief had etched deep lines around her mouth, and her eyes had an unnervingly blank stare. "What are you doing here, Ketty?" "Don't call me that," she said sharply, fighting back tears. "Sorry, Catilla. I can't bear to be reminded of the good old days." "In that terrible camp," he exclaimed. "I was happy there. We were all together. We had each other." "I never thought of it like that," he said quietly. "I searched everywhere for you that night," said Catilla, "and for weeks and months afterwards. But no one had seen a 12-year-old boy answering your description." "Nor a 15-year-old girl like you," said Colm. "Nor Francie. nor mother and father. I never gave up looking, but I had lost hope. I knew you'd find your way to Dunnet eventually if you were still alive. How long have you been here? 8 years. All by yourself. Since I lost everyone. I prefer to be alone. In the war, I learned that no one but your family can be trusted. I went through a lot in the years it took me to find this place. Maelys could only imagine it, a young woman travelling alone for years through the lawless chaos of those dark times. Oh, Catilla, said Colm, and took her in his arms. Catilla kindled a small, smokeless fire between the boulders down the slope, out of sight of the bone field, and they ate smoked fish from her stores and drank sweet sour tea made from a local herb. Afterwards, Flydd walked away towards the bones, but Maelys remained by the fire. She had never seen Colm so alive, not even during those brief weeks together on the way to the plateau. He kept jumping up and sitting down again, pacing between the rocks, staring hungrily at his sister and looking away again, and all the while beaming as though he could not believe his good fortune. Catilla maintained her reserve. Mostly she stared into the fire, lost in her thoughts like a lifelong hermit. Occasionally she looked up at Colm and, momentarily, there was a glow in her eyes. Maelys sat well to the side, keeping watch. She didn't want to intrude. Besides, the enemy could come down the cliffs or up the river at any moment, and she wasn't going to be taken by surprise again. I felt so guilty, said Catilla. I still do. Why? Said Colm. You never did anything wrong. I'm the oldest. I should have been looking after you and Francie. You couldn't look after me. I was always in trouble and I never did what I was told. And I forced Mother and Father to take Nish in. If only I hadn't. He bowed his head. What difference would that have made? She said in the brisk fashion of an older sister. It was the first trace of animation Maelys had seen in her since dinner. If I hadn't, Nish would have been taken into custody at once, and maybe the Lyrinx. They didn't come for him, Colm. They didn't know he was there. It was the war, just the stupid war, and without Nish we might never have won it. Her eyes shone for a moment. I was quite taken with him once, you know. Maelys sat up. Catilla had known Nish back when he was Maelys's age. Would he fit the legend or fall terribly short? Had Nish done something to make her mistrust humanity so? Really? Said Colm in astonishment. I was just 15. Remember how Mother forced me to wear those horrible black wooden teeth and painted spots and warts all over me? It was the only way to keep you safe, a pretty girl in that lawless place. Then Nish dropped into the camp from a balloon he'd flown halfway across the world. He was already a hero. He'd killed a Nihilatal. He'd fought Lyrinx and beaten them. Her eyes were shining now. He told such stories in those few nights he slept in our hovel. I'll never forget a word of them. And Nish was a gentleman too. He was so kind to me, though I was just a kid he would never see again. The thought of him sustained me in my darkest hours. Catilla sighed. Maelys studied her from under her lashes. They weren't so different after all, for Maelys had nurtured a silly romantic dream about Nish ever since reading his tale when she was 9. And I wasn't wrong about him after all, she thought. Catilla's story proves that Nish was once as noble as the stories say. Poor Nish, tormented beyond endurance by his father until he believes himself a failure. Poor Nish, who promised the world he would overthrow his father, then went back on his promise. How can he ever redeem himself? I never wanted him romantically, said Catilla, as though she'd read Maelys's face and wanted to distinguish them from each other. It was just hero worship, and after I was left on my own, I didn't want any man, ever, she concluded fiercely. Flydd came wandering back and sat down, wincing and rubbing the scar on his back. The crossbow bolt had to come out, but now was not the time. No one spoke. Maelys could feel her stomach muscles knotting. They were wasting precious time. She glanced at Flydd, who had leaned back against a rock with his eyes closed, fingers drumming on his knee. We've got to get moving, she burst out. They could be in the valley already. Who? Said Catilla. The God Emperor's army, said Flydd. Colm? Colm stiffened, then emptied the dregs of his tea onto the ground. What did you find after you dispelled the illusion, Catilla? He said quietly, struggling to keep the eagerness out of his voice. I didn't dispel it. Why not? Catilla still looked wary, and Maelys didn't suppose that would change in a hurry after spending half a lifetime on her own. It's your heritage, not mine, said Catilla. We could share it. I never wanted it, Colm. All I wanted was home and family. A little cottage would have been enough for me, if I could have shared it with the people I loved. But you were different. You could never be happy with what you had. You were always reaching out for more, always expecting what could never be yours. She rose, sliding the ebony bracelet up and down her arm, and headed to the cave. They followed. At the entrance, she held the bracelet up. It's made of precious ebony from the world of Talalame, said Flydd from below, which has special powers even in that magical land. But objects carried between the three worlds change in unusual ways. Change in what ways? Said Colm. No one would have known save favour herself, for it's different every time. Would you go in, Catilla? She did so, and Maelys noticed, from behind, how little there was of her. Though she had ample stores of dried fish and other foodstuffs, and the valley was abundant with game, Catilla ate no more than was necessary to sustain herself. As she advanced with the bracelet, a myriad of shadows sprang up from the floor to form a confusion of tangled, moving shapes. But they were not quite shadows. They had the outlines of people with subtly aura-tinged edges. The hairs on the back of Maelys's neck rose. Come back a step, said Flydd, holding his right hand out. His lips moved, though Maelys didn't hear anything. As Catilla stepped back, most of the shadows sank into the floor again, though one remained, the barest outline of a small female figure bending over a fire set on the floor. Catilla's arm shook. The figure faded to a wisp and disappeared. Other figures, male and female, rose and moved about the cave, though seldom were they visible for more than a few steps. The first woman would be Failamore, said Flydd, and the others no doubt her people. The Phalim were a small folk. Failamore dwelt here for months, perhaps years, though she would not have left much of herself behind. Only when she used her art, and that sparingly. Move your arm to the left, Catilla. As she complied, several larger, bulkier shadows rose and moved about, though only one could be seen clearly, a big man swinging a pick into the earth floor, then bending over to look at what he had uncovered. Behind Maelys, Colm groaned. Shh, said Flydd. I think I understand. Failamore brought her most precious possessions here long ago and hid them, protected by her perpetual illusion. She may have returned many times, taking some items or adding others, and each time renewing the illusion. And the other shadows, said Colm. That man. Villains and fortune hunters who came after her death, attracted by the tale and the lure of what lay hidden here. Hundreds could have entered the cave, though only those with sufficient art to touch the illusion will have left their shadows behind. Don't panic, Colm. He took nothing away. Catilla moved around the cavern under Flydd's direction. The shadow figures rose and fell. They saw Failamore's outline many times, plus other small, slender folk who could have been her people. A taller woman came, then more men digging under the direction of a robed figure whose face was not visible from any angle. A small, curvaceous woman came and went, plus other shadows so faint that not even their sex could be determined. Finally, what could only have been a pair of Nish's scryers turned up, armed with wisp-watchers, though they did not seem to find anything either. Colm was growing ever more agitated. The enemy may be encircling the valley even now, Flydd. Why isn't the bracelet dispelling the illusion and showing us the trove? I don't know. We'll have to use trial and error. Flydd had Catilla walk around the walls of the cavern, then spiral slowly into the place where the miscreants had been digging, an insignificant hollow in the floor. She touched the ebony bracelet to the hollow, and through the dirt Maelys saw a brighter, richer shadow. A long, wide, shallow box, full of scrolls, parchments, cups and bowls made from precious metals, plus items of jewellery and a small wooden ball. Colm sighed and fell to his knees beside the hollow. Dig carefully, Flydd said. Even the box is precious. Colm began to dig with a pointed stick, while Catilla watched him in silence. Soon the corner of a wooden box was revealed, its pale timbers stained with the colour of the earth in which it had been buried for centuries. He scraped the earth off the top and all around it, then levered carefully. The box rose out of the earth, and the last of the dirt crumbled away. He lifted it in trembling fingers, slid the cracked lid off, and rocked back with a cry of despair. It's gone! The box was full of earth, ash, and charcoal. He took it out and crumbled it on the floor, raking through the little pile with his fingers, over and over and over, desperately sifting it ever finer. But of the scrolls and precious items they'd seen in the shadow play, nothing remained save a few crumbling fragments of charred parchment and an empty leather pouch. "We've been robbed, Catilla." Colm's fingers clawed at the dirt. "No, Colm, just you," she said quietly. "I would have shared everything with you. I told you that." "Our tainted heritage destroyed mother and father. They had given up long before the Lyrinx took Francie, and they were glad to die with her, even though it left me all alone. I don't want any part of our heritage. All I want is my brother back." "Poor, penniless and miserable," he choked. "A stinking, unwashed peasant who can never hope for more." "All your life you've festered about your inheritance," she said sharply. "And if you'd got it when you were young, you might have been happy, but it's too late now. Even if you do recover it, you'll be consumed by bitterness. I never expected anything, but now I've got you back. My life is complete." "Is there anything else?" said Colm. "Try the bracelet again." "There's nothing," Flydd said quickly. "You've got it all." "A lousy broken box." Outside there was the sound of a stick breaking. Maelys, who was closest to the door, looked out. Just a dead branch falling off a tree, but "The enemy won't be far away," said Colm in a dead voice. "We should have run while we had the chance. You're right, Catilla. This hopeless dream has consumed my life, and now it's probably betrayed us." He stalked to the doorway, put his hands around his mouth and bellowed, "I've renounced my heritage, every last stinking crumb of it." He turned to Catilla, his once handsome mouth twisted. "There, it's done. Come on." She caught his arm. "I know every ell of this valley and the 2 valleys on either side. We can still escape them." As she pulled her tall brother out the door, the bracelet oscillated down her arm, and Maelys noticed a tiny shimmer on the floor in the darkest part of the cave. She started towards it. Outside, Catilla's and Colm's footsteps dwindled down the slope. "Xervish," Maelys said, "did you see that?" "Shh, I did. Be careful." She squatted down, and where she'd seen the shimmer, the top of something round just protruded above the dirt. She was about to prise it out when Flydd threw himself at her, knocking her out of the way. "Don't touch it." He stood over the round object, legs spread, breathing heavily. "What is it?" she whispered. "I don't know." He bent over, rather red in the face, and began to excavate the object from the hard-packed earth with one of the splintery strips of wood from the box. It looked like a dirty, rudely carved wooden knob or ball, about the size of an orange. "Grab that leather pouch we saw earlier." She fetched it for him, and when the ball was fully exposed on a little pinnacle of dirt, he scooped it up in the leather pouch, pulled the drawstring, and slipped the pouch into his pocket. "I'll give Colm a yell." She went to the entrance. He caught her arm and dragged her back roughly, hissing in her ear, "Don't say a word about it." Maelys pulled free and stared at him, shocked. "It's valuable, isn't it?" "I think it's a mime mule, and if it is, it's more valuable than everything that was stolen." "What's a mime mule?" He shook his head. He wasn't going to tell her. "But it's Colm's," she said. "He renounced his heritage," said Flydd, breathing hard. "That makes it treasure trove and finders keepers." "You didn't find it, I did." "But you didn't take it, Maelys. "You said not to touch it."
"And you didn't, so now it's mine."
Maelys searched his grim face, trying to understand. That unnerving gleam she'd seen once or twice previously was back in his eyes, and she remembered him telling Colm, hastily, that there was nothing else here. Had he done so deliberately? Had he set all this up, even come here intending to take the treasure if he could? Surely not, unless she didn't know him at all. "You can't do this to Colm, it'll destroy him."
"Oh, yes, I can. Why do you think I'm here?"
"I thought you came to help Colm."
"I came in search of a weapon against the great enemy, and this might help me to find one. Colm can't use it anyway. It's steeped in the art of another world, and he's quite talentless."
"But he could sell it and buy Gothrime back."
"This can't be sold," Flydd said hoarsely. "Not ever. It's mine now, and you're not to say a word about it. Hush!"
He put his foot over the hole in the floor and took her arm again. Heavy footsteps approached the cave, and Colm appeared. "Will you come on? Catilla knows a safe way out." He looked from Flydd to Maelys, frowning. "What's the matter?"
"Just a minor disagreement about how to proceed." Flydd said, crushing her wrist warningly. But we've sorted it out now, haven't we, Maelys?
Flydd wasn't a greedy man, at least the old Flydd hadn't been, and surely he had a good reason for keeping the mime mule. Such an enigmatic old device, made long ago by one of the greatest of all mancers in the art, might be deadly in the wrong hands. It would certainly be useless to Colm, who did not have any trace of a gift, and she understood that such a perilous device should never be sold for mere money. So why did she have the feeling that Flydd was essentially stealing it? Furious at the position he'd put her in, she nodded stiffly. After Colm went out, she said, "I feel as though I've aided and abetted a common thief." His head snapped up.
"If that's what you think, little Maelys," he said coldly, "you'd better watch your back. You never know what a common thief might do next."
She followed him out, her faith in humanity shaken. Catilla was several spans up a crevice in the cliff, and Colm was starting up after her.
"Where are we going?"
said Colm.
"The island of Noom."
Flydd's tone was like a death knell.
"Isn't that—"
began Catilla.
"It lies in the frozen southern wastes," said Flydd. "But if I can find the right place to make a portal, we won't have to walk all the way."
"What are you looking for?"
"A lookout on a ridgetop with a clear view in all directions and no trees or upstanding rocks between us and the horizon. Do you know such a place?"
"Yes," said Catilla, "though it won't be easy to get to."
"There's no choice. I've never been to Noom, so to make a portal there I need the perfect starting point."
They climbed the crevice, turned left along the slope, then into a crack running up the higher cliff. Maelys's feelings of dread were growing ever stronger, for in the back of her mind she could feel the rhythmic beating of Sheev's feather rotors. Surely that meant the Flapperter was close, and because they had once been linked in the contract between Flapperter and Ryder, it might be using that link to find her. "They're nearly here," she said in a choked gasp. Nothing made sense anymore. Flydd had stolen Colm's heritage and she was supposed to go along with it. Right and wrong no longer seemed to have a clear meaning. At the top of the crack, Catilla scuttled along a narrow path near the edge of the cliff, weaving between tussocks of razor grass which stabbed at Maelys's knees through her pants. To her left was a sheer drop of some 50 spans onto broken rock, and every time she looked down her heart lurched and she imagined those poor soldiers in the fog, lured to their deaths. It was so horrible she couldn't bear to think about it, but the memory of the bones kept it in her mind. And Failemore had killed them, the same Failemore who had owned the mime mule Flydd had stolen from Colm. Had she used it to create that illusion? If she had, it must be tainted by all those deaths. What sort of person would kill 2,000 men just to teach their masters a lesson? Ahead, the cliff ran out in an overhang like a thick lower lip, after which it curved around to the right in a tangle of razor grass and thorny shrubbery at the base of the higher cliff. "Up there!" Catilla headed towards a barely visible cleft. Maelys plodded after her. Flydd crouched low and went to the edge of the overhang.
"I can see the whole valley from here."
"Be careful," said Catilla over her shoulder. "You can be seen too." Flydd flattened himself further.
"Column of troops has just turned the corner below Failemore's cave. I can see them against the white rocks. We've got to go faster."
They scrambled up the cleft and onto the sharp white spine of the limestone ridge. To the right, the land dropped steeply into the adjacent valley, but they weren't going there. The meandering ridge crest was broken by a series of steep pinnacles, and Catilla was making for the tallest of these, a square-sided pyramid which stood a good 50 spans higher than any other. If its top was the only place suitable for making a portal to Noom, they had to reach it, though Maelys felt desperately afraid. The sides were precipitous, and it would be a dangerous climb, even if they had all the time in the world. They had to get to the top before the enemy came within range, for on the climb they would be exposed and helpless. They went up the south face, the steepest of the four but the easiest, for a winding crevasse ran into the limestone just wide enough for them to inch up. Catilla went first, since she'd climbed it before. Colm followed, then Flydd, slow because of his back wound, and Maelys last. A thup came out of nowhere, and the male Flapperter shot overhead, carrying a rider and 2 archers this time. It banked so they could bring their bows to bear. An arrow chipped stone from the rock behind Maelys, and another tore Colm's hat off. He caught it in mid-air and kept going. Maelys's eyes followed the Flapperter, which had swept by and out over the centre of the valley, where it began to circle. Its rider was leaning forwards, speaking into a glistening loop, a spec speaker, telling the army exactly where they were. She could see them now. Hundreds of soldiers were scrambling up clefts everywhere it was possible to force a path. Fit, strong, and well-equipped, they would climb 3 spans to her 1. She looked up, trying to gauge the distance to the top. It seemed an impossibly long way.
"How far to the lookout?"
panted Flydd. 10 minutes for me, said Catilla, but I don't see how we can get there.
"Why not?"
She pointed north along the cliff line. A head ducked back out of view. More soldiers were coming along the crest of the ridge, straight for them. Catilla climbed faster, with Colm at her heels, but they were rapidly widening the gap to Flydd, the only one who could save them. Maelys clawed her way up the crevasse, breaking her fingernails and tearing skin off her palms. The flapperter was coming again, its bowman leaning over the side and pointing a club-headed arrow at Flydd. Catilla had squeezed her thin body further into the cleft and was looking down, her face quite blank, save when she looked at her brother. Maelys reached Flydd, who was labouring badly. How long will it take to make the portal, Xervish? It had taken ages to use the virtual construct in the Nightland, and she couldn't imagine it would be any quicker here. And at the top of the crag they would be completely exposed. There didn't seem to be any way out this time. Flydd shook his head. He didn't have the breath to answer. The troops were swarming along the ridge and up the cliffs. The huge flapperter rotated in for another attack. Even if they reached the top of the crag, if the portal took more than a minute to make, it would be too late. Catilla was only a few spans from the crest, hurling rocks at the flapperter's eyes and at the 2 archers on its back. They hadn't fired at her yet, for the flapperter was bouncing wildly in the wind, but if they got a clear shot, she would die. Its side slipped away, but in the same breath, Xervish came at them out of nowhere with a new rider and 2 archers. Maelys cursed her folly in throwing away the amulet. If she'd kept it, she might have had a hope of influencing Xervish, either turning it away or into the path of the Mael. Colm was clinging to the side of the cleft, hanging on against the blast of Xervish's feather rotors. She couldn't come closer without her feather rotors hitting the rock. It was the only thing saving him. Maelys climbed above Flydd and reached down her hand. His grip was weak now. He seemed to be fading, yet there was still 3 spans to go. A white flash caught her eye. Far away to the left, the sun reflecting off an approaching air floater, and it was like being punched in the stomach. Every time they had a minor victory, Nish and his troops regrouped and fought back stronger than before. They had destroyed an army at Mistmurk Mountain, but he simply raised another one. He could rouse the whole world against them. Flydd settled on a little platform beside her. His face was pallid and sweaty, his cheeks slack, and he had a tremor in his right arm. "How are you doing?" she said quietly, concerned for him despite what he'd done in the cave.
"I've had better days."
"Can you make it to the top?"
"Aye!"
shrilled Catilla, and began hurling rocks furiously. She must have had plenty of practice during her lonely years in the valley, for she was a very good shot. A fist-sized rock smashed into the giant flapperter's watermelon-sized right eye, caving it in. It lurched away, trumpeting in pain, with its leather-clad rider pressing his hands over his own right eye and screaming in sympathetic agony. The link between flapperter and rider must have failed momentarily, for its side slipped directly for Xervish. She shot down into the valley, wailing shrilly. Having mated with the giant Mael, she was bonded to it as well. In quick succession, Catilla hurled rocks at the 2 archers on the Mael flapperter as they struggled to get a clear shot. The leading archer was struck so hard on the hand that it tore the bow from his fingers. He swayed wildly in the saddle and managed to catch his bow by the string, but before he could recover, Catilla, her face twisted in a snarl, hit him in the back of the head with another rock. He slid out of the saddle, swung upside down from 1 foot by the stirrup, then fell, but Xervish came zooming up from the other side, appearing out of nowhere, and the rear archer fired at her. The arrow skimmed her neck, caught in her knotted hair, and slammed her backwards into the crevice so hard that her teeth snapped together. Catilla's eyes rolled up in her head, and she toppled forwards. 30. At the moment the red fog disappeared from above the whirlpool and revealed that Vivamord was gone, Nish knew in his heart that he had made the wrong choice, and that Gendrigore's peaceful existence would soon be over. He went heavily back to the tents and sorted through Vivimord's gear. There wasn't much, just clothes, which he burned, since not even the meanest peasant in Gendrigore would have worn them, some potions and ointments which he threw out, a book written in a script he could not decipher, which he put away for later, and a sabre with a basket-work handle, which he kept because metal weapons were hard to come by in Gendrigore, and of poor quality. The sabre was beautifully made, of the same black metal as Vivimord's wavy blade, and Nish knew he would soon have need of it. It was a trifle long for him, but he would have to get used to that, for no smith in Gendrigore had the skill to cut down such a blade without ruining it. The maelstrom of justice and retribution did not reform, and the townsfolk expressed some unease about it in the inn that evening, though after a vigorous and well-lubricated debate, they gave the next whirlpool the same name and got on with their affairs. In the morning, the sea leviathan that had attacked Vivimord was discovered, floating upside down and blackly bloated at the point where the former whirlpool had been. This was seen as a bad omen, but by the following afternoon 100 sharks and 10,000 eels had reduced it to a skeleton which sank out of sight, and to Gendrigore, the matter was finally closed. "We're not afraid of the God Emperor," said Barkeen, the mayor, several nights later. He and Nish had taken to sitting on the deck of the open-air inn with their feet on the rail, watching the mist roll in over the forest, as it did every afternoon that it wasn't actually raining. Such afternoons were rare at any time, for it was always raining in Gendrigore. Nish took a hearty pull at his beer. Though it had come up from the cellars excavated 10 spans into the rock below the inn, it was tepid. It was good beer, though, strong and dark, with a powerful flavour of roasted malt, and a bitter aftertaste from some local herb used in place of hops, which were unobtainable here. "I swear this is the finest beer I've tasted in more than 10 years. He raised his glass to Barkeen. "Considering that you spent most of that time in your father's dungeon and the rest on the run, that isn't much of a compliment," said the mayor. "But I'll take it as given, and so will my brew girl when I tell her." "Brew girl?" frowned Nish. "Brewing beer is a man's job in Gendrigore, isn't it?" "Not since Ali took over, and if she hears you say so, there'll be a warty toad in the bottom of your next mug. I taught her everything I know about brewing, and she surpassed me within the year. She can brew my beer until the polar ice melts and floods the whole world," said Nish, with a sweeping gesture that slopped beer down the mayor's shirt. He hastily returned his tankard to the rail. Barkeen casually wiped his shirt, as though it was an everyday occurrence. "You're a travelled man, Nish," he said, chewing on a sprig of lime leaves to cover the smell of his drink before he went home. "Are there really polar lands where nothing lives and nothing grows and even the sea is covered in ice?" "So I'm told. I haven't been that far south myself, but my old friend Xervish Flydd, once a scrutator, flew over such lands in a thapter, a flying machine, during the war. And I once crossed high over the great mountains, the highest peaks in the world, where there was nothing but snow and rivers of ice as deep as the sea cliffs of Gendrigore are tall. That would be a marvel indeed. I've seen snow once or twice. It falls every winter at the top of the spine that keeps the marauders of Laurelin out of our land, though it seldom lasts long." "Mayor," began Nish after he'd finished his beer and, for once, had not started on another. Today it was doing nothing to ease his troubles, for he knew the time had come to act. "Barkeen, please," he said. "Barkeen, I'm worried about my father. You don't know what he's like." "I've a fair idea, Nish, for we hear the tales even here. There's no need to worry about us. Many tyrants and scoundrels have tried to conquer our land, and all armies save 3 foundered on the way up over the spine, the only way into Gendrigore. The path is so high and rugged that no army can climb it and still fight when it gets to Blisterbone Pass. Of those 3 who reached Blisterbone, 2 armies did not survive the descent. Isn't there a second pass? I'm sure I heard someone talking about it." "There's Liver Leech Pass, but it's even higher and more dangerous. If an army can't cross the lower pass, they won't attempt the higher one. And even if some survivors do cross Blisterbone and climb all the way down the path on our side, they'll be starving and riddled with fevers that hardly touch us. Your father is a mighty foe, I grant you, but the spine will break him too." Barkeen had been saying much the same for days, and Nish did not think he would ever face up to the peril.
No one in Gendragore was concerned about the God Emperor, and there was no one he could talk to about his fears, for Tulatine had gone into the forest with her lusty farmhand after Vivimord's death and had not returned. Nish had also tried to convince the townsfolk to get ready for war, and they had listened politely since he was the son of the God Emperor and a former hero, but when he called them to arms, they went home to their beds and thought no more about the matter. The God Emperor lived half a world away, and it was impossible to imagine him interfering in their humble lives. Nish trekked to the nearby towns and villages and received the same response everywhere. What more could he do? How could he help a land which would not help itself? Yet he had to do something. He could not stand by. He offered the young people military training, thinking that they would flock to him for the chance to learn about the martial arts. For when Nish had been young, a hero of the wars would have attracted thousands of youths, but they did not care to learn the art of war in Gendragore. A few dozen young men and women appeared that first evening, though they were more interested in seeing him in action than in learning themselves, and after a couple of hours most had drifted off, never to return. Those who did stay followed his orders more or less, but they chafed under his discipline and saw little sense in the sword, spear, and shield exercises he made them repeat 1,000 times until they had them right. Nish was walking back to his tent in the moonlight, after another fruitless training session, when Tulatine appeared from the forest not far from where Tildy had been killed. He turned to meet her, but she bypassed the town, walking so quickly that he had to trot. He caught her at last after she crossed the sloping green on the way to the path which led down to the sea cliffs. It was another sweltering night, and he was dripping with sweat. She must have heard him running after her, but did not turn around. Could she be entirely without fear? "Tulatine!" "Yes, Nish?" she said, maintaining an unbroken stride. He felt like a child running after an indifferent adult. Falling in beside her, he wiped his sweaty face. "Where have you been? Surely you weren't worried about me?" "A little, and I missed you." "Really?" she said with a hint of amusement. "Are you lonely in Gendragore? I've always found the people of this land to be excellent company, especially the ones who creep into your tent in the middle of the night." He ignored that. "Have you been here before?" "I've been everywhere before." He would ask her about that sometime. "They are good company. I particularly like the mare." "And sporting in bed with the young women," she said teasingly. "Them too," he muttered. Since Vivimord's death, he had seldom spent the night alone, but it was embarrassing having an old woman refer to such matters. Even more embarrassing that she so openly enjoyed the favours of men 1/3 of her age, but he did not want to dwell on that. "It's just, they don't take things seriously." She stopped momentarily as they passed into the strip of forest between the town green and the sea cliffs, sniffing the air before striding on. The humidity was even more oppressive here, and the mosquitoes unrelenting. He waved his arms back and forth, but it made no difference. The moment he stopped, they settled in speckled swarms on his face and hands and the back of his neck. "They are serious about everything that matters," she corrected. "Their fishing, their farming and herding and gathering, their families, their town and their country. You know what I mean. I've tried to warn them about Father, but they won't listen. Why should they? Because he could destroy this place with a wave of his hand. But they know otherwise. In its entire history, Gendragore has never been successfully attacked. The past is an uncertain guide to the future, Tulatine." "Indeed. But the range of ruin, the only part of the spine that can be crossed, has no paths, and even if you get to Blisterbone Pass, the way down runs along cliffs so steep that a mountain goat would have trouble negotiating them. The rain up there is torrential, the jungle so thick a walker must hack her way through it, and infested with every kind of biting, stinging, creeping and crawling creature imaginable. The ground-clinging mists mean that you cannot tell whether your next step will go down on crumbling rock or over the edge of a precipice. And the fevers can turn your lungs to mud or your bowels to water within a day. If anyone can find a way, Father will. He'll happily lose 2 armies if it ensures the 3rd gets through." They walked out of the strip of forest into the band of small trees paralleling the cliffs. The timber tripods of the cliff fishers stood up like black tent frames in the moonlight. Tulatine went to the edge and sat on the bare stone with her legs dangling over. Nish sat a little further back, enjoying the cool breeze on his face and the relative absence of mosquitoes and gnats. No wonder she spent so much time here. The booming of the waves against the lower cliffs had a metronomic regularity that he always found soothing. Down to his left, a trio of dolphins burst through the swell, one after another, standing on their tails and waving their heads in the air, and Nish could sense their delight in their sport. The first dolphin shot into the newly named maelstrom of justice and retribution, rode the currents around for several revolutions, and then leapt out the other side, chittering to its fellows. Nish laughed for the sheer pleasure of seeing their joy. Tulatine was leaning forwards, chin resting on her knee, listening to their calls. They circled the whirlpool a few more times, then dived under the swell together. After they had gone, and Nish was gazing idly at the moonlight reflecting off the foam, he saw a light below him, moving in the wind. He felt the sweat break out on him anew. Surely it couldn't be Vivimord back from the dead. "Tulatine," he whispered, "a light." She chuckled, then lay down on her back on the warm rock, looking up at the stars. "It's the fisher women. At this time of night. A good fisher fishes when the fish are feeding. It's a lovely night for it. If you look closely, you can see a school swimming just below the surface." Nish couldn't see any fish, but streaks of silver shimmered up and down as the wet lines moved through the waves. Some minutes later, he noticed a larger flash as a fat tunny was hauled up hand over hand, flapping on the end of the line. "She's got one." The old woman didn't answer. He could hear her steady breathing, though he didn't think she had gone to sleep. "Tulatine?" "Yes," she said quietly. "When we were talking earlier, I got the impression that you were advancing Barkeen's arguments rather than your own." "I might have been. And I'm wondering if you're not a little worried too." "Not for myself." Getting anything out of her was like pulling teeth, but Nish persisted. "Yet you're afraid for Gendragore. You don't believe it's as safe as they think. As you said, the past is not an infallible guide to the future. So you believe that Father can conquer Gendragore?" Tulatine sighed. "This is not a wealthy land, or rather the wealth of Gendragore lies in its forests and the creatures that inhabit them, but there is no way to tap that wealth from outside. Gendragore is not rich in jewels or ores, rare spices or costly fabrics. It's rugged and rocky. Its patches of fertile farmland are small, steep and difficult to farm. It has little that can be traded outside its boundaries, and so there is no pressing reason to plunder or invade." "Are you saying that previous attackers weren't serious?" "Must I spell everything out for you? I'd have thought, as the son of the God Emperor, that you would understand." "You must," Nish snapped, nettled. He didn't like being compared to his father in any way, nor did he appreciate the implication that as the son of such a monster he should also be a master of the cunning arts. Gendragore's previous attackers were small armies driven solely by greed, and any prisoners they took would have told them how poor this country was. After discovering that they had little to gain here compared to what they had already lost, they did not persist. "Father isn't driven by greed," said Nish. "Gendragore has nothing he wants apart from me. But if he's learned of Vivimord's death, he will punish Gendragore for the insult done to the man who saved his life. He cannot do otherwise, and once he begins the attack he dare not fail, for that would show weakness. He was defeated on Mistmurk Mountain. If it happens again, it could encourage rebellions all over the place and fatally undermine him. So Father will crush Gendragore out of existence to teach the rest of the world a lesson." "He must," said Tulatine. "Do you think he's on the way?" "I have been reading the wind and listening to the cries of the birds and the squeaks of the bats and the calls of the dolphins." What was she trying to tell him? That she was a wind talker and a bird caller? Or was she merely in tune with the natural world? "What do they tell you, Tulatine?" "The bats squeak about a great army on the march from Pashnak and Hakadori, cities east of here in northern Crandor. The dolphins talk of a fleet of ships leaving the safe harbour of Turtle Haven, heading west towards Gendragore." He sprang up so hastily that he slipped on the wet rock near the cliff edge, and his arms windmilled for a few seconds before he regained his balance. He moved well back. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" he said hoarsely, shocked at his carelessness. "I knew how you would react," she said dryly. "And I didn't want you to fall over the cliff before I was sure what the signs meant." "But you're sure now?" "The cry of that dolphin confirmed it. A battle fleet is sailing east, though that doesn't mean your father intends to attack Gendragore." Nish knew in his bones that Jal Nish was coming. Barkeen said Gendrigore can't be attacked by sea, is that right?
I believe so. The few inlets along Gendrigore's coast are cliff-bound, and the currents that race between the reefs surrounding this little peninsula are vicious. Only a foolhardy captain would approach such a shore.
Nish cares nothing for the lives of his men, Nish mused, but he won't risk the humiliation of losing a fleet. It will be carrying more land troops and all manner of engines of war. How long do we have, Tulatine?
They will reach Taranta in days and disembark there. The land armies, perhaps another week and a half.
The troops from the fleet won't head for the spine until the armies arrive. Father only attacks when he has overwhelming strength. How long would it take his army to march from Taranta to the top of the spine?
You'd have to ask Barkeen. Oh, I expect it would take another week.
And how long for Gendrigore's army, which it doesn't have, to get into position to defend Blisterbone Pass?
A couple of weeks from here.
How big are Father's armies?
The birds and the bats didn't say. They're not very good at counting.
She smiled. Panic tied Nish's intestines into a painful knot. Nish would hardly come with an army of less than 10,000 men, plus battlemancers, flesh-formed beasts, and all manner of terrible engines of war. How could Gendrigore oppose such a force, even with its advantages of mountain and cliff and wild, wild weather? It wasn't a populous land, and its few towns and many villages were far apart. It would take weeks to round up a corps of raw recruits, assuming he could convince them to come at all. And if a militia of 1,000 men could be raised, he would be astonished. 1,000 untrained, ill-disciplined and badly armed youths, said Nish, against a professional force of battle-hardened men 10 times that number. It doesn't bear thinking about.
It's not quite that bad, Nish. No army could cross Liverleach Pass, though the survivors of a broken army might scale the spine to Blisterbone if the weather allows it. But there, a few hundred men, if they stood fast, could hold the pass against an army in the wet season, which is now.
What about the dry season?
Gendrigore doesn't have a dry season. There's only the wet season. And then the really wet season. And in the really wet season, not even a forest rat could cross the spine, for there are no bridges, no fords, and every gully is a torrent of wild water and rolling boulders that will grind everything in it to paste.
How long is it until the really wet season?
A few weeks if it comes on time, and it lasts for 5 months. So if you can hold Blisterbone until it begins, Gendrigore will be safe for half a year. A lot can happen in that time.
If the spine becomes impassable, how do we get down again once the really wet season comes?
In great haste,
chuckled Tulatine. It takes a week or 2 to build up, leaving a small window for the enemy to follow us.
Not in the really wet season. Your father would call his generals back, be sure of it.
The spine sounded like a nightmare, but Nish couldn't see any choice. His newfound resolve was burning in him, and if he had to fight his father all the way, he was going to start here, right now. I'll try to defend the pass. If I can raise a force, I dare say Gendrigore will have armor, weapons, and so forth.
Nearly everyone hunts from time to time. They have bows and know how to use them. And I imagine there'll be a rusty sword or 2 lying around, she said lightly, though most would have been reforged into more useful tools long ago since iron is rare here and expensive. But as for armor, who could wear it in this climate? You'd collapse with heat stroke.
Nish rubbed his stinging neck, dislodging 1,000 gnats bloated with his blood. He'd moved too far away from the edge. There won't be time to make many swords, even if I can get the steel. Good swords take ages to make from scratch, and they won't be a match for the equipment Father's soldiers have. Our smiths can make spearheads at least, though amateurs with spears against trained swordsmen. No. To defend the pass, I've got to have a force armed with bows, spears and swords, a few hundred at least, and they'll have to be trained. He thought through all that had to be done before they could leave for the pass, then sank his head in his hands. The conclusion was inescapable. It can't be done. If it takes a week to round up a small militia, I can't possibly call them an army, and another fortnight to get them into place, there won't be any time for training. Tulatine laid her old hand on his arm.
It looks bleak, I agree. You can't possibly fight him in battle and win, so you must find another way.
What other way? Father thinks of everything. He will have identified his army's every weakness by now, and found ways to strengthen them.
Then forget about trying to identify his weaknesses.
work out his army's strengths and try to find ways to turn them against him.
I've no idea how, Nish said acidly. Perhaps you'd care to point out a way for me?
I'm a healer, not a warrior. I don't fight wars.
I wish I didn't. 31. Katila, no! Colm screamed. He threw his arms up to catch her, but she was already falling out past him. Maelys managed to get a couple of fingers to Katila's billowing shirt. The weathered fabric tore apart. She watched her all the way down to the rocks at the base of the cleft, then wished she hadn't.
Katila!
In all her life, Maelys had not heard such anguish. He threw his arms up, clawing at the sky. His mouth was a raw hole, his eyes black pits of despair. Then he started down the crevasse, springing from rock to rock with reckless desperation.
She's gone, Colm,
said Flydd, swaying into his path.
Get out of my way!
Flydd put his arm out, blocking the way down.
You can't do anything for her. I'm really sorry. Katila could still be alive, and I'm not leaving her to die alone, Flydd. I'm all she's got.
He tried to force Flydd out of the way. Flydd raised his hand, touched Colm in the middle of the forehead, and his eyes went blank.
You can't do this to me, he said in a dead voice. Go up.
It was a command this time, with all the art Flydd could summon behind it. Colm gave a terrible moan, deep in his throat, but he went. Maelys followed, barely able to look at him or Flydd. She did not glance down again, for Katila must have died instantly. Even so, Maelys would not have stopped Colm.
Why did I throw away the amulet? She whispered. With it I might have kept Xervish back. I might have prevented this, if only I had.
Colm turned stiffly, his white-hot stare on her. You allowed her to die, he seemed to be saying. It's your fault. Maelys's eyes locked with his, and she could not tear away.
Go up,
said Flydd. Colm went, and Maelys followed, every nerve screaming, fool, fool. Flydd dragged himself up the crevasse on will alone, until finally they reached the top. It was a dome some 5 spans wide, with a chilly wind rushing across it. The male flapperter was spiralling down, still trumpeting in agony. Xervish's rider was circling the pinnacle, and the archer who had fired the fatal shot held a clenched fist high in triumph. The leading soldiers coming along the ridge to the north went to their knees and aimed their bows.
Surely they can't hit us from there, said Maelys, ducking just in case. If they put enough arrows into the air, 1 or 2 are bound to find their mark. Get down, Colm.
Colm stood on the brink of the crag, facing the archers, as if daring them to shoot him. A flight of arrows soared up at them. Maelys flinched. The archers following them up the cliffs were almost within range.
Keep low, said Flydd. Stand by me and be ready.
He lowered his voice.
The instant the portal opens, if it does, take hold of Colm and make sure he comes through.
He knelt down and took a small grey globule from his pocket. It had a rubbery appearance.
What's that?
said Maelys.
An envelope formed from the wall of the Nightland.
And it's for...
I inflated it around the virtual construct before I came through the portal, then allowed the envelope to shrink to its original size. Everything inside it should have shrunk proportionally.
What if it squashed the virtual construct into a blob like parts of the Nightland had been squashed?
The construct isn't solid, so it can't be squashed. At least, I hope not.
Flydd did not sound as certain as he had previously. Holding it out on his palm, he began to mouth the words of the mansory that would restore it to full size. Maelys kept watch on their attackers. For the moment, the male flapperter didn't offer any threat, though Xervish was climbing rapidly into the window of clear air to the northeast, the one place unaffected by the archer's attack. A rain of arrows flashed silver as they climbed into late beams of sunlight, then fell around the left side of the crag. None hit, though one shattered not far from Maelys, driving splinters into her left knee.
Hurry, Flydd!
The archers fired again. Xervish had climbed above the level of the crag and was hovering, waiting for the arrows to fall. Down below, the male flapperter was climbing slowly. Its rider had regained control. Arrows rattled on the sides and top of the crag. One speared through the back of Colm's right boot heel. Another flashed past Flydd's outstretched hand. He dropped the globule but caught it again, still mouthing the spell. His eyes were screwed up as he attempted to visualize their destination.
The island of Noom, the tower of 1,000 steps. After all she'd heard about the Numinator, it was impossible to think they would be safer there. And yet surely anything had to be better than Nish. Flydd completed his spell, but the little envelope of the nightland failed to expand. The archers on the ridge fired a third time, and this volley was tighter, focused on the top of the crag. The male flapperter was climbing rapidly now, heading straight for them, toothy maw gaping, its collapsed compound eye fluttering in the wind. "It's racing Xervish," she said absently, watching it hurtle towards them, fluid leaking from its eye. "Why won't it work?" muttered Flydd. "Can some other art be interfering with it?" Laying the envelope carefully in a hollow where it would not be blown away, he went down on his belly and peered over the edge. Maelys went with him. "What are you looking for?" "Mancers or scryers, though I can't see any. Those men are just soldiers, yet something is interfering with my art." He began to take objects out of his pockets, a tiny knife, a wooden comb with half its teeth missing, a collection of coloured pebbles. "Hold these for me." He put them in her hands, then drew out the dirty leather pouch containing the mime mule he'd taken from the cavern. But the instant she took the pouch, there came a pft behind them. The envelope of the nightland split open like a flower, and the construct expanded up out of it, 2 spans high and floating in the air, whole and complete. Before Flydd could speak the words of opening, a funnel-shaped portal snapped into being directly in front of it, and freezing air howled out, coating the curving rim of the funnel with frost. Icicles grew before their eyes, iron-hard and sharp as spikes. The funnel kept lengthening on the inside, though all she could see at the other end was fog. It cleared suddenly, and beyond the small circle that formed the exit of the funnel, Maelys saw a frozen wilderness of grey ice. "Go through!" cried Flydd over the roar of the wind. Maelys hesitated, but Xervish was falling towards them. The male flapperter was hurtling into their left, and a tight knot of arrows arching towards them from the right. She ran, caught Colm's arm, and before he could resist her, dragged him against the wind into the funnel. The wind slammed into her, but she pushed harder, forcing herself into the mouth of the funnel, where a countervailing force caught her and Colm and sucked them through. Blue lights flashed in her eyes. She felt a gut-wrenching inner twist that brought the taste of Catilla's smoked fish up into the back of her throat. Then she and Colm were hurled out the other end into a grey land that did not look as though it had ever seen the sun. Flydd came tumbling after her. "Get out of the way!" he screamed, clawing across the ice to his right. Maelys looked back as the male flapperter hurtled through the virtual construct, scattering its myriad intangible components, its feather rotors reversing as it tried desperately to break in the air. Its rotor beats punched a hot fist of compressed air through the portal, sending Maelys tumbling across the ice. The male could not break in time. It loomed ever closer, a monstrous winged shadow. Its head entered the mouth of the portal, where the gate force caught it and dragged it in, but it was too big to fit. Its feather rotors were sheared off to a blood-gushing stalk, its 4 pairs of legs ripped out and smashed into spindly segments. Its immensely long body was sucked through into a storm of bloody feathers and fragments of leathery skin and scale, thrashing wildly, its maw snapping and its tail swinging from side to side. It shot out the other end of the portal, bellowing in agony, shattering lumps of ice and flinging shards in all directions. The remains of the leather-clad rider, crushed to a paste along its spine, slid off and plopped redly to the ice. The flapperter's tail smacked into a boss of ice too big to break, and its front half was swung the other way, right at Maelys. She tried to run ahead of it, but her feet slipped and she went down. The flapperter's neck and shoulder came driving towards her, its good eye and ruined one rolling in different directions, its huge mouth open. Thick blood was still spraying from its rotor stalk. The good eye focused on her just before it struck, and the span-long maw twisted around to snap at her. Maelys didn't have time to reach for her knife. She just swung at it with the object in her hand, the leather pouch with the mime mule inside. The pouch grew so heavy that she could hardly move it, and momentarily she felt herself to be a warrior swinging a mighty warhammer. It crunched straight through the eye and the tough carapace surrounding it, into the flapperter's forebrain, splattering grey and white matter in all directions. Its ruined head thudded to the ice. The 4 pairs of leg stumps waggled back and forth, and the tail continued to twitch blindly, then it went still. Maelys slumped beside it, covered in congealing muck and shaking all over. She didn't have the faintest idea what had happened, though she felt as though she had swung a warrior's warhammer, and the muscles of her right shoulder were so strained she could barely move it. The portal was gone. Colm was standing a few paces further off, staring at the dead creature, though she did not think he was seeing it. His eyes were expressionless pits, at least until Flydd got up and limped over. As he crossed into Colm's field of vision, his eyes registered such hate as she had never seen before. Flydd's dazing spell had worn off. "Take me back to Catilla," Colm ground out. "I can't," said Flydd. "When the flappiter went through the virtual construct, the mancery at its core tore it apart. Without it, I can't reopen the portal." Colm stalked across, drew his knife and put it to Flydd's throat. "My sister lies dying at the bottom of the crag. Take me back." "She fell 50 spans onto rock," said Flydd. "She died instantly." "Take me back. Do your worst," said Flydd limply. "I couldn't open the portal again if the profane tears lay unguarded on the other side." Colm's knife hand jerked, and a thin line of blood appeared on Flydd's throat, but he did not move nor acknowledge it in any way. After a couple of frozen minutes, Colm hurled his knife into the ice, stumbled away, and fell to his knees, weeping in broken, choking sobs. Flydd, rather wobbly at the knees, helped Maelys up, saying softly, "How did you do that?" She rubbed her sore shoulder. "I have no idea. I imagined I was attacking the flappiter with a warhammer and, momentarily, I was." He frowned, checked that Colm wasn't looking, he wasn't, and held out his hand. Maelys gathered a handful of the gritty, crystalline snow, scrubbed bloody muck and scales off the leather pouch and handed it to him. Flydd slipped it into his pocket without looking at it, but Maelys couldn't stop thinking about the mime mule. It had brought the virtual construct to life and, in an instant, created a portal that had previously taken Flydd an hour and a half to make, not to mention the warhammer. Did it make whatever one imagined or really wanted? No, there had to be more to it than that. "It might have been better to let him go down to Catilla," she said quietly. "He's a broken man, Xervish. He's lost everything." "He knows where we're going," said Flydd, "and what we're looking for. The Numinator is a secret the God Emperor may not be aware of, and I could not allow Colm to reveal it under any circumstances." She shivered at the meaning behind his words. The ruthless scrutator inside Flydd was not entirely dead. She'd liked and admired Flydd from the moment she met him, and knew that he felt the same way about her. Now she wondered what he might do to her if she ever stood in his way. Her teeth chattered. It was desperately cold here. The blood and brains of the flappiter had frozen already. Her toes were aching in her boots and icicles were forming on Flydd's short beard. Colm began pacing back and forth, stamping his feet in a vain attempt to keep warm. The sun hung a hand's breadth above the northern horizon, but there was no warmth in its rays, and it was as dark as an overcast winter's day after sunset. "My directions weren't too wide of the mark in the circumstances," said Flydd. "We're on the inner edge of the Kara Argol, the frozen sea, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the island of Noom just over there." Maelys looked in the direction he was facing and did not like what she saw. The frozen sea was a mass of ice, smooth in places, heaved up into broken slabs in others, with a dusting of snow which the wind had blown into dune-like drifts, rippled like sand. Elsewhere, the snow had been scoured away to reveal bare grey ice. The frozen sea extended further than she could see in all directions, save to the south, the direction in which Flydd was pointing, where a low, rocky shore could be seen perhaps a third of a league away. Snow-covered hills ran off into the distance, yet she could not see a single tree nor any signs of life. What a miserable place! Why would anyone choose to live here? She rubbed her arms, shuddering with the cold. Every breath hurt her nose and throat and lungs. Their clothes were utterly unsuitable for this climate, and they had no food with them. Wherever they were camping tonight, she hoped it was not far away. "To hide from the world," said Flydd, "or to work on a great project unhindered? I cannot say. But here the Numinator has dwelt for more than 100 years. The Tower of 1,000 Steps had better be nearby, or we'll freeze to death before we find it. How long until nightfall?" "Not long. The days are only a few hours long at this time of year, and the nights are eternal." Let's get to shore. We might find something to eat there.
Can't we heat the flapper?
I wouldn't recommend it, since it's a creature flesh formed by the God Emperor himself, and he's fond of his little jokes. She was rubbing her freezing arms when it occurred to her that the word mime mule was suggestive. Did it mimic thoughts, or turn them into reality?
Xervish?
She said quietly.
If the mime mule...
Not now!
What I meant was, we've got to have warm clothing, furs.
I see. Good idea.
He pulled out the leather pouch, touched his fingers to it, feeling the shape of the ball inside and sub-vocalizing,
fur-lined pants and coat and boots and hood for us all, now.
Her garments transformed instantly, as did Flydd's, then Colm's. Colm stopped abruptly, looking down at his feet, then plodded on. How does that work? Said Maelys.
Later.
Flydd surreptitiously closed his hand over the pouch and it vanished. Withdrawing the containers of trapped fire from his pockets, he vanished them as well, then looked sharply across at Colm. He need not have bothered. Colm was oblivious. 32. They slept in a snow cave dug into a hard-packed drift between rocks. It was miserable, even in their furs, and they had no fire, for Maelys hadn't seen a tree or bush or indeed anything living bar a crust of lichen growing on the exposed rocks. But not even the polar cold was as frigid and unrelenting as the bitterness and rage emanating from Colm. He blamed her for Catilla's death as much as he blamed himself. No, more, for she had thrown away the amulet that might just have kept Sheev out of firing range. But more than either of them, he blamed Flydd for not allowing him to go down to her and ease her last moments, then die with her and put an end to his agony.
Don't mention my fire bottles here, said Flydd in the morning. They don't exist.
Since he could not conjure food with the mime mule without alerting Colm, they left as soon as the sun slid sideways over the horizon. Flydd set off confidently inland, as if he knew where he was going, or following some lead he did not care to share with them, and within the hour they were climbing a hill whose dark, nodular stone protruded through a thin cover of snow. That looks like an arch at the top, said Maelys, and it was, a massive arch of grey, hard stone, different from the rock it was founded upon. Its pillars were spans across at the base, square in outline, and carved with curving symbols or glyphs incised finger-deep into the stone. They reminded Maelys of the ones carved into the obelisk at the top of Mistmurk Mountain.
Curious, said Flydd as they climbed a steep track up to the arch, slipping on black ice. It looks like Charon work. Could the Numinator be... No, of course not. They're extinct.
He was walking bent over. The crossbow bolt was troubling him, but she could not cut it out here either. Colm plodded along behind, head down. When they walked, he followed some 20 paces behind. The moment they stopped, he did too, always keeping his distance. Beyond the arch, nothing could be seen but grey cloud, grey sky, and a grey range covered in grey ice. The wind was stronger here, and she had to keep her head lowered, for whenever she looked directly into it, her eyes watered and the tears froze on her cheeks. Colm was standing down the slope, his hair and beard covered in frost. He had not spoken all day, and showed no interest in his surroundings.
The Tower of 1,000 Steps, said Flydd quietly, though there was a hard edge to his voice.
He had been tortured on the Numinator's orders, Maelys recalled. Had he come for revenge? Is that why Flydd had agreed to lead them here? Where? She could see nothing save the ice-hung crags of knotted schist to either side.
Look through the arch.
I am.
Look down.
She wasn't tall enough to see over the hump, so she stepped forward until she stood right in front of the arch and squinted down into the shallow valley on the other side. Maelys cried out in wonder. A tower made of glass! Through a low-hanging mist, she could just make out what appeared to be a frozen lake, at least partly frozen, for there was a curving rim of clear water in the middle, surrounding a small island. Jagged ridges ran up to a hill at its centre, from which the tower rose sharply to form a spire hundreds of spans high. Between the two ridges closest to them, low down and not much higher than the level of the lake, a small opening in the hill appeared to lead into the base of the tower. Flydd came up beside her.
Not glass, but ice.
Maelys shivered. How can anyone live in such a bleak place?
It would take a particular kind of person, though I dare say the tower is a lot warmer on the inside.
But it's ice.
So is an igloo, yet people live comfortably in them all winter. Come. He stopped by the arch, though, momentarily looking anxious.
Xervish?
Said Maelys.
Even the faintest of my scars throb at the memories, he said softly. The pain permeates every cell and nerve. Not even renewal could erase the memory of what the Numinator did to me. And one day I'll make it suffer an equal torment.
Xervish?
She repeated, alarmed. Renewal had definitely changed him. These days she seldom saw the tough but kindly old man she'd been so taken with on the plateau. With an effort he unclenched his jaw.
Don't worry, I won't allow personal difficulties to distract me from what we came here to do. Let's go through.
She caught his arm.
Wouldn't it be better to go around? I don't like the feel of the arch.
I'm not going to slink in like a jackal, he said,
striding through. Maelys held her breath, just in case the arch was enchanted to keep people out, but nothing happened. She followed him down the slope, struggling to stay on her feet on the icy path. Flydd's head darted around at every sound, every shift in the wind eddying across the knotted rock. Despite his brave words, he was frightened. He must be afraid that the Numinator would torture him again. It was darker on the valley floor. Mist hung around them, cold and dank, obscuring the tower and the way ahead. Maelys pulled her furs more tightly about her, but could not keep the chill out. No wind stirred the air, and they plodded towards the frozen edge of the lake, their boots breaking through humps of crusted snow to the ice beneath. At the edge, Flydd stopped. The ice on the lake looked as solid as stone here, though an irregular ring of clear water encircled the island. No, the ring of water and its boundary with the ice was in constant motion. Fresh ice was rapidly extending out from some edges, while at others it was melting just as quickly. Little bulges and embayments were constantly being created and destroyed, as ice and clear water swept around the island, ice sometimes touching the inner shore momentarily before collapsing into treacherous water again.
How are we supposed to get across? Said Maelys. There's no boat, no bridge.
It's a puzzle, said Flydd. The patterns of water and ice are meant to keep intruders out, and we'll have to solve it to get across.
Maelys was no good at puzzles, so she studied the tower and waited for him to find a way. Its sides were decorated with arching, pointed crests and horns of ice. The place looked bleak and forbidding.
All right, said Flydd at length.
He led them out in a meandering line on the hard ice, which was almost black, all the way to the shifting grey boundary that marked the freezing and thawing inner barrier, like a moat around the island and the Tower of 1,000 Steps. There he stopped, frowning.
Flydd?
Said Maelys, looking up at the top of the tower anxiously.
Not now.
He was still standing there half an hour later, his head sweeping this way and that, following the shifting patterns, and his lips moving all the while. Despite the wonderful fur-lined boots, Maelys's feet were getting ever colder. She couldn't feel her toes anymore, though she could sense something at the top of the tower, a cold, hard presence that surely must have seen them ages ago. Why had she convinced Flydd to come here? She was completely out of her depth. She turned to look at Colm, still 20 paces back. He was staring at the cracked ice beneath his feet, as motionless as ever.
I have it, said Flydd. Come on, and keep right at my heels. You too, Colm.
Colm looked up at him blankly, then shuffled forwards.
Ready?
Said Flydd.
1, 2, 3, then run with me, all right?
Yes, said Maelys, gulping.
1, 2, 3.
He ran out towards the edge and off the hard black ice onto the thin grey stuff which rocked beneath him. Maelys leapt after him, her numb feet hitting the ground as stiffly as wooden legs. She could see right through the ice she was standing on. And what was that gliding through the water below it? Flydd caught her by the arm and yanked hard.
Run, you bloody little fool! Run as though your life depends on it, for surely it does!
She ran after him. Just ahead, the berg they were on thinned to nothing, and beyond that was a patch of open water about a span across. If she fell into it, she would die, even if they got her out, for the cold would stop her heart. Flydd sprang high, rocking the berg beneath them. Maelys followed, landing a little shorter and skidding on slick ice. She just caught herself before she slid off the thawing side into the water, let out a squeal at her narrow escape, and pounded on. Flydd was thumping up a shallow rise, but at the top he propped and turned sharply to the left. Maelys almost went over, for the rise ended in a crevasse where the berg was splitting in two, and this gap was spans across too far to jump. She scrambled down and raced after him, jumped another gap, then another and another. Flydd was constantly twisting and turning, and sometimes doubling back on himself, never running in the same direction for more than a few paces. It was like a competition as well as a race. For as fast as he ran, the bergs were forming in front of him and thawing behind. Ice a third of a span thick simply dissolved away in seconds, and ice of similar thickness formed in an instant on otherwise clear water.
"One false step," he panted. "One miscalculation and we're gone."
His cheeks were red and his eyes were glowing. He was exhilarated by the contest. He went skidding sideways, then raced around a boss of ice like the dome of a citadel, emerged on the other side, and tried desperately to stop, but slid down a glassy slope towards an uncrossable gap. He could not stop. The ice was so slick that he might have skated on it. He was going to end up in the water, and so was she. At the last second, Flydd propped on a chunk of nodular ice, managed to turn towards a slightly narrower gap, though one that was still far too wide to leap, and sprang for all his might. He soared high in the air, and Maelys's heart was in her mouth. He was going to land in the water. At the last instant, the water froze beneath him, just as he must have predicted. He struck the little berg with both feet, rocking it in the water, stumbled, then sprang for the berg on the other side of the gap.
"Hi!"
He roared in triumph, raising his fist to the sky, then ran on without looking back. Maelys followed him across, her heart pounding and her knees weak. She was sweating in her furs already. The race went on for another few minutes, and Flydd nearly went into the water many times. Maelys had more narrow escapes than she cared to think about before she finally lurched off the last recrystallized berg onto solid ground and fell to her knees. Shortly Colm came after them, lathered in freezing sweat, and stopped 20 paces away.
"That was brilliant, Flydd," she said, panting. "Or is it the Numinator's power fading?"
"It isn't," said Flydd.
"Oh, you mean it let us in?"
Do you really think the Numinator became so powerful and survived so long without knowing when there were trespassers in its domain? Above them loomed the monstrous ice tower, topped with blade-like laths of ice towering in the brittle heavens. The low sun, picking its way through gaps in a lead-grey overcast, threw glittering reflections off every crystal face. Shielding her eyes, she peered between her fingers. The Tower of 1,000 Steps was magnificent, awe-inspiring, terrible, and surely its master must echo it.
"How can any one person need such a vast dwelling?" she whispered.
"The Numinator has very great needs," Flydd intoned. "Terrible, desperate needs."
Maelys swallowed hard. Colm broke his long silence.
"You should not have come here. You will not get out alive."
She stared at him. "Don't you mean we will not get out alive? What do I care whether I live or die?" Maelys wanted to shake him. There wasn't a trace left of the Colm she'd once admired. "I've lost plenty too," she thought, "but you don't see me whining about it all the time." Maelys bit her tongue. Had she just seen little Phyllis fall to her death and been able to do nothing about it and blamed her companions, she might have felt the same. "We've got to go on, no matter what," she said. "There's no other way."
"Hush!"
Flydd had his head up like a dog sniffing the air. A shudder shook his muscular frame, then he turned towards the arched opening in the blue ice on which the tower was formed.
"That will be our way in."
A path of crushed ice curved down towards the opening. The razor-crested ice ridges hemmed it in on either side, rising ever higher as the path fell. Flydd threw his shoulders back, raised his chin and strode down the path, hiding his anxiety. Maelys waited for Colm to follow, but he was staring into space again, so she headed after Flydd, almost running to keep up. It wasn't until they'd gone a few hundred paces that she realized she was treading in his footsteps, keeping directly behind him as if he could shield her from view.
"The Numinator's eyes are everywhere,"
he said, without breaking stride. She stopped, hand pressed against her thudding heart, then continued. The entrance was a tall, open rectangle at least 3 times her height. Within, every surface glowed with the blue of thick ice, though Maelys could make out nothing but the straight-sided shapes fading into darkness. She took a step, stopped, then another, until she stood directly underneath the lintel of the doorway and looked up sharply. Nothing moved within her field of view. The opening was made of flat ice so smooth that it might have been freshly planed, but inside, where it was sheltered from the wind, frost needles as long as nails grew from every surface. The drifts of snow on the featureless floor were untracked.
"It's empty."
Colm's voice showed a trace of animation for the first time since his sister's death.
"The Numinator must be gone."
"The Numinator is still here," said Flydd, his eyes darting again. Were he, she, or it gone, the tower would have collapsed into a formless rubble of ice.
The destruction of the nodes might have destroyed the Numinator, said Maelys.
That tragedy undoubtedly weakened it, said Flydd, but would have angered it too. Beware. This tower is maintained by the art, and whoever the Numinator is, its power is far greater than mine.
Then why did we come here? Said Maelys. How can we hope to prevail? They went in slowly, the crusted ice crunching underfoot, until the entrance could no longer be seen. The spaces were dimly lit by light transmitted through the ice, and all had an eerie grandeur, a majestic simplicity, but there was something vaguely familiar about the place, too. Maelys was studying the glyphs etched deep into the ice along a wall, when she realized what they were. Xervish, these characters are also like the ones we saw on the obelisk. Does that mean this place is Charon?
The Charon are extinct, I told you. Had they built it here, the ice would have collapsed long ago.
Flydd's voice was a trifle hoarse. Like the Nightland was supposed to? He did not reply to that, but went on.
The Numinator may not be human, and if not, that would explain something I've always wondered about.
What's that? Said Maelys.
How it has lived so long. We know it's at least 170 years old, for it was a cunning, experienced sorcerer when it took on the original Council of Santhanar, and it was powerful enough to defeat the combined mansery of the greatest mages of all. Only the Charon, Phylem, and Archim were naturally long-lived, but both Charon and Phylem are gone.
The Numinator must be Archim, then, said Maelys. There are still plenty of Archim on Santhanar.
No Archim would decorate their architecture with Charon characters.
Why not? Said Colm, who had come up behind them.
Because 100 Charon took the Archim's world from them and held them in thrall for thousands of years. They hated their masters with a passion we could never understand. Therefore the Numinator can't be Archim either.
After walking through one featureless ice hall after another, they entered a large rectangular room, a good 100 spans long and wide, and at least 10 spans high. Its walls were lined with shelves stretching from floor to ceiling that had been formed from clear ice, and upon them stood row upon row of large books, like merchants' ledgers bound in red or brown leather.
Ah, said Flydd.
It was a deeply felt sigh of understanding. What? Said Maelys. He didn't answer, nor did he go to the shelves. Flydd stood inside the doorway, staring towards the far end of the room and wearing an enigmatic smile. Maelys waited for a minute or two, but when neither he nor Colm moved, she went towards the nearest shelves. She had to satisfy her curiosity. To her surprise, she could read the writing down the spines of the ledgers. The nearest one said, Bloodline Register 13,809 Thurcad. The ledgers on the shelves nearby bore different numbers, but all had the same place name, for Thurcad had once been the greatest city in the world. Bloodline Register, said Maelys aloud. What does that mean? Flydd did not reply, so she eased the register from the shelf and opened it. It was huge and very heavy. She could barely hold it. Inside, the page was ruled into columns with names on the left, women's names and dates, notes on their monthly cycles, state of health, male names with descriptions as well as lists of abilities, talents and ancestral charts, details about sexual congress, and a variety of symbols. Occasional rows contained details related to pregnancies, weight changes, complications, miscarriages and births. The last column was headed Gifts and Talents, but she could not tell what the symbols meant. Maelys knew what it was immediately, for Clan Niflheim had kept such records for their prized breeding animals. She snapped the register closed, feeling ill. It's a stud book, but for people. This is what the scrutators were doing for the Numinator. Why, Xervish? He was still staring into the distance.
I don't think anyone ever found out, not even Chief Scrutator Gore. May he still lie rotting in the sump of the uttermost abyss.
Maelys took down another book from a different place, and subsequently a third from the other side of the room. The places, names, and dates were different, though the contents were the same everywhere. But she stared down the endless rows of the vast room until they blurred in the distance, trying to work out how many registers there were, how many names there had to be. It was beyond her ability to calculate. There must be millions of names here.
Every single person who has lived in over a century, Flydd said soberly. It's the reason why the Numinator set up the Council of Scrutators in the first place.
That doesn't make sense, said Colm. The Scrutators ran the world.
And we were very good at it, said Flydd. "We ran it ruthlessly but efficiently for the Numinator."
"Why didn't you all get together and overthrow it?"
"The chief scrutators never wanted to."
"Why not?"
"Because the Numinator is different to every other villain you've ever heard of in the histories. The Numinator was never a rival for the power of the scrutators. It didn't give a fig for power, conquest, or wealth. As long as the scrutators did their job and sent the bloodline registers, the Numinator never interfered."
"Surely some of the other scrutators must have objected to being told what to do."
"Oh, they did," said Flydd.
"What happened?"
"Do you remember my scars? Before I took renewal?"
Maelys shivered at the memory.
"I was one of the lucky ones," said Flydd. "I lived."
"But surely the Numinator must have given the council that power for a reason."
"The only reason we ever had was to complete the bloodline registers."
"I don't understand," said Maelys.
"That's all the Numinator ever asked of us."
"For more than 100 years?"
"That's right."
"Why?"
Flydd shrugged. "I didn't know. But we'll learn nothing more here."
It was incomprehensible to Maelys that anyone could have pursued such a monumental project so single-mindedly and for so long. How could anyone develop a plan that might take hundreds of years to complete? What could drive them to do it? And had the Numinator succeeded or failed? They continued through the hall of registers to the far end, then out and down a broad flight of steps into a lower level. Some colour had come back to Colm's cheeks. The mystery had aroused his curiosity. Maelys prayed it would last, for the cold rage that was his other face was unbearable. This chamber was much smaller, no larger than one of the public halls in Niflheim Manor. It was divided into a number of cases made of ice, though here the ice was cloudy, and it was hard to make out what was inside. The shapes were suggestive, though, and despite the cold, the room bore a faint, unpleasant odour of decay.
"They look human,"
said Maelys.
"It's a cemetery," said Colm. "The ground here must freeze as hard as iron, and when people die there would be no way to bury them."
The bitterness was back. He would never bury his sister, nor any of his lost family. But the Numinator was more powerful than all the great Mancers of Santhanar put together, Maelys thought. It could easily thaw a plot of ground to bury the dead. There had to be some other explanation, and it might lie inside the cases. The nearest was a rectangular box, rather larger than a coffin, with walls a hand-span thick. She could see nothing through them. The lid was thinner, though. She put her hand on it and could feel the cold searing through her glove.
"Come away, Maelys,"
said Flydd, who was standing in the middle of the room, head tilted to one side as if listening to something on the edge of hearing.
"Whatever is inside, it's the Numinator's private business."
It seemed an extraordinary thing for him to say after bringing them all this way. Maelys couldn't hear anything, and she wasn't going to stop now.
"If we can't look around, we should never have come here."
"We should never have come here,"
echoed Colm. Maelys forced her gloved fingers into the gap between the lid and the case and lifted. The lid was very heavy, and she could only raise it halfway. She gasped. A young man lay within. He was naked, and his skin was a blotchy purple, as if he had been out in the cold for hours, but there were blue-grey patches of decay here and there, and the smell of corruption was stronger. His yellow eyes were open and staring, though he was undoubtedly long dead, but there was no sign of what had killed him.
What strange eyes!
They were oval and more cat-like than human, with pupils that were contracted to vertical slits. He had a long face with a bulging forehead and a raised crest running across the top of his shaven skull, though his chin was just a minuscule bump. Ice crystals clustered on his lips and at his nostrils. Feathers of ice hung from his lower eyelids.
"Maelys, come away,"
said Flydd, taking her elbow and dragging her aside.
"Xervish, what is this place?"
She jerked free and stumbled to the next case. It contained a young woman's body. Her head was shaven, and she too had the cat eyes and the crest over her head, though hers was not nearly as prominent as the young man's had been, and she had 3 pairs of breasts.
"Xervish," she said, "who are they? What are they?"
The third case held another woman, apparently normal, save that her fingers were twice the length of human fingers and could have wrapped right around the back of her hand. As with the others, there was not a mark on her to indicate how she had died.
"She must be Arkham," said Colm, who had followed her. "The Arkham have exceptionally long fingers."
Flydd was beside Maelys now, staring in. Then abruptly he thrust the lid down.
"Enough, come."
"Xervish,"
she repeated.
"I don't know."
He caught her arm, jerking her away.
"Don't pry into what is none of your business, or you'll end up in the next box."
He hauled her down to the other end of the chamber, walking very fast. Maelys tried to pull free, but he wouldn't let go. She stumbled along with him, feeling a mixture of fear and resentment. And the bodies had all smelled, she realized, as if they had been going off, though that did not make sense either. In the cold rooms on the south side of Niflheim Manor, haunches of meat had kept all winter, and there had been hardly any smell. Yet Noom was far colder than Niflheim. Bodies should have lain here in their ice cases preserved forever. They did not need to open the boxes in the next chamber, for the ice was clearer here, and she could see through the walls. Each box contained a young man or woman who had apparently died in the prime of life, but all had some oddity. One a flaring crest like a sail growing out of the top of his head, another a tail extending down to the back of her knees, while a third had knuckles the size of lemons but no fingernails. Maelys no longer wanted to know the truth about the Numinator. She tried not to look as Flydd led her along through chamber after chamber on this subterranean level, but could not prevent herself from staring at each new body, each fresh horror. And they were horrors here, for the dead men and women grew ever stranger until they were scarcely human at all. 33. Flydd flung her through the door into the next chamber, then froze, grey-faced and haggard. He looked like an old man again. A bench of ice ran along either side of the room, and arranged along it were skeletons no more human than the bodies in the cases. One had cat feet and a tail with traces of orange fur still clinging to it. Another had fingers half the length of its body. Maelys turned away, sickened, but in front of her were more skeletons in huge ice amphorae, and others suspended from the ceiling on wires, the bones held together with fine gold threads. "It looks like a schoolroom," said Maelys. "Perhaps it was," Flydd said somberly. The room after that smelled putrid. It contained smaller jars full of preserved, unborn creatures with huge heads, staring, lidless eyes and unpleasantly non-human features. Many of the jars were cracked, though, and several had leaked a brown fluid, which had frozen on the shelf around them. Down the far end, the jars were broken and their contents, spilled onto the bench, must have thawed, for all had gone an unpleasant grey-green colour before freezing again. "Is the Numinator breeding people?" said Colm, his handsome mouth twisted in disgust. "It looks that way," said Flydd, "or at least was breeding them." Maelys was thinking of the thousands of bloodline registers and the millions of names in them, every single person on Santhanar. Why would anyone breed people? Is the Numinator trying to create an army? "I doubt it," said Flydd. "As I said, the Numinator never showed any interest in conquest or power. As long as the scrutators kept sending the registers, it didn't interfere. Unless people pried into its affairs." He rubbed his chest, eyes closed. "Flydd," Colm said in a low, warning tone. "What?" Flydd snapped. "Behind you." Maelys spun around. Standing in the open doorway, about 20 paces away, stood a figure as strange as any she had seen in the glass cases. It was a man, tall but thin to the point of emaciation, with a narrow head and dark, fixed eyes. Despite the cold, he was clad in only a loincloth and sandals, which looked as though they had been carved out of wood. His big hands hung by his side, and the yellow fingernails were shaped into points. His broad, flat feet also had sharpened nails. She waited for Flydd to use his art against the fellow, but Flydd did nothing. "You will come with me," the man said in a thick, bubbling voice. "Who are you?" said Maelys, unable to suppress a shudder. "Are you the Numinator?" The man's meagre lips twisted into a humorless rictus. "I am Helm." He pronounced it, Helm. "Come." A faint smell seemed to be seeping from his pores. Maelys could not place it. It wasn't exactly unpleasant, but it wasn't attractive either. Helm? A vague, unpleasant memory stirred from one of the great tales. Weren't the Helm... "They were a race born to serve," said Flydd. "A race for whom the very idea of freedom was anathema. They were once Rulka's servants, but after he was imprisoned in the Nightland, they eventually swore to the great Mancer Igor. For many years they served him at his stronghold of Fizgorgo, but when Rulka escaped, they rejected Igor to take on their former name, Garshard, and serve Rulka anew." "What happened when he was killed?" said Maelys, staring at the Helm, who was staring at her. "The Garshard were broken, and because of their crimes they were forced to swear that they would take no master evermore.
They became Helm again, returned to the freezing southern forests, and have not been heard of again unto this day. But you broke that vow, Flydd said, looking up at the tall Helm. You have taken another master. Aye, said the Helm gravely. We were masterless, desolate, and desperate until the Numinator came and saved us. The Numinator ordered us to serve, and who were we to disobey? To live is to serve. Come. He flexed his fingers. Maelys studied the yellow pointed nails, then the gaunt face of the Helm, and decided that she was going to do exactly as he said.
Are you taking us to the Numinator?
Again that humourless twitch of the mouth. You are trespassers. You do not have the right to ask questions. He extended a skeletal right arm down a corridor to his left. Maelys hadn't noticed it before.
What are you going to do with us?
You will do useful work until the Master is ready to deal with you.
Again Maelys hesitated, expecting Flydd to resist, or at least give her some lead, but he was already walking towards the corridor. Why was he so acquiescent? The Helm's wooden sandals clapped on the ice floor as he walked, or rather stalked, with an odd, jerking motion, but he would say no more. They went ahead, following his pointing arm, down to a small room lit by a single lantern. There they were set to work at bloodline registers for the town of Banthy, on Banthy Isle in the tropical north. Through thick ice panes in the walls to left and right, Maelys saw other people engaged in seemingly identical tasks, but there was no way to contact them, and each had their own Helm guard. They had to compile lists of names from the registers, but only those few who had a 5-digit number beside them. It was tedious work, and often there would only be one such number in the entire register, but a Helm stood behind each of them, and whenever a page was turned too quickly or someone missed a 5-digit number or noted one down incorrectly, the sharpened nails dug into their neck. If they know when we're making a mistake, said Colm, rubbing his stinging, nail-scored neck at the end of a painful and miserably cold day, one of many that had all been the same since the Helm caught them, why don't they do the damn job themselves? It'd be a lot quicker.
I don't think that's the point, said Flydd.
Then what is the point? Said Colm.
We're finally going to find out.
Another male Helm had appeared in the doorway.
You will come now, he said in a voice like bubbles rising through a vat of mud.
Maelys thought it was the Helm they had first encountered but couldn't be sure. Helm features were of a kind. Where are you taking us? She said. He didn't reply, but led them down a long hall, then out into a broad open space whose ceiling was so high that Maelys could not make it out. Maelys looked back, and the building they had been held in was revealed as a slab-sided, flat-roofed bastion, perhaps 10 floors high, completely enclosed by the gigantic Tower of 1,000 Steps. Ahead, some 100 paces, was the inner wall of the tower, curving all the way around the bastion, and rising up in a sheet of ice which slanted back over their heads as though they were inside an enormous cone standing on its base. The Helm led them through a small door at the base of the inner wall and onto a broad staircase of diamond-clear ice that ran up inside the wall of the tower in a series of flights to form a pentagon shape. Here he ushered them past, and she identified his smell. Fish oil mixed with onions. Is this the Tower of 1,000 Steps? Said Maelys. He pointed up, and up they went. The Helm's sandals clapped against the treads. He was slow but tireless. They climbed until even Maelys's travel-hardened legs were aching. She began to count, but lost her way at 460, and after that there was no point. The ice walls of the tower were like vast, sloping panes which might once have been transparent, but were now so fretted by time and wind that they were like sand-blasted glass. They allowed light in, but revealed nothing of the surrounding land. After a seemingly endless climb, they came out onto the uppermost floor of the tower. The roof soared above them like a 5-sided glass steeple, the ice a russet colour that let in even less light. Flames flickered in a dish the size of a circular bath, and the misty air above it swirled up lazily, the mist changing from red through all the colours of the spectrum to violet at the top of the spire, then falling in slow walls and eddies down the steeple walls to the floor and rolling into the centre again. As Maelys's eyes adjusted, she saw a simple bed and dresser against one wall and a table against another to her left. The table was piled high with bloodline registers, and she didn't realise that someone was sitting behind it until they moved. She jumped. It was a woman with shoulder-length hair the colour of spun gold. Maelys stared. She'd expected to encounter a cold-eyed Mancer, or even some fierce, intelligent creature from another world. It had not occurred to her that the Numinator, who had ruled over the most powerful mancers in all the world, might be female. The woman stood up and came out from behind the table, and Maelys was in no doubt that here was the Numinator at last, for her presence was like a freezing wind, a blow in the face, a shard of ice through the heart. She wasn't tall or physically imposing. Colm towered over her, and was dressed in a simple dark gown which concealed rather than revealed her slender figure. Her face was neither young nor old, but extremely forbidding. There were crinkles at the corners of her eyes, and lines curving down from each side of her mouth. Flydd stiffened beside Maelys. Even he was intimidated. The Numinator held herself poker rigid. She had once been a striking woman, but Maelys did not think she had ever been a likeable one. She radiated an aura of vast self-control and intense dislike. Maelys also knew, without knowing how, that the Numinator was nothing like any other power in the world. Indeed, the very fact that she had cut herself off from the world showed how indifferent she was to the things that powerful men like Jal, Nish and Vivimord pursued so desperately. "Why have you trespassed on the forbidden Isle of Num?" The Numinator's voice was overly precise and formal. Everything about her seemed controlled, almost frozen in time. Maelys glanced at Flydd. He was staring at her as if he expected her to speak first. "Go on, Maelys," he said. "Coming here was your idea." Maelys clenched her jaw but bit her tongue painfully. Tasting blood, she swallowed. Why had Flydd put her forward? Was it his promised revenge because she'd pressured him to take renewal? She no longer understood him, if she ever had. No, it could not be that. He must be working to a plan, and she had to go with it. What could she say that would sway the Numinator? Nothing. So she would simply tell the truth. "The God Emperor holds the last of my clan." She met the Numinator's glacial eyes and tried to hold them. "If I can't save them, no one can. And my story has been repeated many times since the God Emperor came to power. He must be overthrown and—" "Not overly bold for your age," said the Numinator. "How old are you, girl?" 19, Numinator." "I can't even remember being so young," the Numinator mused. "I don't recall having a childhood." The eyes focused on Maelys again. She could not tell their colour. They might once have been grey or green or even blue, but they were leached of all colour here. "I know of no way to touch the God Emperor." "But you controlled the Council of Scrutators for more than 100 years, Flydd said quietly. "Indeed, you created the Council." "The puppet master speaks," said the Numinator, staring at him as if to peer right inside his head. "There is something familiar about you." Flydd said nothing. The Numinator studied him, her head tilted back, her back held rigid. "Take off your coat and shirt." "What?" cried Flydd, not moving. "Or my whelm will do it for you," she added quietly. "They number 700 and obey my every command. Nothing can shake their loyalty." "A previous master said the same," said Flydd, "if I remember the histories." A wintry smile touched her stern mouth, momentarily taking decades off her age. "You dare quote the histories to me, who lived them?" She gestured to the whelm standing at the top of the stair, but before he could move, Flydd whipped off his coat, dropped it on the floor, and unfastened his shirt. The Numinator glided forward a few steps, stopped, and made a twirling motion with her fingers. Flydd turned around, slowly, until he faced her again. His cheeks were a trifle pink, though that might have been the cold. Her eyes went out of focus for a moment, as if she were thinking hard. Then the wintry smile fleeted back, and she said, "Xervish Flydd." Flydd gaped. "How can you tell?" "You were flogged to the bone for inquiring about me many decades ago now, and such scars cannot lie. Even after taking renewal, ex-scrutator Flydd, the deepest scars remain, and they tell me your name as surely as a print from your finger. Why did you put the girl up to it? What happened to the courage you were once famed for?" "I grew old, and it faded with the decay of my body. I was ready to die, but Maelys Niflheim pressed me to a renewal I would have done anything to avoid, and rightly so, for renewed or not, I am not half the man I was, even on my deathbed. She put me up to it, and she can explain herself." "And you protest too much. You can't play your scrutator's games with me, Flydd, for I read men like books. You may dress." She turned back to Maelys, saying, "Well, girl, it seems you are also more than you appear." "I'm not. But last year, in the pit of possibilities, I saw that the God Emperor had a weakness," said Maelys. "If you can tell us where to find the antithesis to the tears—" "Antithesis," said the Numinator in an odd, angry tone. "The spell or artifact or force that can destroy—" "I know what antithesis means," The Numinator crooked a finger at the watching Whelm, who shepherded them into the corner nearest the top of the 1,000 steps. She began to pace, eyes closed, hands held up above her head as if carrying a coffin at a funeral. She turned in a circle, then in a second circle linked to it, making a figure of 8, and a third and a fourth. A clover leaf. Every footstep was slow, sliding and deliberate, as though it represented a single, precisely calibrated thought. Watching her feet, which moved like a metronome below her gown, Maelys saw that the ice formed a slight depression there. The Numinator had paced the same path so often that she had worn down the floor beneath her. Finally she turned back to them, and her face was cast in a grimmer curve than before. "I know of no antithesis to the tears." 34. Flydd made a faint noise in the back of his throat. Colm let out a harsh bark of laughter. It sounded half insane. The Whelm shuffled its wooden sandals. Maelys felt a shriek building up and had to restrain herself from giving way to it. The journey had been wasted. Everything they'd gone through since leaving the plateau had been for nothing. "She might be lying," said Colm. The Whelm's right hand closed around Colm's throat from behind, the sharpened nails pricking through his skin and causing 5 beads of blood to bud there. The yellow nails of its left hand cut through Colm's coat and shirt to his belly. Colm went still, his eyes bulging. He definitely wanted to live now, and Maelys was pleased to see it, though she was afraid his change of heart might have come too late. "Never speak ill of the master," hissed the Whelm. His gaze turned to the Numinator. "Shall I tear his throat out, master, or offer you his living bowels on a platter?" The Numinator looked faintly disgusted. "Release him, Whelm. No one can harm me here. His words mean nothing less than nothing. Take them down and put them back to work. The great project is behind schedule." "But," said Maelys, thinking of the countless days they had spent going through the registers so far, and the endless work to go. "How long? Surely you didn't think you could just leave," said the Numinator. "You trespassed on my privacy deliberately, and you have to pay for it." "What do we have to do?" Maelys said dully. "When the God Emperor destroyed all the nodes, he damaged me and undermined my power. My life's work, which was almost complete, has to be redone by the most monumental labour, and I can no longer do it alone." "What great work," said Colm, but the claw nails pricked into his throat again and he broke off. 5 blood beads oozed down his neck. "Never question the master," the Whelm grated. "Enough, Gliss," said the Numinator, and he returned to the top of the steps at once, though his eyes were staring fixedly at Colm's throat, and he was trembling. "He wants to kill Colm," Maelys thought. "The Whelm are fanatically loyal, and they can't bear any threat to their master nor any insult. The quickest way to eliminate the threat is to kill, so they'll kill any of us without compunction." The thought was chilling, for it made them far more difficult to deal with than the God Emperor's soldiers. Nothing would sway the Whelm, not mercy, kindness, forgiveness, empathy. "How long?" said Maelys despairingly. They'd come all this way, wasted all this time for nothing. Her family was in terrible danger now, for Nish was unpredictable and might destroy them at any moment. She had to find the tears antithesis. She just had to. "Why, as long as you all shall live," the Numinator said, with another chilling smile. The pain swelled into a shrieking knot, as if the Whelm had torn open Maelys's chest and clenched its sharpened nails into her heart. "No!" she gasped. "You can't! I've got to—" "You're trapped, girl. You can't do anything. Take them down, Gliss, and put them back to work." The Numinator returned to her table and began to study her ledgers, as if they were no longer there. "But if you're powerless—" began Maelys. The Whelm's right hand thudded onto her shoulder. "Never think that I am powerless, girl," said the Numinator without looking up. "I am diminished, certainly, but my arts suffice to maintain my realm and control everything and everyone in it." The Whelm's metal-hard fingers turned her towards the top of the 1,000 steps. Colm followed. "I have a gift for you, Numinator," said Flydd. "Something you may never have seen before. A gift of power." The Numinator looked up sharply. "There are few forms of power that I'm not aware of." Flydd drew the white crystal phial from his pocket and held it up. The red and black flame still flickered there, ominous in the dim light. "I trapped this from the cursed flame that still burns beneath the ancient Charon obelisk on Mistmurk Mountain." The Numinator sat stiffly, staring at the phial. "I have been there," I read the glyphs on the obelisk and understood their true meaning. I have seen the cursed flame too, but it does not have the power to help me now. Flydd stood there, swaying back and forth on the balls of his feet, then transferred the phial to his left hand and slipped the right into his pocket. The Numinator smiled thinly. I won't leave it for you to work some minor havoc with. Gliss! Gliss came forwards, and Flydd, with a show of reluctance, handed him the phial. When Gliss had returned to the top of the steps, Flydd said, But did you know that the cursed flame is fed from a deeper source? The abyssal flame? He raised the stone bottle. One that is far greater and more perilous. I have also seen the abyssal flame, said the Numinator. The gift is no use to me. She gestured to Gliss, who took the stone bottle as well. Take them down. I will lead them below at once, master, said the whelm. Flydd held up his left hand and put his right hand in his pocket again. Ah, but have you seen this? It is the ultimate unknown power, so unlike any other force on Xanthanar that I cannot understand where it came from. He withdrew a cloth-wrapped package and held up the oval ice flask, containing the trapped, pure white, freezing chthonic flame. What is that? The Numinator said sharply. It came from a crystal chest hidden below the source of the abyssal flame, at the very base of a shaft bored deep into the rock below Mistmurk Mountain. That seems like a prodigious effort for such a little thing, said the Numinator, though she seemed wary. I sense no great power in it. As I said, the chthonic flame is a power like no other on Xanthanar. Chthonic flame? She shot upright. And it was hidden? By whom? Maelys wondered if he was going to mention the woman in red, but Flydd merely shrugged. Bring it here. Flydd went forwards with the flask. The whelm followed at his heels, hands stretched towards Flydd's throat, until the Numinator rapped, He cannot harm me, Gliss. Flydd, place it on the table. Gliss returned to his position, his jerky movements more exaggerated than before, and staring shard-like at Flydd all the while. If he got the chance, he would eliminate the threat to his master permanently. Flydd placed the flask on her table and stepped back. What else do you know about the flame? Her frosty eyes were fixed on him now, as if daring him to try and conceal anything from her. Nothing. I wasn't aware of its existence until just before we fled the mountain. I found it by the merest chance. She continued to stare at him for a minute or two, then gestured to Gliss. Put them back to work. Late that night, Gliss heaved open the ice door of their cell and crooked a finger at Maelys. Come. Me? Her voice went squeaky. What for? No questions. Come. She went. She couldn't escape the Numinator and her 700 whelm, and even if by some miracle she did get out of the ice tower, without shelter she would freeze to death within a day. Where are you taking me? Gliss did not reply, but it became clear once he began hauling her up the 1,000 steps. He was taking her back to the Numinator, and it could not be for any good reason. The scrutators had flayed the flesh off Flydd's bones because he had dared inquire about the Numinator, and Maelys's crime was of a higher order. She was not strong enough to endure a flaying. Her legs started to shake, and soon her knees were wobbling so violently that she could barely stand up. She fell down, but Gliss kept dragging her, unheeding, and her kneecap struck the edge of a tread so painfully that she cried out. The whelm did not stop, and she forced herself to her feet again. The Numinator had Flydd's measure. He could do nothing here, and neither could Colm, so it was up to her again. That was the only advantage of being little and young. People underestimated her. Maybe the Numinator would too. If an opportunity came, she had to be ready to seize it. They finally reached the Numinator's steeple-topped eyrie, and she gestured at Gliss, dismissing him. He glowered at Maelys, but left. He did not take her seriously as a threat. Good so far. Come here, girl. The Numinator was sitting bolt upright by the fire, in a chair formed from ice and covered in the white pelt of a large hunting cat. Her feet were placed on the floor, perfectly aligned. Her long-fingered hands rested on the arms of the chair. She reminded Maelys of Mistress Hattin, the ferocious tutor in the schoolroom at Clan Niflheim in the days before the war ended. She had been equally organised and controlled. No one had ever got away with anything while Hattin was in charge. Maelys, realising that she was creeping like a mousy child, straightened her back, forcing herself to meet the Numinator's eye. The Numinator gave the faintest derisive twitch of the lips, as if to say, You think you can stand up to me? How did you come here, girl? She did not want to answer that. My name isn't girl, it's Maelys Niflheim. I know your name and your clan. Every name on Santhonar is in my bloodline registers. Stud books is what I would call them. And you are a vulgar little trollop. The Numinator was trying to provoke her, which meant that she wanted something. Perhaps they could bargain. Who are you? She said, because she couldn't think of anything else to say and couldn't bear to be stared at in that unnerving silence. I am the Numinator and I hold your fate in my hands. Why state the obvious? The Numinator must have some weakness, some very great need, and Maelys had to find out what it was. How came you here? The Numinator repeated. You did not walk all the way from the south, neither did you fly in an air floater. Surely she knew about the portal. And if she did not, why not ask Flydd? Because Maelys was more likely to give something away? I didn't really understand it, said Maelys. Liar! It was a portal, wasn't it? How could she deny it? The Numinator must be able to see everything from up here. Yes, said Maelys. Then it occurred to her that Flydd might have wanted it kept secret. Portals were extremely difficult to make. The Numinator sat up even straighter. And Flydd created it? How, precisely? I don't know anything about Mansory, but you know what he did. You saw him make it. Speak. The Numinator leaned forwards, fixing her frosty eyes on Maelys and rubbing a ring on the middle finger of her right hand, and Maelys felt so overpowered, so flustered that she spoke without thinking. Only the second time? The second time? Are you telling me that Flydd twice made a portal? It was impossible to resist her. Maelys simply did not have the will. The Numinator must have bewitched her in some way. 3 times, she whispered. Once when we escaped from Mistmurk Mountain, and then... She dared not mention the Nightland, for that would lead to Ember. And then to get to Plog? The Numinator held up a slender, veined hand. Plog is a village in Eliodore, and that is a land I know well. Why did you go to Plog? It was close to a hidden valley. Maelys trailed off, for the Numinator wore an enigmatic smile. I checked my registers last night. Your companion, Colm, was heir to a small, impoverished estate in Banador called Gothrime, and feels he was robbed of it. His heritage, the entirety of it, is recorded in the histories and even mentioned in the 23rd Great Tale, the Tale of the Mirror. You were going to Dunnet, were you not, to find the treasure left in a cave there long ago, concealed by a perpetual illusion? Yes, Maelys said faintly. If the Numinator knew everything that had ever happened on Santhonar, how could Maelys possibly take her on? But she had to. Never give up, she told herself. Never, never, never. And did Colm find his heritage? Said the Numinator. Maelys was on very dangerous ground. She dared not mention the mime mule that Flydd had vanished, else the Numinator would take it. The mime mule, whatever it was her only hope of escape from Noom. The illusion had been broken, the treasure was gone, there was just a wooden box full of dirt and an empty pouch. It was the hardest lie she had ever told, even more difficult than lying to the God Emperor about being pregnant with Nish's child. She forced herself to meet the Numinator's gaze, but lightly. The Numinator frowned. But Philemore was the greatest illusionist of the age. How could any Mancer break her illusion? I know nothing about such things. Maelys was standing as rigidly as the Numinator, her fingers curled like butcher's hooks. Relax, you'll give yourself away. Her fingers did not want to relax. The Numinator tapped her nails on the icy arm of her chair. The treasure is irrelevant, but 3 portals, one after another. How could any common Mancer do that? Maelys remembered Flydd questioning where his ability or his knowledge to make portals had come from. Dare she ask? It seemed overly bold, but she had to be, else she must fail. What are you saying, Numinator? The Numinator was staring into the flames, rubbing her right forefinger against her thumb. Making portals is one of the greatest and most difficult of all the secret arts, so difficult that over the course of the histories, hundreds of years have often gone by without any successful portals being made. To make a single portal is exhausting and cripplingly so for all but the greatest Mancers. So how could Flydd do it, even with the aid of the woman in red? Xervish Flydd was never a truly great Mancer, the Numinator went on. His genius lay in other areas, leadership and strategy. I would have thought a portal beyond him, even at his peak. But 3 portals, one after another, and soon after taking renewal, beggars comprehension. Unless, she looked up into Maelys's eyes, you pressured him. Were you there while he used the renewal spell? He required me to watch. Maelys did not want to be reminded of that horror again. He wanted me to know what I'd done to him. Tell me about it. Omit not the least detail. Maelys did so, and when she'd finished, the Numinator sat back, frowning. Is that all? Have you taken renewal, said Maelys. I have no need of it, the Numinator said loftily. Therefore she wasn't old human. So who was she? Did anything unusual happen to him? I wouldn't know. I'd never heard of renewal before. You're withholding something, said the Numinator. Keep nothing back, or else. During renewal, said Maelys, Flydd saw a woman dressed in red. He thought he was her at one stage, or that she was him, but he later realized that was just a hallucination. He saw her afterwards too, when he was hunted through Mistmurk Mountain. She taught him about portals. That's how we escaped. A woman in red? The Numinator looked at Maelys sharply. It still does not add up. One Mancer can't simply tell another how to make a portal. There is a craft to it, and it requires long practice. Tell me how the first portal was made and where it was intended to go. Maelys felt that every word was a minor betrayal. She wanted to defy the Numinator, but her will to resist was being overpowered by some mighty spell or art. She told the Numinator about Flydd's original plan to escape via the Shadow Realm, how it had been frustrated by the destruction of the fifth crystal, and all that followed. I do not know this Shadow Realm, said the Numinator, frowning. At least not by that name. How did he make the first portal? I can't say, said Maelys. We were separated for ages. I only reached him as it was opening. I think it had something to do with the chthonic flame. And then the portal took you to the Shadow Realm. Tell me about it? Maelys didn't know what to say, and the Numinator seized on her hesitation. Don't even think about lying to me, Maelys Niflheim. Maelys, thinking of the lie she'd already told, felt a flush moving up her cheeks. What if the Numinator could tell? She dared not risk another lie. Ember's life was at stake. We did not go to the Shadow Realm. We ended up in the Night Land. The Numinator's right hand clenched so tightly on the arm of her ice chair that steam rose from it. Then, with a little crack, it crumbled into chunks. The fire died down to the faintest flicker in its bowl, just enough to illuminate her right cheek. A shower of droplets fell from the point of the steeple, high above. One splashed on the top of Maelys's head, and it burned like ice. There is no Nightland, said the Numinator. It collapsed to nothing as its one prisoner, Rulka, escaped for the last time. How do you know it was not the Shadow Realm? Flydd said it was the Nightland. There were all sorts of virtual devices in it, including Rulka's original pattern for his construct. That's how Flydd made his second portal. He powered the virtual construct with the chthonic flame you took from him. The Numinator drew in a sharp breath and held it for a long time. Bringing the fire to life with a hand gesture, she pulled her chair close to it, then closer still, rubbing her hands together. Her fingers had gone blue. She hunched over the flame, trembling. It makes no sense, she said at last. When Rulka escaped the second time, the Nightland was collapsing to a singularity, for the power that had held it together was exhausted. How can it still exist 220 years later? Flydd asked that very question, said Maelys. He said it would take an immense amount of power to maintain such a huge place, and why would anyone go to all that effort for nothing? Thinking of Ember, she felt her cheeks grow warm again and struggled valiantly to control herself. Not for nothing. A huge place, said the Numinator. The Great Tale says that it was tiny by the time Rulka escaped and shrinking towards nothingness. Flydd thought it had rebounded, Maelys ventured. No, the Numinator exclaimed. Such things do not happen by themselves. If the Nightland still exists, it's because someone has made it so. The God Emperor? Is it his ultimate prison? She mused. Or the best hiding place of all, his perfect refuge in times of danger? No, I don't think so. I don't believe he even knows of its existence. So why is it there? Don't react, Maelys told herself, thinking of Ember. He was in danger from his mother's enemy, and she had to protect him. The Numinator rose from her chair and glided towards Maelys. She was within reach before Maelys realized what was happening. She turned to run. Stop! Maelys froze, unable to defy the Numinator. You know something? Speak. Maelys shook her head and tried to back away. She wasn't game to speak, for she knew her voice would betray her. Her feet wouldn't move, and she leaned so far backwards that she overbalanced and hit the ice. The Numinator crouched beside her, her stern, sad face just an ell away. Speak, girl. What else did you find in the Nightland? What is it for? Maelys had to remain silent. She'd promised Ember that she would keep his secret, but she could not hold out against the Numinator's overwhelming power. Ember, she gasped, rolling her R's just as he had on that perfect day when they had met. The Numinator reared backwards onto her heels. But that is a man's name. Speak,
girl, tell me everything." "I met a young man called Ember," said Maelys. "He was tall and handsome." The Numinator was frowning at her again. "What's the matter? Why is he there? Who holds him prisoner?" "He's not a prisoner," said Maelys. "He was born there." "Born there?" The Numinator was so shocked that momentarily she lost control, her mouth opening and closing like a stranded fish. "That's what he said. Because he was born in the Nightland, he can never escape, at least unless a woman takes his place. That's what his mother told him." "Ah!" The Numinator's eyes glittered. "And who was his mother?" "He didn't say," said Maelys, really afraid now. The Numinator knew something, and it was not to Ember's advantage. "He said that she left him there but could never come back." A fire was burning in the Numinator's eyes now. "When was this?" "Ember didn't say. A long time ago." "What about his father?" "He didn't mention him." "I wonder," said the Numinator. "No, it's not possible after all this time." She raised her voice. "Gliz?" The whelm's sandals clapped up the steps. "Master." "Take her down again, then ensure I am not disturbed under any circumstances. I have much to do, and little time in which to do it." 35. Maelys was so worried about Ember that it took her ages to get to sleep, but when she did, she began to dream about him at once. It was a powerful, sensual dream where he had taken her by the hand and was leading her up a winding path towards a pretty glade. "Maelys, wake up!" It was Colm's voice. She clutched her furs about her, yearning to go back to the dream, but it was gone. "Yes," she said irritably. It was still pitch dark. "Flydd has found a way out. Hurry!" She felt for her fur-lined boots and dragged them on. In the cold, the leather had gone as stiff as wood. "How?" "Just come," he hissed. It didn't seem possible, but Maelys asked no more questions. Her mind was already full of them. Could the Numinator be the enemy of Ember's mother? When she had heard about him, her eyes had blazed. Maelys recalled a series of crackling shrieks in the night. At first, she'd thought that someone was being tortured, but had come to realize that the sounds had been mechanical in origin, like monstrous slabs of ice being torn apart and put back together again. The Numinator was making something up in her eyrie. She picked up her pack and felt for the door. "Where are you, Colm?" "Here," he said from behind her. "How did you get in?" "Flydd made a hole in the wall." She felt about and found a smoothly scalloped opening in the ice, leading into the next cell. Ow! The ice had burned her, but with a stinging, freezing fire which had blistered her fingertips. Looking down at the hole in the wall, she noted a faint white flicker there. Flydd had brought 2 flasks of chthonic fire to Noom, but had only given 1 to the Numinator. He must have used the other, and the white fire was eating away the ice. Maelys raised her stinging fingertips to her mouth, but thought better of it and wiped them on the wall instead. A lick of flame began to eat at that ice too, though it soon went out. "Maelys," said Flydd urgently. She scrambled through the hole, careful not to touch the sides, and into Flydd's cell. It was identical to hers, though faintly illuminated by a patch of white flame spreading outwards from a hole in the far wall into Colm's cell. Maelys looked askance at the fire. It did not feel right or safe. "I think she was telling the truth," said Flydd. "I don't believe she knows anything about the antithesis to the tears, and there's no point us being here." He was crouched in the darkness at the rear of the cell. Maelys could only see the curve of his back. "I'm wondering if the Numinator has spent so long brooding on her obsession with the bloodline registers that she's gone insane." Maelys didn't think she was insane at all, but felt too bruised by her interrogation last night to say so. "She won't harm us while we can do useful work," Flydd went on, "but she won't let us go either. We've got to escape now, while she's distracted." Another of those ice-tearing shrieks shivered down from above. "I'd like to know what she's up to." "She questioned me again last night," said Maelys. "She used some kind of spell on me. I couldn't hold out." "Her arts could make the very stones speak," Flydd said curtly. "What did you tell her?" "She seemed really interested in your power to make portals, one after another. She found it, incredible." "As do I." "I also mentioned the woman in red. The Numinator knew I was holding something back and forced me to tell her about the Nightland. She was shocked. She couldn't believe that it still existed, and said some great Mancer must be maintaining it." Maelys guiltily didn't mention Ember. She felt bad enough that she'd broken her promise and revealed his name to the Numinator. Another crackling shriek echoed down. "What is she doing?" mused Flydd, looking up. "She's using mighty amounts of power up there,
And my chthonic flame, I think.
He stood up. At the base of the wall, the ice twinkled with the white fire that was steadily eating through it.
I don't like that stuff, said Colm. It doesn't feel natural. It's not, said Flydd. And had we possessed any other weapon, I would have had nothing to do with chthonic fire either. This way. Where are we going? To find those workers we saw the other day. We've got to have help. We can't escape on our own.
Can't you make another portal? Said Colm.
Not without the virtual construct.
Where are the other prisoners held?
I don't know, said Flydd, though I don't suppose they'll be very far away.
There will be guards, said Maelys.
Whelm!
She was really afraid of the Whelm, afraid of their obsessive loyalty, even more afraid of their inhumanity.
700 of them, the Numinator said,
Flydd mused.
And Whelm see better in the dark than we do. They're relentless in pursuit, but slow and awkward in a fight.
Plus they're armed, said Colm.
We're not.
Their weapons had been taken before they had been put to work on the bloodline registers.
Let's see what I can do about that.
Flydd swiftly drew 3 elongated outlines on the wall with the lip of his pyramid-shaped flask. He stood back while the flickering white fire ate into the ice, then kicked through in the middle, and the lengths of ice fell into Colm's cell. Flydd picked one up in a cloth-covered hand and wiped it. The flames faded, and he was left with a rude club, as hard as stone. He handed it to Colm, wiped down the second, smaller club and gave it to Maelys, and took the last for himself.
A crude weapon, but robust.
A knife would be better, said Colm.
One sideways blow and the blade would snap. Our cudgels will cave in a dozen Whelm skulls before they break.
Maelys let out an involuntary cry. She did not like to be reminded about how brutal combat was.
If you take up a weapon, you must be prepared to use it, said Flydd, and face up to what you've done to another human being with it, good or evil.
I know, she said faintly. It's just, I was gently brought up.
Not so gently that you didn't see animals butchered for food or wild beasts killed when they threatened the herds or the children. The Whelm won't be gentle if they catch us, and treating them gently will reveal a weakness that they will exploit ruthlessly.
Maelys swallowed, pulled down the sleeve of her coat to protect her hand, and grasped the ice cudgel, following them into the next cell. Shortly they were out in the corridor. It was lighter here, for the rays of a half-moon came dimly through the right-hand wall.
This way, I think,
said Flydd, turning left. Colm followed close behind, then Maelys taking little notice of their surroundings, which in this gloom looked ever the same. From high above she kept hearing the shrill crackle of tearing ice, and felt sure the Numinator was constructing a portal to the Nightland. If she was, it could only be because of Ember. He was in danger from his mother's enemy, and who could that be but the Numinator? Was she planning to kill him? And if she was, it was all Maelys's fault. She froze in the middle of the corridor, staring upwards. Flydd's last gate hadn't taken long at all, and maybe, powered with chthonic fire, the Numinator's portal would be just as quick. She took a couple of steps back the other way, trying to hear, but the tower was silent now. What if the portal was finished? What if the Numinator was already going through it? Ember! She'd only met him for a few minutes, but felt she'd known him always. He'd spent his life all alone, yet his only concern had been for her. She couldn't bear to think of the Numinator harming him. She would have to tell Flydd. Maelys could only imagine his fury when she revealed that she'd deceived him so terribly, but it must be done. She turned down the corridor, rounded the corner, and stopped. Halls ran in 3 directions, and she could not tell which way Flydd and Colm had gone. "Xervish?" she said softly, afraid of alerting the Whelm. There was no reply. In the distance, she heard the unmistakable clap of a wooden sandal against the floor, though she wasn't sure which hall it had come from. Maelys hesitated. She had 1 chance in 3 of finding Flydd now, less if the hall she took branched again, and she had at least 1 chance in 3 of blundering into a Whelm. The odds were against her. It's a sign, she thought. I meant to go the other way. But she hesitated, more afraid of the Numinator than she had been of Nish. Ever since childhood, Maelys had been intimidated by powerful, dominating women. "Courage, Maelys!" It was as if old Tulatine was speaking to her, and Maelys had never known her to be afraid of anyone. Drawing the taphloid from between her breasts, she squeezed it in her fist and cried silently, "Tulatine, give me strength." It helped a little. She had to take on the Numinator, for Ember's sake, and she'd better hurry. Testing the weight of the club, she turned and headed towards the 1,000 steps, following the path Gliss had used last time. She reached the stair without encountering anyone and began to climb, not thinking about what she was going to do once she reached the top. She couldn't plan that far ahead. Halfway up, as Maelys stopped for a breather, The sound of tearing ice echoed down the stairs. Was the Numinator nearly done? Ready to go through? Clap, clap. It was a whelm on the steps below her and coming up rapidly. "Master!" called a woman's voice, higher than Gliss's and less gurgling. "Master, there's someone on the steps." The wooden sandals clapped once more, not so heavily. Then Maelys heard a faint, swift padding. The whelm was coming after her, barefoot. Maelys began to run but could not keep it up. 1,000 steps was a mighty climb, and she'd already done it twice in the past day. Her legs hurt, right into the bones. She looked down, but there wasn't enough light to see anything below her. She had to climb faster. The whelm was slow, Flydd had said. We can outrun them, but they were also iron hard and could keep going forever. She couldn't tell how far there was to go, perhaps 400 steps. She'd never make it. Maelys pressed on, step after exhausting step. The ice cudgel grew heavier every second, and its cold was burning through her sleeve. She didn't think she could hold it much longer. She swapped it into her other hand, used it as a cane for a moment, and continued. As she reached the next landing, a triangle of glassy ice between two steep flights, Maelys caught sight of something moving below her, just a fleeting change to the pattern of dull light and pitch darkness. The whelm was less than 50 steps below, and gaining. She wasn't that slow. Maelys's throat was raw from gasping the dry, frigid air, but she had to press on. She might be Ember's only hope. Soon she realized that there was no chance of beating the whelm to the top. She would have to attack before the woman leapt on her from behind. But how? The 1,000 steps was composed of one steep flight after another, running up a 5-sided stairwell. But there was no central column to hide behind, neither had she noticed any doorways through which to strike from darkness. The upper part of the Tower of 1,000 Steps seemed empty, as if it had been built for one purpose only, to raise the Numinator's eyrie as far as possible from the bleak landscape of the Isle of Noom and the grim museum and necropolis in the basement of the inner tower. It was lighter up here, and as she climbed the next flight, the moon broke through again, shining brightly through a small patch of clear ice, right into her eyes. Momentarily, Maelys couldn't see clearly, and knew she would find no better place for an ambush. She went up a few more steps, crouched low, transferred the club to her right hand, and tried to prepare her sore muscles for action. She would only have one chance. If the whelm got her nails into Maelys, she would not get away, and even up 2 steps she would have little advantage in height. She would have to strike hard, fast and true, and pray that her first blow was a disabling one. The whelm's feet were slapping against the ice, and she was panting. The tension in Maelys's stomach was painful now, and as if the whelm had detected her anxiety, her footfall slowed. Maelys peered over the step, but couldn't see her. She must be waiting in the darkness lower down. Maelys let go of the club handle and rubbed her freezing fingers against her coat sleeve. Gripping it again, she tried to calm her racing heart. The moon was drifting in and out of the clouds, the light flaring and fading. The whelm had stopped panting. Maelys couldn't hear her at all. She couldn't hear anything from above either, which might mean that the Numinator had completed her portal and was on her way to the Nightland. To kill Ember? Maelys wanted to shriek, just to break the tension. Slap, slap. The whelm was coming on. Maelys could see her now, rounding the lower angle, plodding up with that awkward gait. She stopped one flight below, and in a shaft of moonlight, Maelys saw that she was not much older than herself, though thin and bony like all the whelm. Her short dark hair was cut straight across at the back of her head, and she had huge black eyes. It made a difference. Maelys wasn't sure she could attack a young woman. She clung desperately to the ice club, feeling the sweat freezing on the palms of her hands and her heart racketing under her breastbone. The whelm moved up. She was almost to the point when the moonlight would shine in her eyes. One more step, Maelys thought. The whelm was looking up and hadn't seen her, flattened in the pool of shadow on the step. She took another step, but as Maelys sprang to her feet, the light faded as the moon passed behind a cloud. The whelm saw her and lunged. Maelys, taken by surprise, swung the club, but she was off balance and had moved too late. The whelm caught her arm, tore the club out of her hand and sent it flying down the steps. Before Maelys knew what was happening, her right arm had been twisted up behind her back. The whelm's free arm came around her neck, and she was caught in an unbreakable headlock. In the depths below them, a tocsin sounded, low and mournful. "Master," called the whelm anxiously. "It is I, Sitcha." "I said no interruptions," the Numinator's voice came faintly from above. "Master, the prisoners have escaped. I caught the girl on your steps. She was armed." After a brief pause, the Numinator, sounding rather strained, said, "Bring her up." Master, at once! Colm! Sitchar drew a deep breath, as if distressed, then said, At once, master? She smelled of fish oil and onions too, though not as strongly as Gliss and the other males. Maelys was forced upwards, Sitchar holding her so tightly that Maelys's feet barely touched the treads. They reached the last flight before the top. It was much lighter here, for a pulsing glow extended down from the Numinator's fire, and the steps were littered with shattered pieces of ice, fallen from above and frozen to the treads. Several threads of chthonic flame trickled down the riser of the top step, eating into it. Maelys's skin crawled. Sitchar forced her up another step, then sprang sideways, stifling a gasp and looking down at her left foot. She had gashed it deeply on a shard of ice. Blood was pouring from her sole to stain the step. She hobbled up another step, then another, but it proved impossible to avoid the iron-hard, brittle shards, and soon every footstep left a bloody print. Maelys had to admire Sitchar's determination. No pain, no injury could prevent her from doing her duty to her master. Or could it? Maelys allowed her weight to fall to the left, forcing the whelm to move that way. Sitchar winced as her foot came down on another shard, then began to pick a path up further to the left, heading towards the faint white flicker of chthonic flame. Maelys kept leaning that way, hoping Sitchar hadn't noticed the flame, which wasn't very bright. They were just 5 steps below the Numinator's eyrie now. Sitchar gasping with every step. The soles of her feet must have been gashed to the bone. 3 steps, and Maelys could see into the eyrie, which had been completely rebuilt. The upper third of the ice steeple was gone, as were the books and the table. Wind whistling across the open top of the steeple caused a sobbing reverberation of the air. It was as cold as outside, and tiny ice crystals were drifting down, winking in the light of the fire, which now blazed in a broad metal dish in the centre of the eyrie. The fire was different too. The chthonic flame had been emptied from its ice flask, and, well-fed and unconstrained, burned 2 spans high. It was surrounded by 5 miniature ice steeples, 4 spans high at the left-hand end and 6 at the right, supporting a sloping slab of ice like a roof over the white flame. Maelys couldn't see the Numinator until she moved behind it. She wore grey-green pants, an ice-grey blouse, and a stiletto made from ice was strapped to her right thigh. The hollow core of the blade was a brilliant, poisonous yellow. Maelys's gut tightened. So the Numinator did intend to kill Ember. Her arms were upraised, her hands placed together in a steeple that mimicked the way her tower top had been, and her fingers glistened with chthonic fire, though it didn't appear to be burning her. "Guard her until I get back," she said, without looking at Sitchar. The Numinator drew her hands out and down, as though pulling a bubble over herself all the way to her feet. Now glistening with white chthonic fire, she went backwards 6 steps, took a running dive through the flame, and vanished. "Master!" cried Sitchar, pushing Maelys up the steps. Her shredded foot came down on the chthonic fire threaded across the top step. She shrieked in agony, and her grip relaxed momentarily. Maelys tore free, thrust her down the steps, and raced towards the ice steeples. There was no time to think. Ember was in mortal danger, and she had to help him, but she didn't know how the Numinator had made the portal to the Nightland, or even if it could be used again. But surely she would have left it open so she could return. Maelys raced between the 2nd and 3rd steeples, under the sloping slab of ice, and felt a slight shock and a tingling all over, as if she were no longer in the normal world. She was within the portal, but where was the opening to the Nightland? Should she dive through the flame as the Numinator had? Surely there had to be more to it than that. The pyramidal ice flask was sitting on the floor, with the stopper beside it and a tiny drift of fire rising up from it, and the Numinator's hands had been shimmering with chthonic flame, as if she'd rubbed it over herself. Maelys wasn't sure she dared. The Numinator might have protected herself with all manner of spells before she used the fire. A groan came from behind her, and her head whipped around. Sitchar was staggering up the last steps, lacerated across her chest and legs from where she'd fallen down the shard-covered steps, but nothing save death could prevent her from doing her duty. There was no time to think. Maelys had to act now. Upending the ice flask, she poured its contents, about 5 drops, into the middle of her palm. It burned hot and cold at the same time, not just on her skin but beneath it, as if it had penetrated all the way to her bones. She ran 3 steps to where the Numinator had stood, rubbing the chthonic fire over her fingers and hands until they burned and shimmered. Then raised her arms, steepled her hands as the Numinator had, held them there for a moment, and drew them down to the floor, all the way to her feet. To her surprise, it worked, and a glittering bubble enveloped her. She went backwards to the point where the Numinator had stood, staring at the chthonic fire in the metal bowl. If this failed, she would die. If Sitcha got there first, she might also die, for Sitcha had failed her master and it was Maelys's fault. Taking a deep breath, she ran and dived through the chthonic fire. It seared all the way along her body, even to the soles of her feet in their boots. Then the Tower of 1,000 Steps and the whole world vanished. 36. Nish was tearing out his thinning hair. He had talked himself hoarse trying to convince the mayors of Gendragore to raise a militia, but they would not listen. "A dozen armies have broken on the spine," Barkeen kept saying, complacently quaffing his beer, "and the God Emperor's forces will meet the same fate." Nish could see the catastrophe approaching like a tsunami, but what more could he do? No outsider, not even the Deliverer, could raise an army in Gendragore without the support of the mayors. Tulatine maintained her watch from the cliffs, listening to the birds, bats and dolphins, and reporting on the progress of Jal Nish's forces, though it was not until they had begun to gather in Taranta that she drew Barkeen aside. He listened, looking ever more grave, then set down his beer unfinished and shouted for the fastest runners in the town. Scribes set down his message on a dozen tally sticks, and each runner set out in a different direction to carry the call to arms to the rest of the province, though it would take days for them to reach the provincial boundaries and pass the message to the other 2 provinces. Before any runners had returned, however, all Gendragore knew of the threat, for red-sailed ships could be seen out to sea, well clear of the menacing rocks and treacherous currents, watching the coast day and night. "What are they doing?" said Hoshi, an apprentice potter. He was one of the few young men from Nish's little militia who had shown any appetite for training, and Nish was grooming him for leadership. He took every opportunity to teach Hoshi the art of war, though with limited success. He simply went straight for his opponent and whacked as hard as he could. A cheerfully unsubtle youth, he had no head for either strategy or tactics. They were perched at the cliff edge by the fishers' tripods, watching the enemy. Nish was peering through Barkeen's battered brass spyglass, the only one in all Gendragore. He rubbed his eye with his scarred hand, winced, and slid the brass tubes further apart to focus better. "Spying on us. See them there up in the basket at the top of the mainmast?" He handed the spyglass to Hoshi. He trained it on the figures at the top of the mast and swung it towards the stern. "What's that at the back?" "Where?" Nish shaded his eyes and squinted. Something dull black and leathery crouched there, though he could not make out what it was. "It's not a flappiter." He held out his hand, and Hoshi put the spyglass in it. Nish focused, looked away, then focused again. "I've never seen anything like it. It looks like a bat, though no bat grows 1/10 that size. Could it be a gigantic bladder bat?" The creature suddenly pulled its wings, which were very bat-like, right in and wrapped them about itself until it resembled a black ball the size of a beer barrel, though it did not look like a bladder bat. "They're lifting it onto something. It's hard to make out in the shadow of the sails. Looks like a javelard." "What's a javelard?" said Hoshi, picking yellow potting clay out from under his fingernails. He turned to smile at G, a sturdy, dark-haired young woman with a round, cheerful face. She had also trained hard these past days and had the blisters to prove it. She strode up, swinging a long ivory wood staff which the town blacksmith had shod with brass at either end. She was a better tactician than Hoshi, though her gentle disposition made her a lesser soldier. She held back when she should have gone for the jugular. "A javelard is like a catapult for throwing heavy spears," said Nish. The javelard snapped, and the black beast was propelled hundreds of spans into the air, looping up then down like a cannonball and flying directly at them. "Look out!" cried G. Nish scrambled to his feet and threw himself backwards as the ball beast approached at frightening speed. When it was just a few spans away, its wings unfurled and swung back like an arrowhead. A jet of brown vapour exploded from its posterior, propelling it at them like a rocket. It had a feline head with long, vampiric teeth, and it went straight for Nish. He tried to weave out of the way, stumbled, and it would have got him had not G, after a momentary hesitation, cracked it over the side of the head with her staff. It made a high-pitched, chittering sound, rotated in its own length, and red, bulb-like eyes extended an L out of its head. Both eyes were fixed on Nish, who had the unnerving feeling that it knew who he was, or was remembering his image. to be shown to the nearest Wisp Watcher as soon as it returned to the ship. That could not be allowed. His father must not learn that Nish was hiding here. He would definitely make war on Gendragore then. Kill it, quick! He had left Vivimord's sabre back in his tent. Nish snatched a knife from his hip sheath and slashed at the creature, which blasted again and shot up out of reach. G ran underneath and tried to whack it out of the air. It spat a green gob at her, just missing her face and making the grass sizzle where it landed. Hoshi hurled his spear at it, but it slipped sideways, the spear shot past its shoulder, out over the cliff, and was lost. The creature rose higher, rocking on its spans-long bat wings. Nish scanned the ground for something to throw at it. There were no rocks, the cliff edge was solid stone. The creature gave him a knowing look, then its rear parts began to swell. Once they went off, it would jet beyond reach. G was staring at the sizzling patch on the blackened grass, shuddering. She hadn't seen combat before, and had no idea what to do. Nish had seen more than he cared to remember. Running 3 steps, he snatched the staff out of her hand and sent it spinning up towards the beast's leathery right wing, too large a target to miss. The brass cap punched straight through the soft leather of its wing membrane, and the spinning staff shattered the gracile bones. The creature dropped sharply and couldn't recover. It spun down, just missing the cliff and the fisherwomen's basket directly below it, and smacked into the water beside the defunct whirlpool. It floated there on its spread wings, struggling to move, until a dark shape came up underneath it, and without ever breaking the surface, pulled it down. The ship unfurled its red sails and turned away. "Well done, Deliverer," said G, retrieving her staff and wiping it on the grass. "Sorry, I should have thought of that." "Nish," he said absently. "Call me Nish." No one said sir in Gendragore. His eyes followed the ship until it disappeared in the haze, and he could not help thinking that the beast had already reported his presence here. The runners returned, along with local volunteers and promises of more, a total of 1,500 men from the 3 provinces of Gendragore. From what Nish knew of the spine and the crude mud maps he had seen, he was cautiously optimistic that 1,500 would be enough, even if not all of them could reach Blisterbone Pass. If he could get most there in time and hold it for a week or two, the really wet season would isolate Gendragore for half a year, and in that time, anything could happen. The local militia, as yet barely 300 strong, was poorly armed and virtually untrained, but he had run out of time. They were to rendezvous in the foothills leading up to the spine, with 2 other small militia sent from the southern and eastern provinces, Gendry and Rigore, in 6 days. The weather was perfect for marching, overcast and relatively mild, but they made slow progress. For Nish's troops took neither the threat, the march, nor his training seriously. Every village broached barrels of beer, mead, or fruit wine in their honour, and the revelry went on until late in the night. It proved impossible to rouse them early each morning, and even old Chulatine, who set out not long after dawn, was waiting in the next camp before the limping, sore-headed militia reached it. His only consolation was that the numbers swelled daily, and he would have his full complement of 500 by the time they reached the rendezvous point, Wiley's clearing. On the 5th afternoon of their march, Nish had just given orders for the setting up of the camp when a young man burst from the forest above them, looking around wildly. His breath came in ragged gasps, and he was so thickly coated in mud that he might have been dragged through a buffalo wallow. He looked frantically back and forth, gasping and trying to speak, until someone pointed him in Nish's direction. Nish started to run to him, but stopped, and holding himself upright like the experienced and unflappable captain he must appear to be, strode across. "I'm Krill Nish Halar, called Nish," he said. "Captain of the militia. Do you have a message for me, lad?"
"Name's Echo. Been on watch. Look out. Blisterbone, Barkeen."
Echo folded over, so exhausted that he was slurring his words. G crouched beside him, listening to the gibberish.
"He says, Barkeen sent a carrier dove to his village, Nilvi, 2 weeks ago, ordering the watch since Nilvi is closest of all to the pass."
So Barkeen had taken Nish's warnings seriously after all, at least seriously enough to keep a lookout for the enemy. "What did you see?" said Nish, as more people ran across, until they were surrounded by most of the militia.
"Watch fire on Titan's Peak 3 days ago,"
gasped Echo.
"Then on Currency Crag, the alarm. War!"
He bent double again and brought up a dribble of green vomit.
War is coming to Gendragore.
Echo shuddered and stood up. He was extremely thin, covered in bruises, and his skin was loose, as if he'd lost a lot of weight in a short time. His eyes were deeply sunken, his nostrils crusted, and every bit of skin was lumpy with insect bites. Nish had been expecting such news, but the desperation in the young man's eyes shook him. "We thought as much, lad. We're prepared." Echo looked around at the staring youths, then brought up more muck.
"The God Emperor's troops are as numberless as the leaves of the forest. Where is our army?"
Chills radiated out from the middle of Nish's back. "This is it. Well, a third of it." Echo looked at the motley woodcutters and peasants armed with homemade bows, spears, axes, and a few rusty swords, then collapsed.
"All lost,"
he whispered.
"All lost."
Tulatine bent over the lad, then shook her head and called for a stretcher. "By the look of him, he was a well-built fellow when he left home. Now he'll be lucky to last the night. What happened to him? He's run all the way from the lookout at Blisterbone, the best part of 20 leagues, and he can't have stopped for 4 days, up mountain and down over some of the roughest country in the world. Then you better get this rabble into shape." "I will," Nish said grimly. "There'll be no drinking or wenching tonight." "See, you set a good example then." The militia were quiet now. Too quiet. "They need something to do," Nish said to G and Hoshi after Echo had been carried to the healer's tent. "We'll have target practice with bows and spears, but first I'm going to round up all the grog and tip it in the river and send the camp followers packing."
"I wouldn't do that, Nish,"
said Hoshi.
"Collect their grog, yes, and put a trusted guard on it, but if you throw it out—"
"They'll mutiny," said Nish, a dangerous glint in his eye. "During the war against the Lyrinx, the penalty for mutiny was death."
"They won't mutiny,"
said G, carefully cutting half an L from her black hair with a long knife.
"They'll just go home."
"Desertion in the face of the enemy is as bad as mutiny, and the penalty
is death,"
said G. "That's your answer for every problem, Nish." "It's not my answer," he snapped. "It's the way war has to be to defeat the enemy." "It's not our way," said Hoshi. "We don't glory in war the way you do. Gendragore is always taking care of our enemies." Nish gritted his teeth and reminded himself that he was a guest in this land, and the self-appointed captain of an army they'd never wanted to form. "Not even Gendragore can take care of my father. The whole world answers to his command, and whatever he wants, he gets. And he wants you most of all," said G quietly. "Perhaps you should give yourself up to your father, Nish, and we can all go home again. I did not order Vivimord put to death. Gendragore did." Nish knew it was a weak thing to say as soon as the words left his mouth. If he hadn't come to Gendragore, it wouldn't be threatened now. Gendragore has shown itself to be rebellious, and father will be out to crush it whether he gets me or not.
"What good will crushing us do him?"
said G, puzzled. To exercise power over the lives and deaths of others is father's greatest pleasure.
"That doesn't make sense."
"It's the way some powerful men are. Believe me, I've seen it too many times."
"I do believe you, and it still doesn't make any sense. Besides, Vivimord is dead. Your father can't know what happened to him."
"We never saw the body."
"He was eaten."
"With great wizards you always have to see the body," said Nish, repeating Tulatine's words. They made plenty of sense now. "And the maelstrom of justice and retribution disappeared, which seems a very bad omen to me."
"You don't know Gendragore, Nish," she said softly. "That's not how we read omens here."
"How would you read them?"
"The whirlpool is gone, but there's another whirlpool. Life goes on. Justice has been done, and your father cannot know what happened to his friend."
"Of course he can. The whole of Gendragore was talking about the execution weeks ago. And father has secret spies and watching devices everywhere on Laurelin, even here. He will know."
"Now you're frightening me,"
G said.
"I will gather up all the drink and guard it myself."
She turned away, young, afraid, and out of her depth, but determined to do her best. That's what Gendragorians were like, and he loved them for it. "Let's get the targets set up," said Nish to Hoshi. "We've still got an hour of daylight." Hoshi carved man-sized blazes into 6 trees on the edge of the clearing, then organised the men into lines to fire at them. The archers fired, and mostly hit their targets, which was to be expected, since many of them lived by hunting. The men and women using slings came forwards, took aim, and swung.
"Only 1 hit out of 18,
said Hoshi, inspecting the targets.
"Still, early days yet, Nish."
"They've got a full week to learn how to throw, so there's nothing to worry about."
"Very good,"
Hoshi said with a flash of white teeth. He'd missed the sarcasm.
"First rank of spearmen. Come forwards."
30 men and a few women ambled up, One was picking his teeth, another his nose, while a third was whistling so loudly that he could have been heard 100 paces into the forest. Another group were chattering among themselves as if they were going to a party. Nish felt like banging their heads on the targets. In the days of the war, the men under him had followed his orders without question, for everyone in Laurelin, from the smallest child up, had been used to the unrelenting discipline of the scrutators. How was he supposed to impose his authority on a people unused to discipline when he had no authority in this land? There had to be a way to get through to them, but he couldn't think of one. "Spearmen, throw your spears," said Hoshi. Only 5 spears hit their targets, and 2 spearheads shattered on impact. Nish frowned. "I wouldn't have thought the trees were that hard. Just as well the others missed, eh?" Yes," said Hoshi, giving him a puzzled glance. He did not know what was wrong. The second row of spearmen advanced to the line. Nish was heading for the targets to check the spears when Hoshi roared, "Stop, you fools!" Nish dropped flat as a flight of spears whistled overhead, all but 3 spraying to either side of the targets. Another spearhead shattered. He remained on the ground until a red-faced and abashed Hoshi had routed the spearmen. Then Nish directed them a furious glare and went to the targets. Hoshi came trotting after him, along with Forzel, a tall, handsome joker who was always immaculate. Everyone else wore homespun, but Forzel was clad in fine cottons and wore a silk kerchief around his neck. "Who made this rubbish?" Nish said furiously, holding up one of the broken spears. The long, leaf-shaped blade had shattered halfway down. "The steel isn't tempered properly." The broken metal tip had a rough, crystalline inner surface. "It's not steel at all. It looks like cast iron. You can't make spearheads out of cast iron." "It won't shatter on a man's flesh, Nish," said Hoshi defensively. "It'll kill him dead and all." "Unless he's wearing armour," said Nish, grinding his teeth. "And father's men will wear chest plates at the pass where it's cool." "Hoshi, this won't do. The spearmen need a lot of practice, but at this rate they'll have broken all their spears before we set eyes on the enemy. We could take the heads off and just throw the shafts," Hoshi said brightly. "The balance and weight will be wrong. When they have to throw the real thing, they'll throw short. Then we'll make straw men for targets and hang them from the branches." "Good idea. At least the spearmen can get in some practice tomorrow afternoon." He raised his voice. "Slingers, aim and fire." This time none of them hit their targets. "Forzel," said Nish, "keep them at it as long as there's light." He walked away, trying to calm himself, but the pain in his gut was back, worse than ever. "It'll be all right on the day," Hoshi said encouragingly. "What else could possibly go wrong?" And that was the worst omen of all. 37.
"Where the devil is Maelys?"
said Flydd, looking around irritably.
"It's not like her to get lost," said Colm from behind him.
"It's just like her to get lost, actually. Maelys was always going off on her own when she travelled with Nish, and for someone who pretends to be so meek and mild, she's got a reckless streak."
Flydd turned, cursing her under his breath, though it was his fault. He'd pressed on too quickly, and she might easily have taken a wrong turn in this blackness. Clap! Colm nudged his arm.
"Well," he whispered, "and not far from the junction of the 3 corridors, I'd say."
Flydd began to ease his way along the wall. They were on the side of the tower shaded from the moon now, and there was no light at all, but he had a feeling that there was more than one whelm at the other end. He put his ear to the wall and sub-vocalized a spell of enhancement, hoping it would work. You never knew in a place like this, pervaded by another Mancer's arts.
"There's an odd tang in the air,"
said a thick-voiced whelm, a male. "I don't like it."
"Our master is hard at work in her eyrie," said a woman with a husky voice. "Never question our master's work."
"I do not," the first whelm said hastily, but the master looked shaken after she questioned the black-haired girl.
"Because the Nightland still exists?"
asked the woman.
"No, because there's someone hiding in it."
"Did you hear that?" whispered Colm.
"I wondered why Maelys was behaving so oddly,"
Flydd said quietly.
"She was distracted for ages after she got lost in the Nightland. So she met someone there and kept it from me, the stupid little cow. I'll kill her."
The whelm female spoke again.
"There's an odd smell in the air. It's that old conjurer, Flydd."
"Old conjurer indeed," sniffed Flydd. "If they come this way, I'll conjure the very life out of them."
"Run and check on the prisoners,"
cried the thick-voiced male.
"I'll search these passages."
Flydd cursed.
"They'll soon discover my holes in the walls."
Before they could move, a toxin peeled in the distance.
"We'll never get back to Maelys now,"
said Flydd. "This way." He turned down the corridor, trailing his fingers along the wall. Colm grabbed him by the shoulder.
"We can't leave her, Flydd."
"I thought you despised her."
"I do, but I'm not the kind of man to leave a companion behind."
"Neither am I, but we can't fight 700 whelm on our own."
"Then what's the plan?" Colm hissed.
"We rouse the other prisoners and fight our way out. In that diversion, we may be able to find Maelys." Flydd pulled free and pressed on. He nearly fell down a set of steps, cursed and felt his way below, trying to make no noise.
"Get a move on,"
he muttered at the bottom.
"There'll be whelm everywhere in a minute."
"It goes 4 ways here. Which way?"
Said Flydd.
I lay awake for most of the night making a mental plan of the tower. The hall of the bloodline registers was on the left at the bottom, and the rooms with all the preserved bodies further on, then down. The level below that surely holds the prisoners' cells, and if there are guards, we'll have to overpower them as quietly as possible, then free the prisoners and run.
"If they've been here for years, they'll be cowed as slaves."
"They're all we've got."
Shortly they reached the hall of the bloodline registers and hurried through its darkness. The spines of the individual registers glowed green all around them. Despite his words, Flydd was fretting about Maelys as they pushed through the doors at the other end, then into the chambers with all the jars and coffins. The ice-clear lids shone a milky yellow, eerily illuminating the faces and bodies below. What single-minded determination the Numinator must have, Flydd thought, to have followed her plan all this time, every idea and action directed to a single purpose. Not even the destruction of the nodes had stopped her. He could admire her for that, if nothing else. He reminded himself of the scars she had given him, and the pain he would not forget even if he took renewal 12 times. No, he had to put all extraneous thoughts out of mind and concentrate on breaking out of here. With his flask of chthonic flame and the mime mule, that was still possible. But what then? Noom was unrelentingly harsh and almost impossible to survive during the winter. Clap, clap.
"They're on their way,"
said Colm. They ran through the dark for some minutes, Flydd turning this way and that, following his mental map, then down another set of stairs to the lowest level. The clatter of running whelm grew ever louder. Flydd reached a door and jerked at the latch, but it did not budge.
"It's locked, and in a way I can't fathom."
He pressed his nose to the ice, which seemed extremely thick here.
"Use the flame,"
said Colm.
"Burn a hole through it."
"I'm having second thoughts about that."
"It worked beautifully last time."
"It worked a trifle too well, and that makes me uncomfortable."
Flydd looked up sharply. "Did you hear a faint fizzing sound?"
"Yes," said Colm. "I don't know where it came from, though. I don't like it. This place is a little too strange for me.
They'll be here any second."
It sounded like 100 whelm, and taking no trouble to disguise their coming, the clatter of their wooden sandals was deafening, and they were making a dull, grinding sound, as if they were all moaning and gritting their teeth at the same time.
"Something must have gone wrong," said Flydd. "Something's happened to the Numinator and they're afraid."
"Afraid for her?"
"Of course. And equally afraid that they'll be bereft of their master yet again and left alone in a hostile world. They'll fight to the death to prevent that happening."
"Can't you blast the door off its hinges or something?"
said Colm. "Even if I could, we may need to shelter behind it to hold them off."
Flydd pressed his forehead against the door, ignoring the biting cold. What was he to do? The more he thought about the chthonic flame and where it had come from, the more perilous it seemed. Who had put it in that crystal casket at the bottom of the shaft, and why had they hidden it so carefully? Questions he should have asked himself before breaching it. But it was too late for regrets now.
"There's nothing for me here," he muttered. "I've got to get away. The world is at stake, and I must be just as focused as the Numinator, but on bringing the God Emperor down."
Feeling in a pocket, he discovered a splinter of precious amberwood, left there from one of his walks across the top of Mistmurk Mountain before renewal. Amberwood had an enchanting fragrance, and it helped to conceal the user from watching eyes, especially those watching with the secret art. But it also brought good fortune, and he had never needed it more. Unstoppering the flask of chthonic flame, he dipped the splinter in and traced a circle on the wall, just wide enough to squeeze through, some 20 paces beyond the door. White fire licked up from his trace marks, and he heard that fizzing sound again. The fire soon ate through the ice. He pushed the circle in, climbed through the hole, and as soon as Colm had squeezed his lanky frame in, wiped away the cold fire. Coating the edges of the circle with meltwater, he fitted the circle of ice back in place.
It'll freeze to solid wall within a minute, Flydd said, rubbing his hands furiously to warm them.
But they'll see the circle in the ice. They'll know we're in here.
In the dark, it may be some time before they notice it. I'll just jam the lock.
He went to the door, melted ice in his hand with white fire, and poured the water into the lock, where it froze instantly.
Come on.
They were in an empty cell whose door was open, one of many along a corridor. Most of the other cells looked unused. Walls, floors, and ceilings were pure, clean ice.
This had better be the place, said Flydd anxiously.
The racket of the whelm's wooden sandals could be heard through the thick walls.
Anywhere could be the place,
Colm said gloomily.
I don't think the Numinator is predictable.
Colm barred the door of the corridor. They continued, opening doors to left and right, but it wasn't until halfway along that they found an occupied cell. Someone small and dark-haired lay asleep on a narrow bed formed from ice. Flydd illuminated the cell with fingerlight. It was a woman in her mid-30s.
Hello?
He said quietly. She shot up in bed, the thin furs falling away, and put her hand up to keep the light out of her eyes. Her skin was very pale, as though she had not seen the sun in years, and she looked vaguely familiar. But then most people did, for Flydd had met so many people in his time as scrutator that it was rare for him to see an entirely new kind of face.
Who are you? He said.
My name is Chismul, sir,
she said quietly, avoiding his eye. Again that familiarity, but he could not remember why. Curse his fragmented memory.
Where are the others?
Further along to the left. You're not a prisoner, are you?
No, we've escaped, this far anyway.
Flydd gave a mirthless laugh. Giving him a puzzled glance, she slipped out of bed. She was solidly built and wore a woolen shirt, buttoned high, trousers of the same material and thick socks. She pulled on a pair of boots and a woolen hat over her short hair.
I'm ready, sir. Don't you have a coat? We never go outside, sir.
His heart sank. She could not survive on Noom without furs. None of the prisoners could.
Show us the way.
Chismul set off down the corridor, then stopped and said shyly, not looking directly at Flydd,
Do I know you, sir?
I don't know. Do you?
You look strange, but the way you speak, it reminds me of...
Spit it out, lass,
Flydd said peremptorily.
The scrutator, Xervish Flydd.
He stopped short.
I am Flydd. I've taken renewal, reluctantly.
It seemed important he say that. He did not want anyone to think he'd done it of his own free will, and that was curious. In the olden days, he hadn't given a damn for other people's opinion of him. Must be getting soft, he thought.
Chismul, he mused. You look familiar, but renewal took my memories and many of them have not come back.
I was a Thapter pilot in the war.
Of course! You were the really shy one, yet you flew your Thapter as though you were born to it, and with a reckless daring I'd never seen before.
In his mind's eye, Flydd could see her laughing face now, after she'd just pulled off some desperate manoeuvre with ease, which none of the other Thapter pilots could have done without crashing their machines.
The war was terrible, yet those were the best days of my life. I've never felt so alive, flying across the sky at one with my Thapter, but I'll never fly again.
Those days are gone forever, along with many other wonderful things that were no longer possible once the nodes were destroyed.
I have my memories,
said Chismul softly, opening the door of another cell.
You will remember this man too. We came here together.
The man who lay on the bed was almost as gaunt as a whelm, and at first Flydd did not recognize him, for little of his former good looks remained. His sandy hair was thin and lank, his grey eyes as dull as the eyes of a fish on a slab. Only the jutting jaw was unchanged, though the bone had less flesh on it than Flydd remembered.
Sergeant Flangers!
Flydd cried, unable to contain his joy, for Flangers had been a hero of the Lyrinx Wars, an honourable man and a loyal soldier. He had also been forced to betray his soldier's oath, and had not recovered from it, though that had been many years ago.
Are you all right?
Flangers stared at him, uncomprehending, until Chismul said gently,
It's Scrutator Flydd come back from the dead, renewed by the Mancer's art.
Not quite from the dead, said Flydd, but very close.
Chismul helped Flangers out of bed.
I've been better, said Flangers, standing up shakily. Old injuries still plague me, sir, and they'll be the death of me before too long.
Flydd thought so too. He hadn't hoped for much down here, so he wasn't disappointed. though a dying soldier and a pilot without her craft were bound to be liabilities.
"But I'll do what I can for you, sir, for old times," said Flangers. "The menace of the God Emperor is almost as bad as the one we fought 10 years ago and defeated."
"Almost," said Flydd, offering Flangers his arm. Flangers gestured that he would walk alone, so they followed Chismul out.
"How did you come here, old comrade?" said Flydd. "We ran for a long time after Nish took over the world with his sorcerous tears. The remainder of our fellowship scattered, then met up again, those who had survived. And many did not, I imagine. General Troist was taken first, then killed while trying to escape. At least that's what was said."
Flydd stopped for a moment, bowing his head, then walked on. It was another blow.
"That is very bad news, though not unexpected. Troist was a good man and steadfast to the very end. I wonder what became of his family." "I cannot say. Then the dwarf scrutator, Colm, was taken. I never knew what happened to him." "We do," Flydd said harshly. "Colm went over to the enemy. He is now a lieutenant of the God Emperor. If he survived the crash of the Sky Palace, which I doubt."
"No," cried Flangers.
"Colm was the bravest man I ever met. I cannot believe it. I saw him with my own eyes just weeks ago. He attacked us."
"How could he betray us?" Flangers persisted.
"Colm wasn't that kind of a man. Our fellowship was long broken and we were all thought to be dead. In that situation, a man with a slippery conscience might tell himself that it wasn't a betrayal. An honourable man can always tell the difference between right and wrong."
Flangers stopped suddenly, swaying on his feet, and Flydd knew what was the matter with him. He'd been put in precisely that situation by Perquisitor Fin Mar, forced by her direct order to fire on his superiors in an air floater, and that conflict had eaten the heart out of him.
"But what would I know?" he said tiredly. "I'm just a man of war." "What about Fin Mar?" said Flydd. "Also dead. She was fleeing from the enemy when her horse was shot from under her. She broke her neck and died instantly."
"Ah!" cried Flydd. He'd never been close to his prickly subordinate, but they'd worked together for a long time, and he'd always admired her.
"Marianne? No one ever saw her again after she fled with Tian."
"And Tian?" Flydd held little hope for her. She'd thwarted Nish, and he would have made her pay.
"No idea, sir."
They reached the end of the hall, where Chismul twisted the knob and thrust the door open. It was so dark inside that Flydd could make nothing out until someone laughed in a way that raised his hackles.
"She's got you too,"
a man spoke in an oddly triumphant tone of voice, one unfortunate taking pleasure in another's downfall.
"Well, that completes the picture. You know who I am, even though I've taken renewal?"
said Flydd, the hair on the top of his head stirring. The man stood up. Flydd made out the faintest double flash, as though he wore broad, shiny bracelets on his wrists. He was very tall.
"I'd know you anywhere, Flydd, even after the renewal you swore never to take."
Flydd wasn't going to make excuses to this rival of long ago.
"What kept you here? Surely you of all people could have broken free long ago. Your arts, after all, are unique, and as I recall, they relied less on the power of the nodes than anyone's. Not even the power of the tears could take all your power from you. Not at all, no. Unfortunately, the Numinator's servants took me by surprise and put these on me." The bracelets flashed again. "They are bonded to me like my own bones to my flesh. I cannot remove them, and while their enchantment persists, I may not use the least part of my arts. That must be galling."
Flydd couldn't feel too much sympathy for him. They had been rivals far too long, though he did understand. In the last months of the war, they had managed to achieve an uneasy comradeship.
"I've endured the loss of my powers before, and I can endure it again. So I believe. So who is the Numinator anyway? If you recognized me so easily, surely you must know her true identity." "I've never met her," said the man in the shadows. "I've not even seen her from a distance." "How curious," said Flydd. "She showed herself to us freely. Well, no matter. Let's see if we can get you out of here. Igor."
38. Igor chuckled and held out his arms, on which the bracelets gleamed silver.
"Why did you take renewal? Another time,"
Flydd snapped, studying the bracelets in dim finger light. Without understanding how they worked, it would not be easy to break their hold.
"Sensitive, are we?"
Flydd studiously ignored the jibe.
"How did you end up here?" Nish hunted me a good way across Laurelin with a band of fellow miserables that grew smaller every day. There was no hiding place from which he could not winkle us out with his all-seeing tears. The Numinator was my last hope. No one else had the power. As it turned out, she did not either, and I now think we were lured here. The moment we arrived, I was beset by a horde of Whelm. Whelm! Me! And these bracelets fitted to me. She's got little power of her own, Xervish. The destruction of the nodes robbed her of most of it and destroyed her work. I dare say you've seen the decaying evidence of it by now. We saw it. The bracelets take all the power I can draw upon, channel it to her. It's all that's holding the Tower of 1,000 Steps together. There came a furious attack on the barred door at the other end of the hall. Is there any other way out of here? I'd be the last person to know, said Igur. As the Numinator's most dangerous prisoner and the Whelm's former master way back in the time of the Mirror, my movements here have been severely constrained. What about you, Flangers? As a soldier and a former hero, I haven't been allowed to roam either.
The Whelm made me work all over the place, said Chismul in that quiet little voice. Up in the tower and down in the pits, but I don't know of any way out save across the shifting ice on the moat.
Then let's waste no more time looking for one, said Igur. We'd better get through to the others.
What others?
Said Colm, who had been very quiet since they'd lost Maelys.
The Numinator has another 150 prisoners here, and her Whelm bring in a few more every week. They take anyone from the nearby lands who can read. The work of cross-checking her registers goes on 16 hours a day. What for? Said Flydd.
The nagging question had gone unanswered for too long.
Igur did not answer.
At the other end of the hall, the attack on the ice door grew ever more furious.
They're nearly through, said Colm. Do something, Flydd, before they massacre us all.
The cries of the Whelm could be heard clearly now, and they sounded desperate.
What's the matter with them? Said Igur. I've not seen a trace of fear in them in the 7 years I've been here. Only one thing can make Whelm afraid, said Flydd, and better than anyone you know what that is. A threat to their master, said Igur. But no one can threaten her here. She can see an enemy coming for 50 leagues. Only if one comes via the material world. Chismul, where are the other prisoners? Igur caught his arm. What did you mean by that, Flydd? How did you get here? Later, said Flydd, pleased to have Igur at a disadvantage.
Too often, in previous times, it had been the other way around.
We'll have to fight our way out, and 5 against 700 isn't the kind of odds I relish. I'm going to release the rest of the prisoners and find a way to arm them.
This way.
Chismul broke off, staring at the ice wall, down which a thread of glistening white fire was making its way.
What the blazes is that? Said Igur. Chthonic flame, said Flydd. I found it in the caverns within the plateau of Thuntunimo, Mistmurk Mountain.
But why was it trickling down? It could not have come from the fire he'd used to escape his own cell. Not here.
I know about Thuntunimo, said Igur. It has a Charon obelisk on top, a warning to keep away, among other things. And you took this chthonic fire from within. Deep down, there wasn't any choice, not with the God Emperor and Vivimord closing in on us, both desperate to get Nish back. So Nish still holds out, Igur said admiringly. He's got a backbone of adamant, that young man.
He moved closer to the wall, studying the chthonic fire from just a handspan away.
It's eating away the ice. This is a perilous force you've liberated, Flydd. I do hope you know what you're doing.
Igur's tone implied that he didn't.
I said there wasn't any choice, Flydd said darkly, irritated that Igur still had the ability to rile him. We would have died otherwise.
Igur pressed his nose to the wall, watched the tiny trail trickle past, and frowned.
You might still have made the wrong choice. What are you talking about? You do know the story of the girl who opened the forbidden box and unleashed pestilence upon the world? Of course, Flydd snapped. I suggest you reflect upon it. He turned away. See how it burns through the ice, Chismul? She shivered.
It's as though it's feeding on it.
We would do well to reflect upon that as well. Come on.
He turned away, limping from an age-old injury, then set off, his long legs taking such lengthy strides that Flydd found himself trotting to keep up. That irritated him too, and he dropped back to a fast walk.
Igur chuckled. What's so funny? Flydd snapped. You, Flydd, you're a treat. I haven't felt so good in all my years of imprisonment. To make you happy, I'd gleefully double them. Weakest jibe yet. You've lost your touch, old friend. Renewal has diminished you.
Flydd scowled, for Igur was right. With an effort, he put his feelings to one side. They would always be rivals, yet they had to work together. They reached a buttress of solid ice, a good span thick and rounded at the base, as if it was slowly flowing and spreading out under the weight of the inner tower. Beside it, the wall was thinner, no more than a couple of handspans.
"Here, I think," said Igur. "Would you agree, Chismul?"
She studied the wall, head to one side. Yes. Flydd withdrew his ice flask and twisted at the stopper.
"What's that?"
Igur said sharply.
"The chthonic flame I took from Thuntunamo. It's how we've been getting through walls and keeping ahead of the whelm."
Igur held out his hand. Flydd grudgingly placed the flask in the middle of his palm. Igur studied it warily, then carefully eased the stopper out. A tiny ice-white flame wisped up. Igur slammed the stopper in and twisted it until it was tight.
"Put it away, you fool! Don't ever use it again!"
Flydd felt furiously angry but bit down on it, for that would only be aiding the enemy.
"I'll take your warning, but if it's necessary to use it for our survival, I'll use it. I hope you don't live to regret it."
"Hadn't you better tell him about the other one?" said Colm, who was looking more troubled every second.
"What other one?"
Igur cried, spinning on one foot. His bracelets twinkled in the white firelight as though they were inset with diamonds. There was a monumental crash behind them. The whelm were into the first hall.
"There isn't time to discuss it," said Flydd. "We've got to move."
Flangers drew himself upright, took the ice cudgel Flydd had left on the floor, and hobbled back along the hall to stand guard. Chismul and Colm went with him.
"We'll discuss it right now," said Igur.
"What other one?"
"I brought the Numinator 3 bottles. I had no hope of gaining her cooperation unless I could give her some power she'd never seen before." "And in the 3 bottles? Please tell me you haven't given her the chthonic flame, Flydd."
"I gave her the cursed flame, the abyssal flame which feeds it, and from the greatest depth of all, the chthonic flame," Flydd said limply.
"You stupid, useless fool! We've got to get it back. It's too late, she must have used it already."
Igur followed his gaze to the wall, down which 2 more threads of twinkling fire were running, eating into the ice and spreading. What if it was feeding on the ice, Flydd thought.
"What has she used it for?"
said Igur. Flydd gave no answer.
"I've got to have power," muttered Igur. "I feel as helpless as a child. Since you've got such colossal forces to lavish on our enemy, do something with these."
He held out his wrists. Flydd laid his hands on the bracelets, trying to sense his way into the spellbinder they contained. Feeling something shifting restlessly within them, he strained with all his might. The bracelets grew burning hot under his hands, and he smelt burnt hair. They had singed the hairs on Igur's arms, though he did not flinch. Flydd, feeling the strength draining out of him, jerked his hands away.
"I don't know if it's helped, but I can do no more just now."
Igur rubbed his wrists.
"I've got a trace of my power back, and it feels as though the Numinator's hold over me has weakened, as though she's far away."
Flydd and Colm exchanged glances.
"What have you done now?" cried Igur. "We think Maelys was concealing something from us, and—" "Who the devil is Maelys?" Flydd explained briefly. "The Numinator questioned Maelys alone last night, about the portals I've made. I think the Numinator has used the chthonic flame to make a portal and has taken Maelys back to the Nightland."
Igur looked as though he were going to have a fit, but contained himself and said quietly,
"The Nightland. Rulka's prison."
"The same. It didn't collapse after he left it, as everyone thought, or if it did, it has been carefully restored and maintained ever since.
Though who could do such a thing? Not I," said Igur.
"All the old human mancers on Santhanar working together could not have rebuilt the Nightland after the forbidding was broken. They would not have had the power."
"Then who?" "Question is unanswerable, as is the more important question, why? And since the Numinator has already used chthonic fire, it may be too late. Once taken out of the flask, it can never be put back. See how it's eating away at the ice? If it can't be extinguished, the roof of the inner tower will fall in on us."
Flydd was digesting that when Igur said sharply,
"You said back to the Nightland. Have you been there already?"
Flydd explained that as well, and how they had come here via Dunnet, though he did not mention the mime mule.
"The Nightland was as big a surprise—" "They're coming," whispered Flangers, backing down the hall with the cudgel over his shoulder, ready to swing. "I've got to use the fire to get through this ice, Igur," said Flydd. "I said no."
Igur put his hands on the wall, pushed, and Flydd smelt singed hair again.
For 7 years she's drawn on my power to hold this place together. I could not stop her, but I've learned how to follow the paths she's taken with it and how she's used my power. If she's truly gone, with what you've given me, I might just—"
With gritted teeth, he strained until the bones in his arched back creaked. Lines appeared on the wall, the outlines of the blocks from which it had originally been constructed.
"Ice, unbind!"
Water began to dribble out from the edges of the block he had his hands on. He pushed hard, and after a brief moment, when it seemed the block would not budge, it glided away smoothly on a film of meltwater and fell out with a loud crash. From the other side of the wall, a woman cried out fearfully. Then Flydd heard a clamour of voices. He scrambled through the hole and held up his hands. They quieted at once.
"I am Xervish Flydd. Some of you may know my name."
A low, excited buzz spread through the throng before him. The light was dim, and he could make out no more than a mass of thin figures.
"I came to Noom to get you out."
The lie was excusable in the circumstances.
"The Numinator is not here at the moment, which gives us our best chance, but you must all do exactly as I say."
Chismul ducked through the hole, then Flangers and Colm. Igur was still on the other side.
"How can we get away?"
said a scrawny man near the front. Flydd could make out no more than an enormous prow of a nose.
"There's 500 leagues of snow and ice in every direction."
A considerable exaggeration, but there was no time to argue.
"The same way I got here," Flydd said, "through my vast command of the secret arts that the God Emperor thinks he controls. Ha!"
He held up the flask so everyone could see the swirling fire inside it. Igur climbed through and stood up, wearing an ironic smile, though he made no move to interfere.
"Damn right," Flydd thought mulishly. "He wears the bracelets, not me." "The Whelm are after us," he went on, "but they're afraid. Their master is not here and they're leaderless."
"Which means they'll be terrified and panicky," said the man with the big nose. "And merciless."
"Trust me, and I'll get you out of here," said Flydd weakly, knowing that he was losing them. It would never have happened in the olden days, when he had often swayed multitudes with his rhetoric.
150 of us can't fight 700 armed Whelm," said Beaky Nose. "The Numinator treats us well enough, and it's better to live as her slaves than die at the hands of these brutal Whelm. Go away and fight your own battles."
Igur, who was leaning against the wall, stood up to his full height and raised his bracelets so they caught the light of the chthonic fire, which was oozing down these walls as well.
"You don't know Xervish Flydd, save as a name from the past, but you do know me, and you know that my power, tapped by the Numinator through these bracelets, is all that is holding up the Tower of 1,000 Steps. The Numinator is gone, and she may never return, but Flydd has given me some of my power back. We are leaving to continue the fight against the God Emperor, so you have no choice. Once I leave, the tower will collapse, whether the Numinator returns or not."
"We won't let you leave," said the beaky-nosed man. "We're not dying just so you can get away. Take him, lads."
A group of men at the front surged forwards, and icy teeth sank into Flydd's liver. The situation was out of control, and he could not think how to regain it. Igur didn't move, though he stood more stiffly erect, and the bracelets gave off little flashes.
"You know better than that, Lazarus," he said, looking to the left. "And you, Pordy, don't you?"
Two of the leaders stopped, and all the others with them.
"He's bluffing," said the beaky-nosed man. "He's got no power. Take him."
Igur smiled grimly and extended a long arm towards him.
"My phantom hand, an invisible hand which is an extension of this one, is going to reach in through your chest and squeeze your heart until it bursts."
"Go on then,"
the beaky-nosed man said, with a knowing smile. Igur reached a little further and stiffened his fingers as though forcing them through something hard. The beak-nosed man gasped and clutched at his chest. Flydd heard cracking sounds, like ribs breaking. Then Igur slowly clenched his fist. His arm did not shake. The man's face went red, then white. His lips turned blue. He beat awkwardly at the air with his hands, then screamed as bright red blood was forced out his mouth, nostrils, and eyeballs. He collapsed to his knees, slumped forwards, and fell on his face, dead before he hit the ground.
"Was that really necessary?"
said Colm, looking sick. He opened the distance between himself and Igur. Igur stared at the body as if contemplating giving its heart another squeeze.
"He would have hindered us every step of the way," he said quietly, "if we got out at all. Now, the problem is solved." He raised his voice. "Does anyone else dispute my command?" No one answered. Can you really do that?
said Flydd. He had seen more violent death than most men, but the display left him awed and uneasy. No one had ever understood the roots of Igur's strange power, nor his impossibly long life, for that matter.
It's marvellous what the power of suggestion can do to an angry man with a weak heart, said Igur ambiguously. Then use your power to get us out of here.
Igur held up his braceleted wrists.
The Tower of 1,000 Steps is not an easy place to escape from. Its power is linked to hers. You'd better think of a way, and you'd better do something about the hole in the wall before the whelm come through. Call the biggest of the prisoners over and help me heave the block back in. No, I need it. What on earth for? Said Flydd. Weapons.
39. Flydd had done what he could to seal the hole with webs of ice as thick as bars, but it would not hinder the enemy long, and unfortunately there was no other way out of the cells.
They're coming, Flangers said hoarsely. We'll have to fight them as they come through.
He hefted Flydd's cudgel and stood to one side of the hole.
Sir,
said Chismul to Igur.
He's too weak to fight. They'll kill him in the first minute.
Flangers can't not fight, Chismul. He was a professional soldier. Take that from him and he'll have nothing left.
If he dies, I'll have nothing left,
Chismul said, white-faced. What could he say? Flydd eyed the ice walls, which were laced with chthonic fire now, spreading out from each oozing thread and slowly eating the surface ice away. Every so often a small chunk would fall and smash on the floor. Within, the ice was honeycombed with water-filled holes.
How long can the inner tower hold? Colm said quietly. I don't think there's any way of telling.
Flydd wiped drops off his face.
Perhaps not long at all. The core of the wall is still solid, said Igur. It'll last a while yet.
He was standing over the block of ice he'd pushed out, rubbing the bracelets.
Now I've got some power, let's see what I can do with it. For the past 7 years the Numinator has drawn upon my power to shape and strengthen her ice tower, and those skills have flowed back to me. With a little effort I should be able to form ice with as much skill as a sculptor carves marble.
Igur smoothed his hands across the great block, ignoring the biting cold, and seemed to be calculating its dimensions.
Spears are the only weapons suited to untrained soldiers. He spoke to the stone softly. Split and split and split again. Split 8 times over.
With a dull crack, the block split in 2, and each piece split again and again, 8 times, until hundreds of long ice stakes went tumbling across the floor.
Blade tips!
Igur picked up one of the stakes and shaped its tip into a spearhead with his fingers. This proved a greater strain. He swayed on his feet. Ice cracked away from the leading end of each stake to form a leaf-shaped point about a hand-span long, bladed on either side.
Javelins, become as adamant, said Igur,
now screwing up his face as if he'd swallowed a cup of fish-hooks.
What's the matter?
said Flydd.
When one must use a power held in another's thrall, after sickness is swift and cruel.
The spears did not look as though they'd changed, apart from a slight creaking of their crystalline structures, but Igur swayed on his feet.
Flydd steadied him, and will get crueler, as I know all too well.
He raised his voice.
Take a spear each and prepare to defend yourselves.
The prisoners came forwards, picking up their weapons gingerly, as if they had never handled one before and did not want to do so now. It was not a good sign. It meant they still saw themselves as helpless slaves rather than as prisoners determined to escape. There was going to be blood on the floor before they won free. Assuming they did. Flangers hefted his spear with a wince that he tried to disguise.
For those of us who know how to use weapons, said Igur, I'll make something a little more ambitious.
Holding 3 spears together, he formed them into a long sword.
Use it carefully, Sergeant Flangers. This isn't as brittle as regular ice, but it'll shatter if you strike the wrong way.
Flangers made a space for himself and swished it through the air.
It's a fine weapon, perfectly balanced, though a trifle light. It won't cut far into an enemy. Ice is light, said Igur. I can't do anything about that, but it'll cut deep enough if you swing true.
By the time he'd made blades for himself, Colm and Flydd, Igur was staggering from after sickness and holding his belly with his free hand.
Stand back, said Flydd, as the whelm began to smash at the ice webbing over the hole. I'll take charge of our defences. Flangers, you're my first lieutenant. Defend our left flank.
The whelm, a host of gaunt, staring shadows, were prizing at the hole, bent on making them suffer for daring to defy their master.
"We can't defend this place," Flydd said to Colm, who was standing by Agur, sword in hand. "We've got to get out before they surround us and break in from all sides." "There's a stair in the far corner," said Agur, nodding in that direction. "We should make for it and hope we can force our way out through the sealed door at the top."
"Where does it lead?" said Colm.
"To the top of the inner tower. It contains the cells, the hall of the registers, the workrooms and the coffins. It's 10 floors high and lies entirely within the Tower of 1,000 Steps, though it's completely separate from it."
"Why is that?" said Flydd.
"I don't know," said Agur. "The outer tower is 5 times as high, but unused save for the Numinator's eyrie. Perhaps she did not want it tainted by what was done below."
"We won't get out of here by going up," said Colm. "We should go down."
"There's no choice. They've got this level surrounded."
Colm lowered his voice. "We'll never get 150 terrified people up the stairs, and if we do, we'll still be trapped only at the top."
"Attack!"
shouted the leader of the Whelm. They burst Flydd's ice defences and surged through the rectangular hole far faster than he'd expected. Within seconds, a dozen were in the room, swinging long, black, jag-edged blades.
"Stand!"
shouted Flangers, defending with his ice blade, though his illness made him slow. Too slow? Perhaps it's for the best, Flydd thought. Flangers had atoned over and over for breaking his soldier's oath, yet it had not been enough for his unyielding personal code of honour. He was the best of men, but the forced betrayal had eaten him away inside, just as the chthonic fire was consuming the tower's ice from within, until all that remained was the husk. But the bonds of comradeship were too strong. Flangers had stood beside him many times during the war, and Flydd could do no less than back him now, even at the cost of his own life. Which proves I'm no longer a scrutator, he thought wryly. Few scrutators had ever risked their lives when there were others to die for them. Just me and Colm. But he couldn't think about that. Colm's betrayal was still too painful. Flydd leapt forwards, as he had not been able to do for many years, and took pleasure in his renewed body, so much stronger and faster than the old one. I've finally fitted into it, he exulted, and won't it be ironic if I only have minutes to live? A whelm leapt at him, hacking with his jag blade. Shorter and stockier than most, and less awkward, he was on Flydd before he could get the ice sword into position. Flydd swept it up as the whelm slashed, but the ice sword struck side-on, shattered. Cursing, Flydd scrambled backwards, looking frantically for the leftover pile of spears, but it was well out of reach. The whelm lunged, and Flydd threw the sword hilt at his face. It cracked into his forehead, the whelm slipped on broken ice, and Flydd kicked him in the belly. He went down. Flydd fell on him as the whelm's head struck the floor, trying to wrench the jag blade out of his hands. It wouldn't come, the whelm's grip was unbreakable. Flydd heaved him bodily off the floor, but the whelm would not let go. He was kicking at him, going for the belly with those sharp-nailed toes. Flydd, painfully aware that his back was undefended, put his boot heel on the whelm's throat and pressed down until his windpipe gave. Even in death, the whelm clung to his sword. Flydd prized the flat fingers off, hefted the sword, which was extremely heavy, then swung around. There were dozens of whelm in the room, and more scrambling through the hole all the time. He had to block it, and there was only one way to do that, whatever Agur said. Unstoppering the flask of chthonic fire, he passed it around the edges of the opening. White fire licked up and tongued down, forming a tracery across the hole. The whelm hesitated on the other side, afraid to risk the uncanny fire. Flangers had formed his spearmen into a square, its concave front bristling with spears, and the formation was difficult to attack, for the whelm could not get close without running onto the points. However, they had learned that a swift sideways hack would often snap the brittle spears, and were slowly advancing in a wedge. 3 or 4 whelm lay dead on the floor, and another was twitching feebly, but at least a dozen of the prisoners had fallen, and a large group had thrown down their spears and were backing into a corner with their hands up. Flydd had to do something, or their terror would infect the rest, and the cause would be lost. "Colm," he hissed. "You're good with a sword, aren't you?" "Relatively speaking. I was never a master." "I was taught by a master, but my renewed sword arm lacks the skill of the old one. We've got to counterattack, and we need a third, one we can rely on." Agur had been a skilled swordsman, but could barely stand up for after-sickness, while Flangers had his square to look after. "I'll do it." Chismul thrust out her spear as if taking down a whelm twice her size. "You!" Flydd couldn't hide his astonishment, for she was no bigger than Maelys.
I was a good Thapter pilot,
she said defensively. He laughed.
The best I ever saw, and the most reckless.
She smiled faintly.
All skills suited to a warrior, and Flangers taught me well on the way here. I can't live without him, sir. If he dies, and I know he will, I must also die.
It made her one of them. Get yourself a proper weapon and come with me. Take my left flank, 1 pace back.
Chismul twisted the jag blade out of the hands of a dying Colm and took up position. Flydd knew he could rely on her. Colm was on his right, and he was skilled with a blade, but Flydd wasn't so sure about him. Colm had always been an unknown, a loner, and after Catilla's death, Flydd had never been confident that Colm would not turn on him at the worst possible moment. And if he discovers I've taken the mime mule, Flydd thought, a trifle guiltily, I'm a dead man.
We've got to attack the whelm on their right flank, he said, or they'll tear right through the square. Defend me, that's all I ask. Ready?
The whelm wedge was driving at the concave front of the prisoners' square, making a coordinated attack on their brittle spears. Within seconds, the ice spears of the front row had been shattered and they were defenseless, buckling and about to break.
Hold! Hold!
Roared Flangers from the other side.
Second row, push through and attack.
The prisoners could not cope, and Flydd did not blame them.
Stand firm, he yelled. Just a few seconds more.
The front row, faced with an unwavering line of jagged whelm blades, threw down their shattered spears and, desperate to get away, tried to force their way back through the lines. The second and third lines of spearmen were torn open, spears pointed at the floor, the roof, anywhere save at the attacking whelm, who fell upon the backs of the front line and cut them down in a few bloody seconds. Flydd cursed bitterly.
The fools, why couldn't they have stood fast?
The whelm plunged deep into the prisoners' formation, cutting swiftly and ruthlessly as though the mayhem helped to ease their own pain. The next line of prisoners turned to flee, but only presented their undefended backs to the enemy.
Come on,
Flydd hissed,
or the lot of them will be dead, useless fools.
They simply weren't trained for battle. Flydd lunged after the whelm, picked out the leader, and thrust the jag sword at his back. The blade felt unbalanced in his hands. It did not want to go where he swung it. It angled into the whelm's back, low down but twisted sideways. It made a nasty gash, but the whelm turned and came at Flydd, swinging his jag sword in arcs like a farmer using a scythe. Flydd just managed to get his sword to the other's blade as it hacked towards his belly. The weapons met with a mighty clang and a flurry of sparks. The whelm jerked backwards, and Flydd's blade, caught on one of the jags, went with it. Taken by surprise, he was dragged to the whelm, skidding on his knees. With a cunning flick twist, his opponent freed his own blade and hacked at Flydd's head. He ducked just in time. The blade cut through his hair, one jag caught in a knot and jerked his head sideways so hard that his neck bones went crack. Flydd tore free at the expense of a clump of hair and a piece of scalp, and drove his sword at the whelm's unprotected groin. The whelm sprang backwards with such haste that Flydd knew he'd found a weakness.
Cur that you are, grated the whelm. Surely even your kind know the rules of combat.
So the groin was off limits to the whelm. It was good to know.
I only follow one rule,
Flydd panted.
The winners make the rules and the losers die.
He hacked left, then right, trying to draw the whelm away. The fellow seemed to be weakening. Blood was running down his right leg from the back wound. Flydd stabbed at the groin again. This time the whelm did not withdraw fast enough, and the jag near the tip of the blade caught in his loincloth. Flydd pulled back and tore the rag away. The whelm reeled, instinctively tried to cover himself, and it was an easy matter to skewer him through the chest. To his left, Chismul was labouring with the heavy blade, which was far too long for her, only just managing to parry her opponent's blows. On the right, Colm was using his ice sword like a rapier, lunging forwards and pricking his opponent with the tip, then whipping it back to protect the brittle blade. The whelm were not master swordsmen. They lacked both dexterity and practice. However, they were strong, Flydd thought gloomily, as well as tireless and determined to prevail for their master. Chismul slipped on the bloody floor and fell to her knees, gasping. Two whelm came at her, one from each side, and Flydd couldn't get to either of them in time. The taller of the whelm dragged Chismul upright by the hair, baring her neck for the other, who swung back his jag blade to hack her head from her shoulders. Flydd cried out and made a frantic effort to get to her, but knew he was going to fail. Chesmool's eyes were staring, not at her attacker but over his shoulder, meeting her death bravely. She closed her eyes. The ice spear came out of nowhere, hurled with such force that it tore through the back of the shorter whelm's neck, out his throat, and struck the taller whelm in the right shoulder. Blood sprayed in his face, momentarily blinding him. Then Chesmool reached up, and in a wrestling manoeuvre Flydd had never seen before, used the taller whelm's height to throw him over her head into the other whelm as he collapsed. Flydd cut the taller whelm down, absently, then turned around. The room was a slaughterhouse, awash with blood, but the last of the whelm had fallen. So had a couple of dozen of the prisoners, and the rest had jammed themselves into a corner, eyeing the whelm beyond the fire-webbed hole, who were trying to use a blanket to put out the white fire blocking the hole.
"That was a mighty throw for a dying man,"
Flydd said to Flangers, who had come from the other side of the room carrying a broken ice sword in one hand and 3 spears in the other. There was a spring in his step that hadn't been there before, and his formerly grey cheeks had a healthy glow.
"How did you know Chesmool was in danger? Surely you can't keep the whole battlefield in your mind at once?" "Every man and every weapon," said Flangers. "When I was a sergeant I had to. How else could I look after my men and defeat the enemy? It's a skill few other sergeants have had. It won't be enough next time. They'll break through there and there and there."
He pointed, and Flydd made out shapes through the ice, hammering furiously.
"We can't defend this chamber, can we?" Flangers shook his head. "Not a hope. The prisoners are a rabble. They were taken because of their book learning," said Agur, leaning on a broken spear. "I doubt there's an experienced fighter among them. And if we force them to fight," said Flangers, "they'll die. You can't make a warrior out of a clerk in less than a month, if at all." "Up there," Agur nodded towards the top of the stairs. They clattered up the broad, curving stairs, which were walled off at the top with solid, spans-thick ice. "When the Numinator built this," said Flydd, "she was making sure no one could ever get through. You'll have to unmake the blocks, Agur, since I'm not allowed to use chthonic fire. Sarcasm was never your strong suit, Flydd." Agur put his hands on the wall, but hastily peeled them off. The ice was so cold that skin stuck to it. "I don't believe I can." "Why not?" Flydd said peevishly. "The bracelets take power from me as quickly as I can draw it to maintain the tower. I gave you some power back, but the tower is under threat from chthonic fire now, and it's taking more. I feel drained all the time, like a well pumped dry. Removing that block of ice and making the ice weapons took my last reserves. You'd better join the clerks in the corner if that's the best you can do," Flydd said, turning away. "There's no choice then. I'll have to use the fire." He boiled ice with it until the chamber was full of mist to conceal what he was up to, and set to work. The ice was so thick here that he had to use half of the white fire remaining in the flask. Then they huddled at the top of the stairs, feeling the vibrations from the whelm hammering at the walls, and waiting for the fire to do its work. "It's taking an awfully long time," Flydd muttered. He wanted to pace, to relieve his anxiety, but there was no room. Screams echoed up from below, and the surface of the fog, which hung thickly in the lowest third of the chamber, began to churn. "They're through," said Agur. "Better move fast, Flydd." "Doing all I can," Flydd grunted. He was using his art to drive the flame through ice set as hard as metal, but it was slow, draining work. "We've got to hold the whelm off," said Flangers to Colm and Chesmool. Before they could move, the prisoners stampeded up the stairs. Flangers roared at them to let him through and brandished his sword in their faces, but could not move them. The prisoners below were pushing ever up, forcing all before them. More kept moving up until Flydd was squeezed against the fiery ice so tightly that he could scarcely draw breath. Behind him, prisoners were gasping, screaming, collapsing. The smaller and weaker among them would be crushed, but there was nothing anyone could do about it. Flangers wriggled along the wall and shouted in Flydd's ear, "What if we jump over the side, sir? We might be able to get them down again." "It's 4 spans, soldier. You'll break both legs when you hit the floor, and the whelm will finish you off. Clear a space for me. I can't work." Flangers shouted orders, but the crush grew ever tighter. Below, men and women were screaming. And then came the terrible sound of jag blades tearing through unprotected flesh. It was a sorry day when you came here, Flydd, said Igur, supporting himself against the wall, head and shoulders above the crowd. The Whelm are terrified of any threat to their master, and this rebellion is the greatest threat they've ever faced. Do something quick, else they'll butcher all of the prisoners.
Flydd felt sick. They hadn't asked for this, and there was little they could do to protect themselves. He clutched the green ice flask in his right hand, feeling its chill eating into him, and tried to remember the way he'd drawn upon chthonic fire next to the obelisk on Mistmurk Mountain to open the first portal. Could he find that kind of power again and force it to work for him? He thought himself into the heart of the flame, attempting to recover the mental state that had given him power previously, but instead the outer wall of the chamber appeared to thin, and what he saw was not Noom's bleak landscape of rock and ice beyond the moat, but a roiling nothingness with mists and whirlpools of light scattered across it, separated from him by a transparent membrane. Could he be seeing into the void? It seemed impossible, but what other explanation was there? Then he saw the woman in red again. Her ghostly form drifted towards him until she came up against the barrier that separated them. Her hands scratched at it, as if she were trying to get through, just as she had on his way to the Nightland. Flydd couldn't see her face, just the curves of cheek and jaw. Someone screamed and pointed, and the crowd surged away from the spectral figure. Flydd clung desperately to the fire-eaten ice, afraid he'd be carried off the side of the stair. Behind him, there were more screams and a series of unpleasant thuds as people fell to the floor below. He shook his head, concentrated on driving the chthonic fire deeper into the ice, and the woman in red faded away. "Every single thing you do makes it worse, Flydd," said Igur, forcing his way through the crowd, which parted before him like soil carved by a plough. "Who was that?" "I don't know," Flydd said uneasily, though it's not the first time I've seen her. "I first saw her during renewal, though I dare say that was a trauma-induced hallucination." "I wouldn't be so sure. You know of the great Mancer Mendark, I assume?" "Of course, he was one of the greatest in all the histories. He took renewal as many as 12 times by some accounts, far more than any other Mancer ever managed. He didn't believe that renewal hallucinations were hallucinations at all. He said they were aspects of reality." Flydd froze, searching the elusive memories of his own renewal for something disturbing. "That can't be so," he said slowly. "Why not?" "Because I hallucinated that she was a part of me, and not just mentally." 40. "If there's an ell of flat land in Gendragore, I'm yet to see it," Nish grumbled as they scrambled up a steep and extremely wet slope through dense forest. "How far is it to the spine?" They hadn't made up any time, and he was painfully aware that his father's mighty army would be climbing the range by now. If they reached Blisterbone first, as was increasingly likely, there would be nothing to stop them. Imagining what it would be like to defend against a vastly superior enemy with the advantage of height, he shuddered. It would be a massacre, and an entirely pointless one. They simply had to get to the top of the spine first.
"We'll reach the foothills tomorrow morning,"
said Kerr, their guide, a dirty, wiry little man, bald of head, leathery of skin, and blank of expression. He was constantly chewing string-tied wads of leaf which stained his lips, teeth, chin, and fingers blue. Kerr had turned up not long after Echo and announced that he'd been across the spine a dozen times and had been sent to be their guide. "Foothills?" cried Nish. "I've seen mountains smaller than the hill we're climbing now, and it doesn't even have a name."
"Very rugged country, the spine," said Kerr.
The string of his latest wad hung from his lower lip, and beads of blue saliva dribbled down his chin with every word. His shirt and thick orange chest hair were stained with it.
"Kept us safe for more'n 1,000 years it has."
"And it'll turn back the God Emperor's army too, you young whippersnapper," he seemed to be saying. Nish averted his eyes. "And the other 2 provincial militias will rendezvous with us at Wiley's clearing before the climb?"
"Don't know nothing about arrangements, just a guide I am."
"But there is a good spot for all our forces to come together there?" Nish asked anxiously.
"There's a clearing big enough for all the troops you'll have,"
he hawked, and spat blue phlegm into the grass. The wet season had been unseasonably mild for the past week, with only a torrential downpour every second day, but as soon as they reached Wiley's clearing, a precipitous opening in the forest not much bigger than a horse blanket, it began to rain in earnest. Nish closed his eyes and pointed his face to the sky, savouring the cool drops on his sweat-drenched, insect-savaged skin. "About time," he said, rubbing it over his face and looking around. "Where are the detachments from the east and south?" "That'll be the men from Rigore province," grunted Kerr, pointing into the trees. Nish made out a handful of troops sitting on a log, passing a wineskin about. The Rigore pennant, featuring a laughing dolphin bursting through a wave, hung from the branch of a tree. No guards had been set out, no defences prepared. Nish, as an old soldier, was disgusted. "There don't seem to be very many. I was promised 400 or 500 from Rigore province and slightly more from Gendry. Expect they're down at the river. There's a fine bathing pool there for those what like that sort of thing. Don't hold with bathing myself." Nish exchanged glances with G, whose snub nose was turned up. Kerr's assertion was redundant. He could be smelt 100 paces away, against the wind. "What about Gendry province?" said Nish. Kerr shrugged. "Should have been here days ago." "Course." "What?" said Nish. "Mostly sod turners over east. Wouldn't know one end of a spear from the other. Better off without 'em." Kerr walked off, hawking to left and right. Gloom settled over Nish and he could not shake it off. His quest had been cursed from the beginning. "Hoshi, make camp, then put up the targets and get everyone practicing. G, come with me." He went across to the men on the log. They were a rough lot, almost as dirty as Kerr, unshaven and dressed in mud-stained rags. The roughest of them all, a big burly man with a green feather in his broad-brimmed hat, was swigging from the wineskin and belching loudly. As Nish approached, he lowered the skin, wiped his mouth and said, "What do you want, shrimp?" Nish felt an instant and urgent dislike of the fellow, so strong that it took an effort to conceal it, but he began politely. "I'm Nish Halar, and I know who you are, you white-faced runt. I said, what do you want?" Nish restrained himself. "I'm the commander of Gendrigore's combined militia." "Be damned, I'm not serving under no poxy turd of a foreigner." "That has already been decided by your betters," said Nish between his teeth. "Where's your commander, soldier?" The burly man lurched to his feet, swaying wildly, but recovered. "I'm the commander here, you slimy little poop. I'm Captain Boobalar, and I'm not serving under you." Nish knew that he would have to break Boobalar. He also knew that now was not the time. Boobalar would have to be taken by surprise and crushed, for he knew nothing else. Once it was done, Nish knew, the men of Rigore would bow to his authority, but they would forever hold a grudge against him for taking down one of their own, and if they caught him on a dark night, he'd get a beating, if not worse. Just what he needed on the eve of battle. "My apologies, Captain Boobalar," said Nish, stiffly sketching a salute. "I did not recognize you out of uniform." Boobalar did not know what to make of that. He nodded curtly, but did not return the salute. "Where are the rest of your men, Captain?" said Nish. "I was promised 500 from Rigore." "Rigore can't afford to waste 500 on a wild goose chase. It's harvest time. I bought 80, and even that's too many." "80 is no good to me," cried Nish. "Well, then we'll go home again," said Boobalar, taking another swig and tossing the skin over his shoulder at a soldier lying on his back at the other end of the log. It struck him in the face, and he started up with a shocked cry. "Is it the enemy already?" The other men laughed, and Boobalar loudest of all. "Let's not be hasty," said Nish, red raw inside at having to mollify this brute. "The enemy is already on the march from Taranta with a mighty army. They may already be climbing the spine." "How do you know?" said Boobalar. "The watchfires have been lit, and a runner has come from the lookout above the pass." Boobalar swallowed, his triangular larynx bobbing up and down. "It's true then," said a soldier with a red birthmark in the shape of a horseshoe on his right cheek. Boobalar glanced at him. "What if it is lucky? They'll break on the spine like every other army has, and we'll go fat on the loot we plunder from their rotting bodies." The man called Lucky licked his lips. He had 3 teeth, 1 on the top and 2 on the bottom. Nish desperately hoped that it was true, and that he could hold Blisterbone Pass with as few as 1,000 men. He would have that number when the Gendry militia arrived. "Is there any sign of the army from Gendry?" Boobalar grinned, displaying a full set of fractured yellow teeth. "The best news of all." "What?" Nish's spirits rose fractionally. "More than 500, 1,000. With 1,000 more, he would feel relatively confident, if only they got to Blisterbone first.
"They're not coming," snorted Boobalar. "We won't have to share the loot with them."
Not coming? Nish couldn't keep the dismay out of his voice. This campaign was a nightmare, no, a farce. With a wolfish laugh, Boobalar reached backwards for another wineskin. Someone put one into his hand. He turned his back to Nish, farted, then lay on the log and expertly directed a stream of purple wine into his mouth. Nish dropped his hand onto the hilt of Vivimord's sabre, but withdrew it. Boobalar's gestures were an insult and a challenge, and he wasn't going to fall into the trap. He would challenge Boobalar at a time of his own choosing. Until he crushed him, though, he would look weak in the eyes of his men. Assuming I can crush him, Nish thought. Boobalar was a head taller and half as heavy again, with muscles honed from years of labour. Nish was fit from months of walking, but he was not strong enough to take this man down in unarmed combat. And if the troops from Gendry were not coming, could he afford to crush Boobalar and lose one more man? Indeed, was there any point going on with so few? Yes, even leaving Gendragore's fate out of the equation, he had to go on. If this was to be the first real battle of the war against his father, he had to fight it, and he had to win. Even if he only had 500. He had to find a way. He desperately needed advice, but the one person he could turn to was never around when he needed her. Tulatine hadn't been seen for days, and no one knew where she had gone. After dinner, Nish sat by the embers of his cooking fire, where the smoke provided some relief from the incessant mosquitoes, mudflies, and blue-eyed gnats, and from Kerr's squalid reek. Nish was trying to get a picture of the track that wound over the spine, but the guide was not being helpful. "So how long is it to the pass now, Kerr?" Kerr took out his blue-stained chaw, studied the soggy mess in the firelight, and put it back. "For me, 5 days. Your useless lot might do it in 7 if they walk hard and nothing goes wrong. Is there any chance the supply wagons can come part way up the track? It would be a big help if they could, otherwise we'll be awfully burdened with supplies." Assuming the supply wagons ever got here. The bulk of their supplies were coming from Gendry, which was closest to the spine, but since Gendry's troops had failed him, maybe the supplies weren't coming either. How long could he afford to wait? No more than another day, and if they hadn't turned up by then, Nish didn't know what he was going to do. Kerr snorted, spraying blue saliva out in a poisonous cloud. "Forget everything you know, Captain." "What's that supposed to mean?" Nish snarled, for it had been a rotten day of a lousy week, and he could not imagine tomorrow being any better. "You keep calling it a track. Ain't no road, no track, no path. It's the worst country you ever saw for walking. One minute you're up to your neck in snake-infested swamp, the next you're inching sideways along a ledge with 100-span drop below you and rotten rock crumbling underfoot. Ridge goes straight up for 500 spans, then down the other side, then up another ridge and another. By the time you get to Blisterbone with all the ups and downs, you've walked halfway to the moon. You couldn't lead a horse over the spine and you're talking about wagons." Kerr got up, scratched his scrawny haunches, and walked off. Nish felt like getting so drunk he couldn't stand up. They'd have to carry all their supplies on their backs, but they could only carry enough food to last them a fortnight up such precipitous paths. If all went well, they would have just enough to get to the pass, fight a quick battle, and come down again. If they had to wait or defend for days, they would run out of supplies, and once these were gone, they would have to live off the land or starve. But living off the land was very time-consuming. No army could do so and fight at the same time. Not up there. So they would have to fight and win within days of reaching Blisterbone. Or fight and die, in which case the lack of supplies would not matter. It began to rain in earnest in the night, and it grew ever heavier until he could not sleep for the drumming on the canvas of his tent. Just what we need on the first day of the climb, he thought, though he had been expecting it. Gendragore was a wet place, and this was the wet season, and nowhere was wetter than the spine that cut it off from the world. He couldn't imagine what it would be like in the really wet season. "Nish, are you awake?" It was Tulatine, outside the flap of the tent. "Can't sleep in this," he muttered. "Just as well, there's a lot to talk about." "Come in." He sat up and lit his lantern. Tulatine came in, water running off her oilskins to join the streams of water winding their way across the sloping floor of the tent. "Where have you been?" he asked. Here and there, listening to the wind in the trees and the croaking of the frogs. Why does everyone in Gendragore talk in riddles? He muttered. Those who demand plain speaking aren't always equipped to deal with what they hear. What's that supposed to mean? The truth isn't always obvious, even if the facts are clear. Sometimes truth is a riddle nested inside a paradox, and until you can puzzle out that paradox and solve the riddle, you won't know which way to act. Are you saying that I shouldn't try to defend Gendragore? It may be right for Gendragore, but wrong for you. Or the other way around. It may be right for you both, but wrong for Santhanar. What's Santhanar got to do with it? I don't know. But some of the forces determined to overthrow the God Emperor may be worse than he is. Do you mean the Numinator? Nish often wondered about Flydd and Colm and Maelys. Had they found the Numinator by now? If they could enlist the Numinator's aid, it might turn the tide their way. Assuming they were still alive, of course. The riddles written in the wind are more enigmatic than usual. Nish sat, head bowed, as the rain pounded down. He had never felt less certain of his path, and her words had not helped. Chulatine, I don't know what to do. Rugore has only sent 80 men, most of them drunks and troublemakers only here for the looting, and I don't think Gendry is sending anyone. Is there any point in going on with so few? She didn't reply, and he added, I don't suppose you've heard any whispers about Flydd, Maelys and Colm. I really need help. I'm lost. She sighed. None at all. All right, Nish. Here's the plainest speaking you'll ever hear from me. The enemy is making better progress than anyone expected, and you can't wait for the supply wagons. You must leave at first light and make a forced march all the hours of the day, and tomorrow and the day after. You've got to reach the top of Blisterbone Pass before Jal Nish's army does. If they get across before you do, Gendragore is lost and so are you, and Santhanar may be doomed. What do you mean? I've read the omens, but I know no more. Good luck. She offered him her thin hand. You're not coming, he said, dismayed. Though his troops were only 10 or 15 years younger than him, they felt like a different generation. They hadn't grown up in a war where every waking thought was directed to the struggle for survival against a superior enemy. None of them knew anything about the real world beyond Gendragore's borders, and he could not turn to them for advice. She didn't say anything. Of course you're not, he said. How could I have imagined otherwise? This is a road for the young and reckless, and I'm too old. I couldn't climb the spine with a heavy pack, and there would be nothing for me to do there anyway. Do you mean? You know I do. For anyone badly injured up on the spine, it will be a death sentence. Up there, bad wounds can turn septic in a day, and anyone who can't walk must be left behind. You can't carry the injured in that kind of country, Nish. His lantern went out, though Chulatine had not gone near it, and with a rustle of wet oilskins, she was gone. We can't wait for the supply wagons, he thought, and they can't go any further. So what are we to do without them? I'll leave a man behind to tell the wagons to wait. If they arrive, until the force from Gendry gets here. If they come, who said things could not get any worse? Part 3. The Range of Ruin. 41. They set off at first light, Kerr leading, Nish following as close behind as he could bear the stench, scrambling on blistered hands and bloody knees up a ridge through rainforest festooned with vines. The bedraggled army followed, grumbling at the early start. There was no track to follow, just an unmarked slope that went up and up forever. The heavy rain intensified. It was now a downpour so fierce that Nish could barely see and couldn't hear. The whole mountainside was running with water, and the ground a sponge into which his boots sank so deeply that mud flowed over their tops. Every step took an effort, especially for him. The Gendragorians were used to such conditions. He could never be. He soon realized how skin-deep his fitness was, for the first hour was more exhausting than his climb to the top of Mistmurk Mountain about a month ago. The next hour loomed like an even higher peak. He staggered on, head down, drenched to the skin and feeling faint from the dreadful, stifling humidity. Got to keep going, he kept telling himself. If he showed any weakness, his sad little army would turn back. He had to be as hard as iron and as tough as the best of them. They would expect no less of the son of the God Emperor. The only way to lead men was from the front. 3 days went by and it was raining just as hard. It had not let up for a minute, and Nish felt as though his continually wet feet were rotting. He wasn't game to take his stinking socks off in case the skin came with them. "This must be how the world ends," he said to Hoshi, who had come back from the leaders. Despite all Nish's efforts, a third of his men had passed him today. He stepped carefully onto what looked like solid ground and sank thigh-deep into clinging mud. Hoshi heaved him out, as he had done a dozen times already. He was still smiling, though not as broadly nor as often. Even the hardiest of Gendragorians were struggling in the impossible conditions. "Not much farther to go today, according to Kerr," said Hoshi. "We'll camp on the top of the ridge. A great overhang of rock there will shelter us all, and we might even get a fire going. Can you make it that far, Nish?" "I'll make it however far it is," Nish gasped, praying it was only another 100 paces. His iron determination had not yet failed him, but determination was not enough when the soles of your feet were covered in burst, weeping blisters, and your muscles kept locking up with cramp. He staggered up and ever up, reaching the campsite less than an hour later. It was on a saddle-shaped ridge-top with steep slopes to either side, the sodden ground covered in shattered trees and broken rock. Further along, the ridge reared up in an axe-shaped precipice of seamed brown stone, whose top was concealed by the low-hanging clouds. "I thought there was shelter," said Nish. "An overhang or something." "Must have fell down," said Kerr. "Rock in the spine is rotten. Too much rain. Whole mountain fell down once. Shook the ground all the way to Rigore." The precipice looming above them looked none too secure either, but Nish was too exhausted to care. "We'll camp here. At least there's plenty of firewood." "If you can get it to burn, you're a better man than I am," said Kerr, spitting a blue deluge onto a nearby log. Nish wasn't going to fall into that trap. "I'll leave that to those who know how." He raised his voice. "Let's get the targets strung up while the tents are being pitched." There was a collective groan from those nearby, though they complied readily enough. There had been no time for target practice since they'd begun the climb, and as each passing day brought them closer to the enemy, few now doubted that they were going to see action. Nish pitched his tent on the smoothest patch of ground he could find, made his way around the precipice to one of the less public waterfalls cascading down the side of the ridge, and stood under it, fully dressed, until the worst of the mud was washed out of his hair and clothes. Everything he owned was saturated. For the past 3 nights he had slept in his muddy gear and woke feeling like a pig in a wallow, though at least the mud had kept the insects away. He stripped off, dropped his clothes onto a rock and scrubbed himself clean, then washed his slimy socks and mud-caked boots. As he'd suspected, the skin was peeling off his waterlogged feet in sheets. "Bad idea bathing up here. Never know what might come after you when you're all pink and naked." Nish spun around. Boobalar was standing behind the rocks 20 paces away, wineskin in hand, all his cracked teeth showing. "As long as it's not the enemy," Nish said, pretending a calm he could not feel. "You don't know who your enemy is up here." "I've got a pretty fair idea." Nish's chances weren't good. There was no one in sight, and he'd left Vivimord's sabre back in his tent. If he took this brute on bare-handed, there was only one possible outcome. Boobalar moved towards him, hand on the hilt of his blade, drawing the moment out. Nish eyed the shattered rocks littering the ground. Some had sharp edges. If he was lucky, he might get in a telling blow. Boobalar grinned and took another couple of steps. Nish felt like a fool. He should never have let his guard down, should never have come around here all alone. Even if Boobalar didn't intend to kill him, he certainly planned to inflict such punishment that Nish would be forever damaged in the militia's eyes. Since they had little innate respect for authority, his position as captain did not elevate him, and once they lost respect for Nish the man, he would never be able to lead them. He went backwards until he was under the edge of the waterfall. His clothes were just to the left, but he could not afford to go for them. Half-dressed, he would be even more helpless. Nor could he shout for help. No cry would be heard over the waterfalls, and if he ran, he'd shred his feet on the rocks, and Boobalar would take him from behind. His only hope was to attack Boobalar bare-handed and beat him, but that wasn't going to happen. Unless... Could he use his clear sight to tell what Boobalar was going to do next? It was such an unreliable gift that Nish seldom tried to use it anymore, but it had been enhanced a trifle that day he'd put his hand into Reaper in the cavern on the edge of Mistmurk Mountain. He picked up a fist-sized piece of rock shaped like a hand axe and stepped forwards onto a relatively smooth patch of ground between the rocks, the best arena he could find. Boobalar drew his sword and came on. Knowing his cause was hopeless, Nish sought deep and despairingly for his clear sight, and for once found it. What did Boobalar have in mind? How would he strike and which way? Nish tried to see into his mind, but nothing came. The soldier was not a subtle man, but he was a cunning one. Would he feint or pretend to slip and lure Nish forwards? He gave the clear sight all he had, suddenly saw himself through Boobalar's red and yellow eyes, and recoiled, for he'd seen right into the festering mess that was Boobalar's drink-addled mind. "Ugh!" he gasped, cutting off the clear sight, so sickened that the stone slipped from his hand. Before he'd recovered, Boobalar, leering like a maniac, was upon him, and Nish felt sure he was going to die. Boobalar knocked him backwards with a fist like a small club, right through the waterfall, and Nish slammed into the rock face. Water thundered on his head, temporarily blinding him. The dropped sword clanged on stone. Then he was caught in a headlock, dragged forwards and thrown belly down over the curve of a boulder. His chin hit the lower side, and his head spun. Nish was scratching at the rock, dazedly trying to get up, when he heard Boobalar coming up behind him, roaring with laughter. What was he going to do? Surely he wasn't planning. Whack! The blow drove him so hard against the rock that he felt its little projections breaking the skin across his belly, groin, and thighs. His whole backside was shrieking. Boobalar had struck him with the flat of the sword and all the strength of his arm behind it. "Deliver yourself from this, deliverer!" The soldier's wild laughter rang in his ears. Nish tried to get up. Whack! Whack! He felt as though the flesh of his backside was splattering off and his bones were being crushed by the assault. Did Boobalar intend to beat him to death with the sword? It wouldn't take long at this rate, and Nish couldn't do a thing about it. "Hey, what the blazes is going on?" It was G's voice, though she couldn't help him. Gentle G wouldn't last a second against Boobalar. "Keep away!" Nish gasped. "Get away from him!" G shouted. "Come on, lads!" Boobalar gave Nish a final shattering whack and disappeared over the steep edge of the ridge. Unable to move, Nish lay over the rock, arse up, letting the mortifying tears fall where they may. This was the end of his command and his quest. There could be no coming back from such a humiliation. G came running up with Forzel and Kletch, a huge, gentle fisherman with a perpetual squint from staring out to sea. "You all right, Nish?" she cried. "Kletch, get after Boobalar." Kletch's boots pounded away. G took Nish's shoulder, but he slid bonelessly off the rock onto the ground. He couldn't move, couldn't speak, and definitely could not meet Forzel's eyes, for he was a perennial joker, and Nish could only imagine what he'd made of this scene. G ran back for balms and bandages. A grimly silent Forzel helped Nish up, and when his many cuts and abrasions had been treated, dressed him and assisted him back. Nish crawled into his tent, too sore and sick to eat. By nightfall, Boobalar's men would have spread the story through the camp, and Nish would be a laughingstock, his reputation ruined. The militia would never follow him now. He huddled in his wet bedroll, knowing he should go out and address them at once to try and save himself, but unable to face the ordeal. It would not have surprised him if they all deserted in the night. When he rose the following morning, after what felt like the most painful and miserable night of his life, the militia was still there. His backside was a swollen mess of purple bruises that were spreading up his back and down his thighs, and he could barely stand up, but he had to. The mortifying moment could not be put off any longer, and whatever came from it, he would face it with the few shreds of dignity he had left. Hoshi was just outside. Nish beckoned him over. "Would you—" his voice went hoarse. "Would you call everyone together? I have to tell them what happened and give them the opportunity." "No," said Hoshi, more firmly than he had spoken to Nish before. It was starting already. "I'm your captain," gritted Nish. "It's an order. You don't know Gendragore, Nish.
We don't make heroes of men like Boobalar who kill for a living. Our heroes are ordinary folk who have fought against the odds even if they failed."
"I don't know what you're talking about," said Nish.
"We don't think the less of you because a swine like Boobalar beat you black and blue. We admire you all the more because you had the courage to take him on unarmed, when you knew you couldn't win."
Nish found this difficult to understand, for he had grown up in the old school, where everyone knew their place and it had been ruthlessly enforced.
"But how can I maintain discipline when—" "We don't obey you because you give us orders, Nish. We follow you because you care about us and for our beautiful Gendragore. We follow you because we believe in you."
"But we have looked out for our captain," said Hoshi.
"The matter will never be mentioned again."
"But—" Hoshi held up his hand and Nish broke off, humbled and overcome. The matter was not mentioned again, on that day's march or afterwards, and Nish did not see a single smirk or secret smile on the faces of his militia. In the early afternoon he was having a leak behind a tree when Boobalar's company hobbled past, every man of them sporting black eyes and battered faces. Nish's own troops had swollen hands and bleeding knuckles, even gentle G. He could have wept for their simple, stubborn loyalty and their refusal to allow him any shame for what he had been through. He loved them, every single one, but it could not erase his humiliation. It burned him night and day, lessening him in his own eyes. After making such an elementary blunder and leaving himself exposed to his enemy, how could he rely on his own judgment in the battles to come, where lives would be lost at every miscalculation or failed strategy? How could he believe in himself when at every critical choice he would see his naked body splayed over a rock, having his arse whaled by an addled thug? Maybe the militia would follow him as confidently as ever, but Nish felt eaten up from the inside. He was no longer sure he had the self-belief to lead them in the battle of their lives. That day was a nightmare. For the first hour, Nish could barely stagger, but he forced himself to, enduring the pain and making every step into another blow against Boobalar. How he was going to pay. Nish would not accept the frequent offers of a helping hand. He could not, for in his mind that would only reveal another weakness. He had to do it alone, no matter how it hurt. And the next hour hurt even more. Each succeeding day felt worse than the one before, yet Nish drove himself harder, for they did not seem to be getting anywhere. When he finally clawed his way to the top of each ridge, he could only see more ridges, looming ever higher until they blurred into the rain, and there was never any way to get to the next ridge without climbing down a precipitous slope and up the other side. Every day his terror grew that they would get to Blisterbone and find it held against them by thousands of jeering imperial militia. The business between him and Boobalar wasn't finished either. It could not be until he crushed the man or Boobalar killed him. He could see it in the captain's eyes every time they met. Boobalar said not a word, and neither did his troops, but the sore continued to fester.
"I'm sure we've climbed this ridge before," Nish panted on the afternoon of the 6th day. "It looks really familiar." "In that case, you'd see our tracks," said Kerr. "The rain would have washed them away." "Land all looks the same up here," said Kerr. "It even fools me sometimes." "We must be getting close now," Nish said on the 7th day of the climb. He had stopped with G, Hoshi and Kerr for a few minutes' rest. They slumped to the ground, but Nish stayed on his feet. If he once sat down, he did not think he would ever get up again. It was still raining as heavily as before, but it was milder at this altitude, and occasionally, when they emerged from forest onto an open ridge and the wind was blowing hard, he felt pleasantly cool. "Couple of days to Blisterbone," Kerr grunted. "You said it would only take us 7 days." "It would have if you put your backs into it." Kerr spat onto the ground between Nish's feet. He became ruder and more disrespectful by the hour, and in the olden days Nish would have had him flogged for insolence, but without Kerr he would never find the pass. Besides, he had too many other problems to worry about, like their rapidly dwindling food supplies. The militia had consumed far more than he had expected, and so had he, for the forced march in these conditions had been utterly exhausting, and everyone had lost weight. Had they eaten any less, they would have been burning the flesh of their own bodies and growing weaker every day. As it was, he'd already left 22 people behind suffering various fevers and ailments, and another 12 with broken limbs and sprains.
They would be helped down on the way back, if the militia came back, and if it did not, most of them would die. He had to keep up the strength and morale of the able-bodied. They had to reach Blisterbone Pass first, and then they would have to fight for their lives, so Nish ordered the cooks to keep doling out the food. If they ran short on the way home, at least they'd be walking more downhill than up. Well, slightly more downhill. Nish's other problem, which grew more pressing as they approached their destination, was his ignorance of the enemy's progress. There was no point labouring up to Blisterbone if the enemy already held the pass. "You better go ahead and find out where they are," he said to Kerr. "Won't do you no good," said Kerr. "Why not?" "They'll have 100 scouts out and 50 scout hunters. You'll just be telling them we're on the way. Father has spies and watchers everywhere. He must know we're coming." "But not where we are. If you send up a scout, it'll just be telling his men that you're close. If they've taken the pass and are on their way down, I've got to know where they are so I can make a battle plan." Kerr sighed ostentatiously and hawked another gob at the fire. "Look, Nish, you're a decent fellow for a white skin and a foreigner, but you can't fight the way you used to up here. I've got to make plans. Battle plans are no good on the spine, son. The land is too rough, the jungle too thick. This ain't like a clear battlefield where you can see everyone. You can't see your own men, and you never know where the enemy is. They can attack from any direction, and you won't know it until their spears take your throat out. Send out a detachment. You lose sight of them, and there's no way to give them new orders. When the fighting starts, it's every man for himself until they're dead or you are. So the biggest army always wins," Nish said bitterly. "The one that uses the land best wins. How can I do that when I can't see the enemy's formations? You don't fight in formation, you fight them in secret with pits and traps and snares, poison the water, roll boulders down on their camps, attack at night with spears and arrows, then scatter and hide. Never show yourself if you can avoid it, for someone stronger and faster will always catch you. Never fight hand to hand unless you've no choice. Fire, run, hide, then fire again." He got up and walked off. "That's not a very noble form of warfare," Hoshi said quietly. "There is no noble form of warfare," said Nish. "War is maimed men left to die in agony, towns full of women and children put to the sword, lands razed, stock butchered, forests burned." He put his head in his hands. "What's the matter?" asked G. "Kerr is right. It's the only way, though I don't like shooting men in cold blood either." After a long pause, G said, "I heard you were a javelard operator during the war, firing from the top of one of those metal caterpillars." Most javelards had been mounted on the top of clankers, which were 8, 10, or even 12-legged armoured mechanical monsters driven by a force, now gone, called the Field. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, clankers had failed when the nodes were destroyed, taking the fields which empowered the art with them. "I've used javelards," said Nish, "in open battle." "Did you always warn the enemy before you shot him?" "You don't warn your enemy in war, you just shoot." "In the back?" "Sometimes," Nish said uneasily, not wanting to be reminded of those times. "Even if he doesn't know you're there?" "You kill or be killed until the battle is won or lost." "If the God Emperor's troops see one of us within range," G said quietly, "will they shout a warning or just shoot?" "They'll shoot, of course. They'll slaughter the lot of us and sweep down into Gendrigore, and hiding in the forests won't serve your people this time. The God Emperor's armies will starve them out. Gendrigore will fall, your people will be carried off into slavery, and that will be the end of resistance on Santhanar. Gendrigore will become a symbol that there is no country, no matter how small, that Father won't take the trouble to crush to ensure his realm is unchallenged." "Gendrigore did not challenge him?" "The moment Gendrigore put Vivimord to trial, it spat in the God Emperor's face, and he could not ignore it. That was my fault." "Gendrigore brought Vivimord to justice and executed him, not you," said G. "Your people thought they were executing a murderer, and that would be the end of it, but I knew differently. I put the responsibility in their hands, not because I thought it was the right thing to do, but because I could not bear to act like my father. That cowardly choice is going to cost Gendrigore dearly. I see the answer now. There's only one way to win this battle, if our tiny militia can win it, and that is to fight Kerr's way. I will do whatever it takes to turn Father's army back and pay the price, even if it costs me my soul. I will never give in until the war is won or lost beyond recovery. Finally, you're talking like the deliverer, said Hoshi.
42.
Igor looked at Flydd quizzically. What if the woman in red didn't just influence you during renewal? What if she actually entered you? I haven't got time for such nonsense, Flydd snapped. The prisoners are being slaughtered as we speak. You can't avoid the question forever. I saw it in your eyes the moment you appeared here. Saw what? You were changed, Flydd. Changed more than any Mancer should be after 10 years, even one who has gone through the trauma of renewal. How the hell would you know? You've never been renewed. I knew you well once, and over the uncounted centuries since my birth, I've known a number of Mancers who survived renewal. You're not the same man you were when we last met. Flydd turned away, desperately trying not to think about what Igor was saying. He didn't want to consider the ugly possibility, couldn't bear to face it. Igor caught him by the arm. Ask yourself this, Flydd. Where did your ability to make portals come from, and how did it come so easily to you in a world stripped of most of its arts? She taught me how to make the portal, Flydd gritted. You know as well as I do that one Mancer can't just tell another how to work a spell. You have to know it from the inside out. All right, she got in my mind at a moment of weakness. She must have put everything there that I needed. It still came too easily, Flydd, and you know it. If I'd made a portal to the Nightland, I'd have been crippled by after sickness for days, yet by all accounts you hardly suffered at all. You made another portal only a couple of days later. A month had gone by when we returned to Santhanar, Flydd snapped. The only passing time that counts is the time of the place where you spend it, the Nightland. 2 days between portals and no after sickness. It should not have been possible. And when you made a third portal from Dunnet, you ought to be dead, yet you look better than I do. Why, Flydd? Not now, damn you. Flydd could feel the pressure boiling up in him. He wanted to strike out at Igor. He didn't want to consider that the woman in red had changed him, might even have left part of herself inside him to control him at some future time. Instead, he directed his fury and his deep-seated fear of what she had done to him into the chthonic fire webbing its way across the wall of ice to blast a way through it. A boom shook the steps. Rotten, fire-eaten ice crumbled out of the lower walls in several places, and more whelms scrambled in. Half the prisoners fell down on the stairs in a wave that proceeded from top to bottom. When the steam and flying ice had cleared, Flydd saw a neat tube blasted through the ice wall in front of him, expanding outwards on the far side. We're through, he roared. Come on! He crawled in. 3 whelm guards lay on the far side, crushed under the ice. One was still kicking. And this? Said Igor. If you need further evidence. What are you talking about? The old Flydd could not have done what you just did, using nothing more than cold fire. The woman in red has changed you, Flydd, and good is not going to come of it. Flydd didn't answer. It was too disturbing. He saw a square staircase to the left, various rooms and corridors ahead and to the right. Chismore, do we go up? She nodded. We must. They'll have taken the lower stair by now. Where does this one lead? All the way to the top of the inner tower. Is there any way out from there? Yes, but we'd have to fight hundreds of whelm to get to it. Can we defend the top? She hesitated before answering. I expect so. For a while. Then that's what we'll have to do. Come on. He ran for the steps and began to scramble up them. They were very steep and also speckled with chthonic fire. Is the whole damned place fire-eaten? He cried as his boot plunged through the 10th step into icy water. Jagged ice tore at his calf as he pulled free. Not yet, but the fire seems to be feeding on ice, said Igor. And unless we can put it out, it's not going to stop until it's consumed the entire tower. Flydd felt a chill of fear. And what then? The moat water will stop it spreading any further, fortunately. The Numinator won't be pleased, though. That's the least of my worries right now. Flydd stopped on the first landing, for Igura was already lagging behind and Flangers was labouring. Colm and Chismul continued up out of sight. Behind Flangers, the leading prisoners were pushing up, stumbling and fearful. They were torn between an uncanny death at the Mancer's hands or a brutal one from the Whelm's jag blades, and little to choose either way. The floor rocked sideways, sliding Flydd and Igura across the landing and throwing most of the prisoners off their feet.
"What was that?"
asked Flangers. He was as brave as any man in the face of physical danger, but was not equipped to deal with the uncanny.
"Felt like a foundation stone crumbling," said Igura. "Is the inner tower going to fall?"
"Not for a while," said Igura.
"Her bracelets are taking every speck of power I have to maintain her realm, and this ice is stronger than brick or stone. Small breaches will heal themselves, for any liquid water that forms will put that patch of fire out and then freeze, welding the ice together again. Where it is rottest, that part of the wall will collapse, but the rest of the tower should stay together. For a time."
"Just long enough for us to get to the roof," Colm said gloomily. "And then the inner tower will fall down." When they reached the top, Flydd echoed his despair. The roof of the inner tower was flat and some 50 paces across, surrounded by a chest-high wall of ice as clear as window glass. 3 suspended aerial walkways, equally spaced around the perimeter wall, ran across to a narrow platform encircling the inside wall of the Tower of 1,000 Steps, which curved around and soared above them like the inside of a gigantic cone. On the far side of their roof, another stair ran down inside the inner tower.
"We can't defend the roof either," said Colm. "Not with 5 ways for them to attack us."
"Flangers," said Flydd, "what do we do?"
"Block the 2 stairwells," said Flangers. "Flydd, you'll have to do that. You too, Igura. You've got to find the power somewhere, sir."
Flangers added hastily, for Mancers were notoriously short-tempered and quick to take offence.
"I'll see if we can deal with the walkways."
Flydd and Igura headed for the second staircase, since the one they'd climbed was choked with scrambling, desperate prisoners.
"You do it," said Igura. "I've worked out how to hold back a little power for myself, and I'm saving it for an emergency."
Flydd raised an eyebrow.
"And this isn't. This is just a skirmish. The real battle is yet to come."
Flydd drew power from a patch of white fire and concentrated on the roof of the stairwell, several spans down. It was much harder to break the ice this time, for it was more solid here, and he felt hollowed out from overusing his art. But after much straining, the blocks above the bend of the stair separated and fell in.
"I don't think it's blocked completely."
Flydd slumped to his knees, his head whirling and his stomach churning with after-sickness. She was back in his mind's eye, and she wanted something.
"What's the matter?"
said Igura, splitting a block over and over, making more spears.
"I saw the woman in red again." "What was she doing?"
Igura rapped.
"Trying to get through to me,"
Flydd said faintly.
"But she's faded away."
"Good riddance." Igura inspected the ice rubble below.
1 or 2 Whelm might still scramble through there, but they won't find it easy to fight on that shifting slope. Nor will our untrained prisoners with their brittle spears."
Igura took an armload of ice spears up, then went down to the fallen blocks to make more. Flydd headed across to Flangers, Chismul and Colm, who were at the end of one of the aerial walkways. These consisted of a series of ice planks frozen onto cables of clear, woven ice. There was no sign of the enemy.
"This ice must be spell-toughened," said Flangers, hacking at a cable. "Not even a Whelm jag blade will make an impression on it."
"It is," said Igura, laying down another armload of spears.
"And the tower draws upon my power from time to bolster the cables anew."
"What if you were to hold it back?" said Chismul, who, having been a Thapter pilot, understood the ways that power could be drawn and blocked.
"I'm not sure that I can. The bracelets are still in charge." "Here come the Whelm!"
someone yelled. Flydd peered over the edge. Far across, on the cone-shaped inside wall of the Tower of 1,000 Steps, lines of Whelm were clambering up a set of rungs to the platform that encircled the inside of the Tower of 1,000 Steps. Once the Whelm reached the platform, they could run around it to the walkways and attack across all 3 at once. Without warning, the roof of the inner tower swayed left and right, then jerked downwards half a span, sending slow waves across the suspended walkways and pulling their curves tighter.
Another course of the tower has crumbled, said Igur.
It had better not fall any further, said Flydd. Igur, now shaking with after-sickness, added another armload to his pile of ice spears. Arm yourselves, he said hoarsely to the wide-eyed prisoners, and they obeyed at once. Yells and screams broke out behind them. The last of the prisoners were coming up, closely followed by a pack of whelm. A band of prisoners tried to fend them off with ice spears, but the whelm smashed the spears with sideways sweeps of their jag blades. Flangers, leading a squad of spearmen, drove them down. Flydd ran to their aid, knocking the useless defenders out of the way with his shoulder and leaping down onto the top step. He'd worked out how to use the jag sword now. The elegant swordsmanship he'd learned from a master decades ago was useless here. Neither could he cut and thrust as he would normally do in battle, for the jags caught on clothing and flesh, and it was difficult to pull free. The best way to use a jag sword was as an edged bludgeon. When swung hard enough, it would shear through flesh and bone, and one blow was normally enough to disable an opponent or kill him. A pair of whelm lunged up the steps, and Flydd felt a spasm of fear. Though he had the advantage of height and speed, it was difficult to get a good swing going in the narrow stairwell. He hacked straight down at the whelm on the left, who ducked, but left his sword upraised. Flydd's blade struck it with a clang and another flurry of sparks, and the jags caught. The whelm held Flydd's sword. He couldn't free it in time, and the second whelm leapt up 2 steps, raising his weapon for the blow that would cleave Flydd in two from skull to navel. It was a clever strategy, clearly much practiced, and he had no choice but to abandon his sword. He threw himself backwards, but his heel caught on the edge of the top step, and he landed on his back on the roof, winded. The leading whelm leapt up beside him and raised the jag blade high to skewer Flydd to the floor. He couldn't get out of the way, couldn't move. "Stay down!" Igur roared and pointed his left hand at the tightly stretched ice cables at the far end of the nearest walkway. The whelm stopped, staring, jag sword upraised. Flydd heard a shrill hiss as the woven ice fibres unravelled at high speed. Then the cables snapped and hurtled towards the inner tower, their wiry ends lashing about furiously. The ice planks of the walkway were sent flying in all directions, embedding themselves deeply in every surface and smashing down 2 prisoners who had been slow to react. Igur dropped to the floor. An iron-hard cable end sang over his head and Flydd's, slammed into the whelm's right cheek, tearing his face off, then continued on its unstoppable way. The whelm fell backwards down the steps, but his jag blade hit the roof, point first, between Flydd's thighs, then toppled and thumped him in the groin, chest and mouth so hard that tears sprang to his eyes. The other whelm was on his feet. Flydd spat out blood, sat up and hefted the jag sword. Swinging it sideways so hard that he wrenched his back, he sent it spinning at the whelm, who could not move quickly enough to avoid it. It struck him in the belly and knocked him down 6 steps. Flydd got up weakly, holding his groin, the pain coming in waves so intense that he wanted to throw up. He could not look at the faceless whelm, who was crawling blindly up the steps, still trying to do his duty. Thankfully, Flangers put the fellow out of his misery. "You'll have to block the stairs, Flydd," said Igur in a faded voice. "I can do no more." He was on his hands and knees with his forehead touching the floor. "I don't have much left either." Flydd studied the layout of the stairs, identifying its weak points as a matter of habit. "I'll have to go down. I can't do it from here. They'll have a clear view of you." Flydd shrugged. "See if you can do something about the other 2 walkways." With the destruction of the first walkway, the inner tower had taken on a list, and walking across the sloping, slippery ice was difficult and dangerous. Flydd slid down the sloping stairs, trying to make sense of what he'd heard earlier. Had the Numinator opened a portal to the Nightland? And who had Maelys met there? The questions were unanswerable, but they raised a more urgent one. What would the Numinator do when she returned and saw the destruction? Would she call her whelm off? The main tower looked solid, but the inner one was badly damaged, and without being strengthened with the art, must fail. Its collapse would bury the hall of the bloodline registers and all those unpleasantly suggestive bodies, skeletons and malformed creatures in jars, ruining her lifetime's work. He hobbled down the steps until he was directly below the weakest point he'd identified in the stair roof. The whelm who had fallen lay dead with a broken neck, and others were scattered below him, stuck with ice spears. Flydd clutched at his groin, trying to ease the pain, then reached within himself to draw power one more time. It was harder than ever now. He couldn't concentrate, and he could hear the leathery feet of more whelm padding up the stairs. Now. He drew power hard, directing it into the ice above him, which, being almost untouched by chthonic fire, was as hard as adamant. His power made no impression on it. He tried again, but again saw the woman in red, dimly as though through a transparent barrier. Her arms were outstretched, pleadingly. But what did she want? For him to let her through? As if he was going to add to their troubles by calling her. Every muscle ached from overuse of power, and every bone. He had taken far more from himself than any Mancer should have, and he was going to pay for it. He tried to dismiss her from his mind, but the look in her eyes kept breaking his concentration, and then he realized that her face was vaguely familiar, though from a long time ago. He'd once had a brilliant memory for faces, though that had gone with renewal. He could not think why he knew her of old. Too late. The whelm had rounded the curve of the stair directly below and seen him. From the ranks below the leaders, a stream of spears arched up at him, shining in the dim light. He thrust his arm up, directed all the power he had left at the weak point in the stair roof, then scrambled backwards as the ice fell in gigantic blocks, smashing the treads to rubble. Most of the spears were brought down by the falling ice, but one shot over his shoulder and slammed into the steps above him. He scrambled up on hands and knees, desperate to get out of the way. He didn't think he'd completely blocked these stairs, but it would buy them time. Eger had brought down the second walkway. The third was only connected to the inner tower by one cable, but 7 whelm were pulling themselves across it, clinging upside down by their hands and feet. Terror was etched deep into their faces, but they were determined to do their duty. Eger lay flat on his back, barely able to move. He'd taken more from himself than he could spare. Colm and Chismool were hacking furiously at the remaining cable with jag swords, one on either side, but their blows were having no effect on it. 2 more whelm clambered onto the cable, hanging upside down like gangly sloths. "Sir," cried Flangers, who was staring down the first staircase, "they've found a way up." "And more will follow," said Flydd. Which should he attend to? He left them to Flangers and Chismool, staggered across to the cable end, and touched the stopper of his fire flask to it. Crack! The cable snapped with such force that the whelm clinging to it were catapulted in all directions. Flydd didn't see what became of them, though not even whelm could survive such a fall. The tower tilted left, rocked to the right, and plunged down at least 5 spans before it steadied, tilted at an angle of 20 degrees. The rubble blocking the first stairs disappeared as though it had slid down a plug hole, carrying the whelm with it. "If the inner tower keeps this up, we'll be in the basement by breakfast time," Colm said wryly. Flydd went over to Eger and helped him up. "When I drew power from them, I saw the woman in red again, and I know her face from somewhere. From long ago. I didn't recognize the image I saw earlier. It wasn't a good likeness. She changes her face from time to time." "Well, don't use chthonic fire again," Eger said limply. "I'll try not to." Flydd walked away. The immediate threat of the whelm had eased, but they would soon find another way to attack. They were relentless. He found the prisoners against the outer wall by the second stair. A few still held ice spears and other weapons, though most were blank-faced and apathetic. They were no use to him, yet he could not abandon them. Flangers lay slumped against the wall further around, a red stain flowering below his right shoulder. Chismool knelt in front of him, attending to the wound. "That looks bad," Flydd said, crouching over him. "I've taken worse," said Flangers. "It was a clean spear and it hasn't hit anything vital. It's damn painful, though." "I can imagine," said Flydd. Flangers wouldn't be swinging his sword any time soon. The odds were lengthening. He leaned on the wall, taking advantage of the brief respite to run through his options. "I don't know what to do," he said to Colm, who was hanging over the outer wall and appeared to be throwing up. "We can't fight 700. If the Numinator comes back soon, I'm tempted to surrender and pray that she's merciful." Colm wiped his mouth on his bloody sleeve and straightened up. She won't be. He bore a gash on his forehead, and a blood-stained bandage was wrapped around his left wrist.
I suppose not.
The tower tilted so far to the left that the prisoners came sliding across the roof towards Flydd. It swayed back to the vertical and slumped another 4 or 5 spans in one stomach-lurching rush before steadying briefly, then slipping down a little further. Colm began to throw up again. Flydd looked over the wall. The inner tower had dropped about 15 spans since they reached the roof and was now only half its former height. The ring-shaped area between it and the surrounding tower of 1,000 steps was filled with water, floating pieces of ice, bloodline registers and bodies. Ice coffins containing those less than human corpses, plus jars and amphorae of all sizes with their gruesome contents, were floating amongst pages from the registers. The lower levels of the inner tower must be completely flooded, and every subsidence forced coffins and frozen corpses out into the water. At least the whelm could not get in from below, unless they swam. Unfortunately, it left Flydd with no way to escape. The tower sank another span, sending fountains of brown water up on all sides and filling the air with unpleasantly smelling mist. The fountaining water froze in the air and fell back with a million little splashes. More whelm were scrambling up the rungs. The platform encircling the inside of the tower of 1,000 steps was crowded with them. From the exaggerated jerkiness of their gait and the wailing and banging of closed fists on their bare chests, they were in torment.
"The master must be dead, else she would have protected her tower," cried a gangly male, standing on the brink of the platform and rending his clothes in anguish. "She'll never return now." Another whelm appeared behind him, a gaunt fellow wearing a black loincloth and a crown of iron barbs. Holding a staff of black iron in his left hand, he banged it on the floor of the platform so hard that chunks of ice crumbled away. He stared across the ring of foul water, and his glittering eyes met Flydd's. "There's no sign of her, and even her eyrie is failing," the whelm cried. "Once more we are masterless, miserable whelm." "What are we to do?" cried the other. "Bring down the tower of 1,000 steps on their heads. Bring it all down."
43.
"Can she be dead?" said Flangers. "I doubt it very much," said Flydd. "Whelm are overly emotional. They'll soon discover their error, I'm sure."
"Who's that?" said Colm, eyeing the gaunt whelm wearing the crown of iron barbs.
"A whelm sorcerer," said Chismul. "Zoflock, he's the closest they have to a leader."
She shivered.
"He has no eyelids and eyes like worms impaled on fish hooks, and he never takes them off you."
Flangers rubbed the neat bandage Chismul had made over his shoulder wound.
"Other whelm have no interest in us, not even the women prisoners. Even the lowest whelm see us as beneath them. But Zoflock is different."
"It was as if he was trying to look right through my skin," said Chismul.
Flangers scowled and gripped the hilt of his jag blade.
"Where can his power come from?" "From me," growled Egur, "via the Numinator's bracelets. Get down!"
Flydd ducked behind the wall. A flight of arrows, fired from the platform to their left, skidded across the roof, and screams from the thronged prisoners told that several missiles had found their mark. They scrambled to shelter behind the wall, though Flydd noted chthonic fire creeping across it too.
"This tower can't last another hour," he thought despairingly.
"I can do no more to defend it, and when it fails, we'll be dumped in the icy water, where the whelm will pick us off with arrows at their leisure. Our only hope lies in the Numinator coming back and saving us, and what a feeble hope that is. And the irony is the God Emperor will never know what happened to his sole remaining enemies. We'll just vanish. The Numinator won't say, if she has survived, and nothing could induce the whelm to spill their master's secrets." More whelm were climbing the rungs, carrying equipment on their backs up to the platform where the Zoflock waited, staring unblinkingly at the inner tower, arms folded across his scarred chest.
"What are they doing?"
said Chismul. "They've got lengths of twisted metal pipe," said Colm.
copper pipe and glass vessels, and a huge copper cauldron. More pipework was set down on the platform, then a frame assembled from wood, and 3 whelm began to fit a contraption together under the supervision of the lidless-eyed sorcerer. The cauldron, which was a good span across, was set on a tripod, standing on a hearth assembled from bricks and filled with ice. A circular copper hood was fitted to the top and clamped tight. Coils of pipe were connected to it, spiralling up before passing through an enormous block of ice and down into a large glass flask.
"It's a still," said Chismul. "Dad had one at home when I was little, and he showed me how it worked. He used to make spirits from fruit and vegetables and grain. Well, anything he could get his hands on, really. He was a bit of a drinker, poor old Dad."
"What happened to him?"
said Flangers. "He made a bad batch and it killed him," she sighed. "We had great fun, Dad and I, when he wasn't drinking."
"What could they distill out of ice?" said Colm. "If you put ice in a still," said Agur, "all you get out the other end is water. Unless the ice is laced with chthonic fire," Flydd said dully.
Chunks of black, bituminous material were stacked on the hearth between the cauldron. The sorcerer whelm kindled them by thrusting the end of his staff into the pile. Flames licked up around the cauldron, and soon white fire began dripping into the flask. It looked far brighter than the chthonic flame in Flydd's flask had been, and it had a luminous glow. Shortly the hood of the cauldron was raised, and water tipped over the edge into the swirling brown flood far below. The cauldron was refilled with fire-laced ice, and the process repeated over and over.
"What can Zoflock want with so much chthonic fire?" said Flydd a good while later.
The sorcerer already had far more of it than Flydd had brought to Noom in his little flask.
"He's planning something apocalyptic," said Agur,
who was sitting up now and looked a little better.
"You've got to stop them, Flydd."
"I can't," said Flydd. "I've got nothing left."
"Dig deeper. This is the end of the world."
It wasn't like Agur to indulge in hyperbole. Flydd felt a chill creep over him, but he could not think of a thing to do. He settled against the wall, shivering, and with every passing minute felt worse. After sickness, long delayed, was hitting him hard. Minutes passed. Every so often a flight of arrows would come at them from a new direction, and everyone would scramble around the wall, leaving 1 or 2 more bleeding prisoners behind. None of the arrows were aimed at Flydd's little group, however.
"Zoflock is saving us for a special fate," Agur said cynically.
The sorcerer whelm looked like a man who ruled through fear and took pleasure in others' pain, Flydd thought. The distillation continued until the flask was so thick with white fire that its luminous glow lit up the underside of the Tower of 1,000 Steps, high above them. Zoflock gave orders, and the whelm began to decant the concentrated chthonic fire into smaller vessels.
"Flangers," said Flydd, "you've got good eyes. What's he doing now?" "They're not as good as they used to be," said Flangers.
Chismul helped him up, and he stared down at the whelm.
"Sorry, I can't tell."
"It looks like they're sealing fire into little rods or darts," said Chismul, "and fitting them to the tips of arrows." Flydd had forgotten that, as a pilot, she'd also had fine eyesight.
"What would chthonic flame do if it were fired into human flesh?" said Agur quietly.
Flydd's scalp crawled.
"I wouldn't want to find out."
The sorcerer took one of the dart-tipped arrows. Someone handed him a bow. He fitted the arrow to the bow and swung it around. Agur ducked hastily until he realized that the arrow had been aimed down at the water.
"What the blazes is he doing?"
said Flangers. The sorcerer released the arrow, which struck one of the floating, not quite human bodies. The body jerked, its legs and arms thrashed, then it rolled onto its back and began to splash clumsily towards the inner tower. Bubbles dribbled from its open mouth, and its eyes shone with the colour of white fire. Zoflock took aim at another floater.
"He's turning the dead into animated corpses, like Froon," said Colm. "How do you stop a corpse?" said Flydd. "With another corpse," said Agur. "Have you ever animated a corpse before?" "Of course not," Agur cried. "I abjure the necromantic arts in all their forms." "We'd best not to try then, else Zoflock might seize control of them as well." Block the stairways. I haven't got the strength. Get the prisoners onto it.
Flydd dragged himself across to the prisoners and ordered them to defend the 2 stairways. They did not move.
Look over the side, he said. See the dead in the water? They're not human, are they? But they're coming for you.
The prisoners set to, furiously heaving the shattered ice blocks into piles to block the stairways at the last turn. Before they had finished, the tower shuddered and settled another 5 or 6 spans, jerking down in stages. Brown water spurted up the steps like the sea through a blowhole, sending the workers tumbling over one another and coating everyone in noisome muck that reeked of death long postponed and well overdue. An ice amphora was blasted up to shatter against the perimeter wall. Its contents, the preserved body of an unborn child with a bony crest across the top of its head and a stubby tail, fell to the roof. Chismul stared at it, shuddering, then edged it down the steps with the toe of her boot. One of the prisoners, who was hauling blocks well down the stair, let out a screech and ran on the spot, his bare feet slipping on ice. He made it up a couple of steps, but a dark shape lunged, sank its teeth into his calf and dragged him down into the darkness. Rending and crunching sounds ensued. The remainder of the workers fled up the steps, leaving the stair unblocked, and nothing could induce them to go down again. Shortly the first of the animated corpses appeared. She would have been a pretty young woman had her skin not been a sickly green. She was followed by a large, shaggy fellow with claws for nails and body hair as thick as felt, though it was falling out in patches across his barrel chest, like the coat of a dog with the mange. Flangers struggled to his feet. He was even paler and had a shake in his good arm.
You can't fight a corpse, Sergeant, said Flydd. Fighting is all I'm good for. The dead don't feel pain or injury. You can't harm them.
On the other side of the roof, the prisoners began to scream, then stampeded across. More shaggy figures were clambering out of the second stair.
What about fire? Said Colm. Real fire, I mean. We haven't got anything to burn. Sorcerer's fire, then. I couldn't light a splinter at the moment.
Flydd tried not to listen to the screams as the animated dead attacked the prisoners. There was nothing anyone could do. He held Flangers back.
Stay with us, soldier, and that's an order. It's my duty to protect the weak and the innocent, sir.
It's your duty to be here when I need you. The fate of the world may depend on Igur and me getting out of here, and that depends on you. Flangers remained where he was, though he did not look pleased about it. The prisoners had worked out a way of attacking the corpses. 12 men and women would take hold of each one and hold it down until its head could be cut off and hurled over the side. It was crude and moderately effective. The headless bodies blundered about in circles, attacking whatever they touched, whether human, ice, or other corpses, but more dead were coming up all the time, and soon they would outnumber the prisoners. Flydd could feel the tension gnawing at him, the familiar burning pain in the middle of his chest. He didn't have the strength for it, but if he couldn't save them now, no one could.
There's only one way left, he said to Igur, assuming I can make it work.
Flydd withdrew the mime mule from an inner pocket, stripped his concealing illusion from it, and laid it on his palm while he tried to prepare himself. This was really going to hurt.
Is that what I think it is? Said Igur, perking up visibly. I have no idea what you think it is, Flydd said evasively. Quiet, I've got to think. I think it's a mime mule. Igur hauled himself to his feet, and to the best of my knowledge, there was only ever one mime mule on Santhanar. Not now, Igur, Flydd said warningly, for Colm was walking their way, and the last thing Flydd wanted was for him to discover the truth. Too late. He'd seen it.
What's a mime mule? Said Colm, gazing at the grubby, battered ball of wood.
A mimicking device, said Igur, and therefore forbidden to the phylem. But Phylemore... Colm's head shot around. Phylemore? He sniffed the air. She brought it from Talalame, said Igur, ignoring Flydd's frantic efforts to shut him up. It was one of her greatest treasures, for it could be used to mimic almost anything, even devices of great power. Where did you get it, Flydd? I've had it for ages, lied Flydd. Hush! This is a difficult art to master.
Colm snatched the mime mule from Flydd's hand, put it under his own nose and sniffed deeply. "You bastard!" he roared, his eyes starting out of his head. "You stinking, thieving mongrel! I know that smell. It must have been buried in Philemore's cave. This is part of my heritage and you stole it from me." Flydd flushed. "You renounced your heritage, if you recall, and stormed out of the cave. You hid the mime mule, you filthy liar, then took advantage of me, and you... Colm was almost incoherent with rage. "You provoked me to renounce my heritage. You must have been plotting to take it from me all the time, even back in the Nightland." Igur was staring down at Flydd from his lofty height, looking faintly disgusted. "I did not at all." Flydd snatched the mime mule back and held Colm at bay with his jag sword. "You stormed out of the cave, if you recall, and it was only then that Maelys found—" Why had he mentioned her name? He'd made things worse, far worse, and there was no way to get out of it now. "You mean she was in on it too?" Colm shrieked, so loudly that the animated dead turned their heads towards him, and so did Zoflock the sorcerer on the distant platform. "I knew there was something sick about you the moment I met you. And as for Maelys, the little bitch..." Igur, who had been watching Flydd's discomfort with a certain amusement, put up his hand and said quietly, "That'll do, Colm. You're undermining the prisoner's faith in us, and it can only make things worse. Besides, since you did renounce your heritage, the treasure belongs to the first person to find it." "He knew I didn't mean it," Colm said savagely. "Then why say it? How is anyone to know what you intend? Too late to cry about it now. It's done. What's your plan, Flydd? The mime mule created the portal that brought us here." "Really?" breathed Igur. "How did you do that?" "I'd brought Rulka's virtual construct with us, the model on which his real construct was based." "Clever. How did you know it was in the Nightland?" "I must have read about it in the histories, or the Tale of the Mirror. That bit wasn't in the final tale. It was deliberately left out at my request, just in case." Flydd felt another chill, but just shrugged. "Who knows where I might have read it in the archives of the scrutators." And yet he was sure he never had read it, so how could he know? "I tried to get us out of Dunnet with the virtual construct, but I couldn't get it to work." "Dunnet?" Igur looked shaky again. "You've been to Dunnet?" For once, Flydd felt for him, for that valley had been the scene of his most devastating defeat, and he was still scarred by it. "The bones of your men lie where they fell." Igur slumped against the ice wall, breathing heavily. "I'll never forget that day, as long as I live. A whole army dead, for nothing." After a decent pause, Flydd went on. "Anyway, Maelys accidentally touched the virtual construct with the mime mule bag, and the portal opened instantly." Igur stood up again, and with an effort regained control of himself. "So the mime mule mimicked the virtual construct. How interesting. Why didn't you make another portal hours ago?" "I didn't have the strength, and I was afraid that the Numinator had opened another up at the top of her tower. 2 portals so close together could be deadly." "Indeed, but the portal could still be there, and you've got even less strength now." "Enough of your confounded questioning. I'm desperate now, though I haven't got much white fire left. If I can make a new portal, it may not remain open long. Not long enough for all the prisoners to get through. Probably not. So what do I do? I'm damned if I go without them, and doubly damned if I can only save half of them. And then there's Maelys, your partner in crime," said Igur. Colm clenched his fists. The prisoners stampeded across the roof again, with 40 or 50 animated dead close behind. "Better use the mime mule," said Igur. "Quick!" Flydd upended the fire flask onto the mime mule, clenched his fist about it, thought about how the last portal had come into being, and prayed. The funnel of the portal opened with a boom that shook rotten ice down from above and dropped the inner tower another few spans into the rising brown water. It had reached the top of the stairs now, and if the tower slipped another span, water would flood over the wall. A hot wind boiled out of the portal, condensing to steam which formed little whirling needles of ice in the frigid air of Noom. "It's worked," said Flydd, staggering with after-sickness. "Go through, everyone!" No one moved. "There's someone at the other end," said Chismool. "What? There can't be." Flydd peered down the funnel, which was a good 100 paces long, but his eyes were still watering too much to see.
It's a woman,
Flydd cursed.
This portal must have intersected with the Numinator's one, and she's coming back from the Nightland.
It doesn't look like the Numinator,
Chismul said uncertainly.
It's much taller and bigger all around.
Flydd rubbed his streaming eyes, but only saw a red blur.
Eger laughed.
It's your woman in red, Flydd. You get to meet her in the flesh at last.
What's the matter? Flydd felt a deep unease.
Eger took a couple of steps forwards, staring down the tunnel, his jaw slack.
I know her, he said wonderingly. But that's not possible. How could you know her? Said Flydd. Because that woman was in the tail of the mirror which I lived through. I thought she was dead. I thought the lot of them were dead. What are you talking about? Said Flydd.
He could see her coming now. She resembled the woman in red, though only slightly.
They went back to the void to die, but at least one of them did not die, said Eger. Your woman in red is Yalkara.
Yalkara,
Flydd said dazedly. The Charon. After Ruka, she was the greatest of all the Charon, and one of the few survivors of the 100 who came out of the void all those thousands of years ago and seized the world of Arcan for themselves. That's why her face was familiar. You would have seen engravings of her image in the histories. How did she survive? And what is she doing here?
A very good question, Flydd thought. And here's a better one. Why did I hallucinate about her during my renewal? And why have I seen her shadowing me since? And what can the second most powerful of the Charon possibly want from me?
44. Water surged up the stairs as the inner tower slipped down another few ells. Fragments of rotten, honeycombed ice showered down from on high. Those animated corpses who still had heads stirred. From the platform where Zoflock had built the copper still, a lone archer fired arrow after arrow. The surviving prisoners, reduced to half their original number, surged out of the line of sight, a terrified, mindless herd. Flydd only had eyes for the figure walking slowly down the portal tunnel. He could see her clearly now, a tall, statuesque woman of no particular age, wearing dark magenta robes that would have looked terrible on anyone else, though the colour suited her olive skin perfectly. They trailed out behind her, rippling in the blast. No one would have called her beautiful, for her long face was too strong-featured for that. Her hair, the colour of fine white silk, was worn shoulder-length and barely moved as she walked.
Yalkara,
he croaked as she approached the mouth of the tunnel, for his mouth had gone dry.
That I am,
she said in a deep, raspy voice.
I am Xervish Flydd.
I have known you.
As she stepped out of the tunnel onto the roof of the inner tower, steam rose around her boots. The staring prisoners moaned and backed away. The whelm archer stopped firing, his bow hanging loosely from its string. Even the sorcerer whelm, Zoflock, laid down the chunk of chthonic fire-riven ice he had been hefting into the air to stare at her.
Aye!
A whelm cried distantly. Flydd stared at Yalkara, trying to work out what she had meant. Eger chuckled.
She used you, Flydd, and you never knew.
Flydd flushed as he took Eger's meaning.
You were Belle.
When she turned her head, he could see the resemblance, just, though Belle had been plump and soft. There was nothing soft in Yalkara. She was as hard as the whelm's black metal jagswords.
At the time, said Yalkara, I was so weak the only guise I could manage was the one you lusted after so desperately. Where is the other portal?
Flydd looked up. The underside of the Tower of 1,000 Steps, 50 spans above, was faintly webbed with white fire now, and he could see another platform there.
Right at the very top of the tower, I assume.
Show me the way.
Why did you use me?
Flydd grated. It irked him that she'd used him as the woman in red and as Belle. Maelys had tried to talk to him about Belle on the way to Dunnet, he recalled, but he'd refused to listen, refused to believe that she wasn't one of Nish's mancers,
using him for some cunning purpose the God Emperor didn't dare to do himself. It irked him even more that he didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. He'd known everything once, and he didn't like being kept in the dark.
"Because I needed to,"
said Yalkara, turning away.
Igor
inclined his head to her.
"You appear to have developed a backbone since our last encounter," she went on. "You were anguishing over some woman, as I recall."
Igor flushed ever so faintly, and Flydd took a grim pleasure in seeing it.
"I thought she mattered to me," said Igor. "I must have been wrong, since I can no longer remember her name."
Yalkara smiled knowingly.
"You will never forget her name. Take me to the other portal."
"Answer my questions first," said Flydd. "Why me?" She grimaced.
"I don't have time for this."
"Make time. You came to me when I took renewal. Why me?"
"Oh, very well. You were the only Mancer of any consequence I could touch. I dared not go near your God Emperor or his acolytes, and nothing would have induced me to approach Vivimord. I could not risk becoming entangled in such a depraved mind in my helpless state. Where were you? Trapped in the void, which touches all places equally. Besides, Thuntunimo, which you call Mistmurk Mountain, was mine once, and I have a special bond with it. It is one of the few places on Santhanar to which I am still linked."
"So you entered my mind during renewal, seeking to influence me?"
"I sought to take control of you at the moment you were weakest. I tried to meld my mind and yours, but it did not go well. There's always a risk of that with renewal. And the trauma caused you to forget your art. My intervention made things worse. You would have been easier to control if I had kept away until renewal was complete."
"Why did you need to control me?" cried Flydd. "What do I have that you could possibly need?"
"You were planning to use the Shadow Realm to escape, and that place is not so far removed from the Nightland. I schooled you in the art, so instead of the Shadow Realm, you might open the way to the Nightland for me. I invested everything in you. I led you to Thuntunimo in the first place. I put the idea into your mind that it was a perfect refuge for you. I came to you in your vapor-induced sleep and taught you about the cursed flame. At every critical stage of your escape, I was beside you, making sure you had the arts you needed to survive. But you proved difficult to control and kept thwarting me. Then, at the critical moment, and despite all my earlier suggestions, when you opened the portal, you forced it towards the Shadow Realm after all. I had to tear it out of your grasp and point it to the Nightland by myself. It nearly killed me. The pain was so awful I could not reach the portal in time, and you went without me. After 10 years of striding, I had failed."
The anguish was visible on her face, but she did not seem the weaker for it. On the contrary, Flydd thought.
"I kept seeing you," he said. "Just flashes of red shadow and a fluttering of robes. I was sure you were hunting me." "I was, but there is no way into the Nightland from the void."
"So that's why you came to Flydd as Bell," said Colm, mouth twisted.
"As you escaped the Nightland, I managed to latch onto your portal, trying to get in. Unfortunately, it only allowed travel one way, so I rode it to Santhanar, near Plog, and disguised myself as Belula."
"You used me!" Throughout his life, Flydd had used countless people to get what he wanted, yet he smouldered at the thought of her using him. He wasn't blind to the irony, but it still irked him.
"I paid your price," said Yalkara. "Bell gave you a night you'll remember all your life, and you can't deny that."
Again that knowing chuckle from Igor.
"Why didn't you take the flasks of white fire when you had the chance?" said Flydd. "I dared not touch it. If chthonic fire had been the answer, I would have gone back to the Nightland 2 centuries ago, instead of going to the void."
A dozen animated dead were advancing towards them. Yalkara held out her hand, palm upwards. The fire-filled darts slid from their bodies and they slumped to the ground, lifeless again. On the platform, Zoflock raised his bow, its dart tip glowing. She snapped her cocked wrist at him, and the dart burst, spurting distilled fire everywhere. He beat furiously at his skin as she turned back to Flydd.
"But,"
he said,
"Chthonic fire is mine. I brought it here from Arcan in ages past, and long before that I took it from the exploded core of a comet in the deepest part of the void. Chthonic fire is a potent force whose essence easily slips between the dimensions of space and time. That's why it enables portals so powerfully and animates the dead. But it's a perilous material to handle, especially for us Charon. Would that I'd known that when I first found it."
Igur bestowed a knowing glance on Flydd.
"I warned you."
"That's why I hid it deep below Thuntanamo,"
Yalkara continued,
"and surrounded it with all manner of protections so no one would ever find it. No one on Xanthanar knew it was there. I knew it would never be safe otherwise, nor would the 3 worlds be safe from it. But I made a terrible mistake. By trying to possess your mind and giving you the arts you needed to create a portal, I left open a tiny chink in my own psyche. Then, when you were struggling to escape from the God Emperor, and you could find no other way to open the portal, desperation showed you that chink in my mind. You saw where I had hidden the chthonic fire, and broke open the forbidden casket. You should not have brought it here."
She looked up at the Tower of 1,000 Steps, its structure threaded with white fire.
"As you will shortly discover."
"But you could have used it safely at the obelisk," said Flydd. "There's no ice on Mistmurk Mountain."
"Chthonic fire is inimical to us, and I no longer have the power to use it safely. Nothing endures forever, not even us Charon. My once great arts are failing. I showed you how to make the portal because I no longer had the power to do so myself."
Fool, fool. Flydd remembered how smug he'd felt, that he'd learned how to make it so easily.
"Then why didn't you force me to make a portal at Plog when I was under your enchantment?"
"It couldn't be made there. Your incoming portal had twisted the fabric of reality too strongly. The nearest suitable place was the pinnacle you used at Dunnet. I had to keep you alive to get there. And you must admit I did my best. Not even the God Emperor could have done what I did that night, though it nearly killed me."
"But you didn't seize the portal I made on the pinnacle."
"I couldn't reach it in time either. I was too weak. I had to gather my strength to take your next portal."
"How did you know I would make another?"
"You weren't going to walk back from Noom, but you didn't make the next portal, the Numinator did, and she was gone before I could take it from her."
Her lips compressed to a white line.
"But now I must, for she's after the same thing as I am."
"And that is?"
said Flydd.
"I've answered all the questions you have a right to ask. The Nightland is my business."
"So it was you who recreated it after it collapsed and held it in place all this time?"
"I did, to the vast diminution of my powers, and I maintain the Nightland still, though not even I can hold it much longer. That's why I had to use you. I was desperate, too desperate."
"What are you holding it for?" said Igur.
Yalkara did not reply. Withdrawing a brass-framed lens from her robes, she peered through it, straight up. Colours danced there.
"Ah," she said, "I see how this works."
She stepped backwards into the portal, spun the lens on its engraved handle, and a spasm twisted her strong face. Flydd gasped as the portal was torn from his grasp. Then she traced a spiral into the middle of the lens with a fingertip, and the far end of the portal swung vertically. Yalkara shot upwards through the length of the portal, towards the top of the tower, and out of sight.
"Aye!"
cried a host of Whelm, straining forwards like a pack of wild dogs. The dead on the roof began to grope blindly for the darts Yalkara had ejected from their bodies. High above, a bright light flared, a dull boom echoed down. Every white tracery of fire on the ice flared before fading again. The inner tower dropped sharply, and a wave of stinking water surged over the sides.
"It's going under this time," cried Colm. "Let's get going," said Igur. "But the portal only goes up."
The dead were moving purposefully towards them, even the headless ones, and in the deep water surrounding the inner tower, Hundreds more began stroking in their direction. "Up beats under," said Igur. He raised his voice. "Into the portal, everyone!" Flydd was waiting for the prisoners to go first, but no one moved. "Flydd, Colm, Chismul, Flangers, don't wait!" snapped Igur. Flydd pushed into the funnel-shaped portal entrance, followed by a jostling throng, and was hurled upwards into the tower of 1,000 steps with a stomach-lurching jerk. He expected to be ejected in the Numinator's eyrie, but the portal ended a couple of spans above the upper platform. Evidently the portal wasn't meant to carry this many people, and once they'd entered it, it had contracted to half its previous length. "The portal's shrinking!" he yelled, jumping down onto the ring-shaped platform that ran all the way around the inside of the tower. An oval hall bored through the ice ran off to his right. "Jump or you'll end up back where we came from!" On the rooftop of the inner tower, 50 spans below, the prisoners were forcing their way into the portal tunnel and being carried up, but there were still about 20 outside and they weren't going to make it. More dead were churning through the stinking water and clawing over the wall, which was now awash, then pulling the prisoners under as if they were to blame for the horrors the Numinator had visited upon them. Flydd strained to hold his end of the portal in place until the rest of the prisoners could scramble out, but it continued to contract downwards. Its mouth was level with the platform now. If it contracted further, anyone leaving it would fall 50 spans into the water. Another 10 prisoners scrambled out, then a clot of 5, punching and shoving each other in their desperation to escape. And finally another 5 or 6, one after another. "Igur!" Flydd yelled. He couldn't see him in the portal or on the flooded roof of the inner tower, and he couldn't hold the mouth in place any longer. "Drag them out!" he gasped. Colm began to heave people out of the portal and hurl them to the left. Chismul was doing the same as best she could, but the portal suddenly contracted until the exit stood half a span below them. "Floria!" shrieked a stocky young man standing at the edge of the platform. "Jump!" A yellow-haired woman reached up to him with both arms. "I'll never make it, Gaz!" she wailed. "It's too far!" "I'll catch you! Jump!" Floria did her best, and her upstretched hands clasped onto Gaz's, but he was leaning out so far he couldn't hold her. Her weight pulled him over, and they plunged down, wrapping their arms around each other, and into the water beside the tower. 3 of the dead converged on the point where they had disappeared and dived. None of them came up. The tunnel shrank again. Now it was a span and a half below them. Igur appeared, labouring up its slope, for the failing portal was no longer carrying people all the way. He reached the mouth, picked up a terrified woman and hurled her bodily upwards onto the platform. He did the same with a youth and an old man wearing spectacles as thick as marbles, then turned to the few people below him, but they were sliding down towards the water where the inner tower roof had been. It was completely gone now, breaking apart underwater to form bobbing brown icebergs. The last of the dog-paddling prisoners from the roof were pulled under. Igur tossed up one last prisoner, a slip of a girl clinging leech-like to his left ankle, then perched on the rim and sprang upwards like a gymnast. He would have made it, save that his weight forced the portal's exit down. He hit the edge of the floor with his upper chest, bounced off, fell, but managed to catch on with one hand. Flangers grabbed his wrist and tried to hold him, but Igur couldn't get a grip on the ice and his fingers were slowly slipping free, and Flangers was being pulled outwards as well. Chismul ran and caught hold of Flangers with both hands but couldn't hold him either, and finally, in desperation, she stood on Igur's hand with both feet. It held him just long enough for Colm to catch his other hand, take his weight, and together they heaved him up. "Thanks," Igur said, shaking his squashed fingers and scowling at Chismul. "For such a little thing, you certainly weigh a lot." Demure little Chismul put her hands into the middle of his chest, and alarm shivered across Igur's face, for he was standing on the brink. Flydd chuckled. "Thank you, Chismul," Igur said more gracefully. "I thought my end had come." She walked backwards, and he followed her to safety. "But you've lived more than 1,000 years, sir. How could you die?" "I don't age as other men do, but I can be killed like anyone else." He looked down at the prisoners who had fallen out of the portal and were thrashing in the water. "Poor devils." "It could have been us," said Colm. "But it wasn't," said Flydd. eyeing the whelm, who was scrambling into an opening in the wall behind Zoflok's still. "We've been spared so we can die a different but equally horrible death. Where do we go now? They must be heading for the 1,000 steps. They're trying to cut us off from reaching the Numinator's eyrie," said Ugur. "How do we reach the 1,000 steps?" "They can't be hard to find," said Flydd. "The tower isn't very wide up here. Follow me." He darted into the oval hall and ran down to another hall, then glanced left and right. To the right, he saw steps. "Ah, this way." He hurried to the 1,000 steps and began to climb. "Should be called the Tower of 1,000,000 Steps," he muttered, feeling his age before he'd gone 2 flights. Below, he could hear the racket made by the whelm's wooden sandals, hundreds of pairs of them coming up in dreadful haste. Flydd felt sure they would catch the stragglers before the top, but didn't dare put on an extra burst of speed. That would leave nothing for the end, and the end was not far away. He was labouring now, gasping with every step, and many of the prisoners had passed him already. Colm went by, his long legs moving tirelessly. He did not glance at Flydd as he passed, and Flydd knew that nothing had been forgiven. On he struggled, ever upwards. Only Flangers was below him now, with Chismul supporting him, but they weren't going to make it. The whelm were only 2 flights below, and as Flydd turned, a brutally scarred male aimed a short spear at Flangers' back. Flydd wrenched off a piece of fire-riven ice and hurled it down at the whelm. It burst in his face and he fell backwards, crashing into the 2 whelm below him and carrying them down as well. Zoflok, directly below them, ducked aside and allowed them to fall. He held something glassy in his left hand, swirling with luminosity. The flask containing the distilled fire. A chill crept down Flydd's back. If those few wisps of chthonic flame he'd brought here could do all this damage, what ruin might a whole flask of concentrated chthonic flame wreak? They staggered up the last few flights together. The prisoners, under Ugur's direction, were building a wall of ice blocks across the top of the stair into the Numinator's eyrie. Flydd was so weary he had to crawl over the wall. There was no sign of Yalkara. "Where's the portal to the Nightland?" "Yalkara must have hidden it after she went through. Get us out of here, Flydd. Anywhere." Flydd slumped beside the fireball. "At the moment I couldn't make a portal from one pocket to the other. Then we'll have a fight on until you're better. Or until it doesn't matter anymore. Or the Numinator comes back through her portal to finish us off." 45. Maelys slid blindly across the black floor of the Nightland and came to a stop against a fluted column whose upper end soared beyond sight. She was stinging all over from the chthonic flame, even inside her furs and boots, and her eyes were watering so badly that she could barely see. She wiped them on the inside of her coat, noted the tiny white flickers die there, and looked around. The Nightland was the same impenetrable gloom as before. However, she had the impression that her arrival had made a loud cracking noise, which surely the Numinator must have heard. So where was she? Maelys crawled around the buttress and made out a glimmer in the distance. Could that be her? The light seemed to be growing and spreading, and Maelys felt a spasm of panic, for her column was too obvious a hiding place. Which way to go? Away from the approaching light was too predictable, so she turned right. Maelys's innards were knotted again, but at least the effect of the flame had faded to a peculiarly sensual tingling all over. It felt as though all her senses had been heightened. The floor had such a creamy silkiness that every movement was like having the soles of her feet stroked. Her ears were hot inside, and she could hear sounds that she'd never heard before, a faint, breathy sigh, as though the Nightland was breathing, and a distant thumping like a slowly beating heart. No, that was the Numinator's metronomically regular footsteps, and she was heading this way. Maelys could see her clearly now, for she was shimmering all over with chthonic fire, and she held the ice stiletto in her right hand. Its poison-yellow, churning core looked deadly. "You fool," Maelys told herself. "You should not have followed her." The Numinator was fanatical about her privacy and would not tolerate any intrusion on it. But if Maelys had not come here, she would never see Ember again. If she had not come, Ember would have been killed. Where to hide? Maelys noticed that her hands were still covered with a faint tracery of chthonic fire, not nearly as bright as the fire lapping the Numinator, but enough to give her away in the nightland. Pulling her sleeves down and her hood low over her face, she crawled away, worrying she might even be leaving a fiery trail. She looked back. Tiny worms of light glimmered at the base of the column, and the Numinator could hardly miss them if she looked that way. But Maelys couldn't see any on the floor. She had just set off again, head down, when she felt a slow surge of air as from a large door being slammed, and made out a hiss, as of a sharply indrawn breath. The Numinator was looking around in alarm. Maelys lay flat on the floor, watching her from the corner of her eye. Was the Numinator afraid that prisoners were held here, or beasts from the void? It was an uncomfortable thought. But even if there were, Maelys had to get to Ember and warn him. She'd broken her word and betrayed his trust, and she had to make up for it. The Numinator shook her head and continued, following a series of zigzagging curves sweeping out to left and right. If she kept to that pattern, the next time she headed right she would see Maelys. As soon as she turned away on the other arm of the zigzag, Maelys changed course and scuttled into the deepest darkness she could find. Since she had no idea where she was, it made no difference which way she went. The Numinator turned sharply and headed directly for her, the poisoned stiletto jerking up and stabbing down with every stride. She must have seen her. Maelys was unarmed, for she had lost her club on the 1,000 steps. She dared not let the Numinator get close. She sprang to her feet, slipping on the smooth surface, and ran for her life. "Stop, Maelys Niflin!" cried the Numinator, "or it will go worse for you." The stiletto was upraised, ready to throw. Maelys swerved from side to side to make herself a more difficult target, then raced on, expecting to feel the blade sear into her flesh. It did not, and after a minute she glanced back. The Numinator was jogging after her, but she was not a young woman and was being left behind. Maelys's boots were making a racket, though. She took them off and stuffed her socks into them. Her bare feet glistened faintly, but the Numinator might not see them from a distance. Veering to her left, Maelys ran silently and randomly until she could no longer see the faintest glimmer of her enemy. She slowed to a fast walk, fretting. Would the Numinator continue after her or go for Ember? She would go after him, of course, and the stiletto was not a defensive weapon. Maelys tried to remember what the Numinator had said after learning about Ember. Not much, though it was clear she knew who he was. Ember had never been out of the Nightland, though, so why had the Numinator come after him in such haste? Only 2 reasons came to mind: to revenge herself on his mother by killing him, or to eliminate him because he posed some threat to her. She stopped, shivering and rubbing her arms. The soles of her feet were tingling on the cold floor. She felt exquisitely sensitive all over, and she remembered every detail of his face and figure as clearly as if he stood before her now. Ember was in deadly danger, but how was she to find him? Previously he had scented her, he had spoken into her mind, then she had answered, and he had heard her voice. Could she open herself to him the same way? "Ember," she said softly. There was no answer. Perhaps he was asleep. It could be the middle of the night here. There was no way of telling. Or she might be too far away. Ember. What if the Numinator could also pick up her call? Maelys couldn't allow herself to think about that. She had to find him first and hope that, together, they could get him out of here. What had he said? That he couldn't leave unless a woman took his place? Maelys had a wicked thought, so shocking that she immediately shied away from it. No, she had to consider it, for Ember would never be safe while the Numinator was free. Could she trap her here forever and allow Ember to go free in her place? It was a terrible thing to do to anyone, but Maelys reminded herself the Numinator was a monster who had ruined thousands of lives through her failed bloodline project, and she had come here to kill Ember. It was a fitting exchange. It would be justice. Ember! She put all her passion, her loneliness and desperation into the call. Maelys, have you really come back? The tingling washed across her body again, and Maelys felt her nipples harden. I had to see you again. Where are you? I can't smell your scent at all. Walk about. Wave your arms in the air. She did so, feeling flushed and faint at the thought of him finding her by her scent. Her knees were trembling. She wanted to lie down, but she had to warn him, protect him, free him.
I don't know where I am, Ember. You're in terrible danger. You're being hunted by the Numinator, and she's a powerful Mancer. Is she the woman who has come to free me and take my place? I think she's your mother's enemy. She carries a poisoned stiletto, and I'm scared she wants to kill you. The Numinator, he said thoughtfully, not sounding concerned at all. Does that mean the Numinous One? I don't know what Numinous means, Maelys said aloud, frustrated that he was ignoring the danger. Yet after spending his entire life in the Nightland all alone, how could he understand the evils of the real world? How could he understand the malice, bitterness and rage that drove some people until they became inhuman monsters, incapable of feeling for their fellow men and women? It's to do with a divine power or spirit. Not another one, Maelys exclaimed, thinking about the God Emperor. Does she act like a divinity? No, she dwells in the frozen south and talks to no one save her faithful whelm. Perhaps the title is meant to inspire fear and keep people at a distance. Ah, I'm picking up your scent, he sighed dreamily. Maelys, Maelys, I know where you are. Would you turn to your right? She did so. A little further. She complied, and Ember said, Come to me, my love. Quiet now. And he was gone. My love? He called me his love? Maelys's eyes flooded. She swayed on her feet, quite overcome. Again she felt that rush of air, and was reminded that the Nightland could have a myriad of unknown dangers. She wiped her eyes and told herself to stop being a stupid romantic girl. To save Ember, she had to keep all her wits about her. She had to be as tough as the Numinator herself, but not as hard. Never as hard. She went forwards as she had done the last time, walking blindly into the darkest recesses of the Nightland, but this time trusting Ember completely. She knew instinctively that he would never deceive or trick her, knew with absolute surety that he was the one. That shocked her, and Maelys had to stop for a moment to rub her hands on the cold floor and press them to her inflamed face. Her girlish passion for Nish and her brief affection for Colm she now knew to be mere infatuations, born out of the romantic daydreams she'd indulged herself with through all the terrible years after Niflheim Manor had been torn down and her clan lost. With Nish and Colm, though, she'd always had doubts. Now she had none. This was the real thing. Ember would be the love of her life. Her face was still burning. Cooling her hands again, she rubbed them over her cheeks and throat, trying to regain some semblance of self-control. She felt as though she was boiling inside, and her tingling skin had become so sensitive that every movement was exquisite torment. On Maelys went, step by slow step, in such a fever that she had no idea how far she had gone or how long she had been walking. It must have been hours, though, for her empty stomach was grumbling and she felt faint from hunger before she finally saw the yellow lights of Ember's cottage windows in the distance, then the door opening and the silhouette of a tall man blocking out the light shining from within. Her self-control vanished, and letting out a glad cry of, "Ember!" she ran to him, able to think of nothing but flinging herself into his arms. She did not think for an instant that he might have tricked her or laid some enchantment on her to trap her here so he could go free. She trusted him utterly. He was at the gate when she reached it, and he was dressed, as before, in just a knee-length kilt. He swung open the gate of weathered grey wood. "Maelys, my love, I have never stopped thinking about you. Every moment you were gone, I prayed that you would come back, though I never expected you would manage it where my own mother, with all her mighty arts, could not." She looked up at him and hesitated, suddenly feeling shy. She had no idea what to say or do. I don't know the words either," Ember said, smiling down at her. "But sometimes words aren't needed." He frowned at a private thought, quivered as if going through some internal struggle, then dismissed it and opened his arms. She did not hesitate now. Maelys threw her arms around him and pressed her cheek against his bare chest, and he felt so right, so safe, that for a few seconds the Numinator went completely out of her mind. "You're shivering," said Ember. "Are you cold, my love?" I'm not cold, but I am hungry. Come inside."
Taking her by the hand, he led her up the steps and closed the door behind her. He took her through a small entrance hall into a room with thick rugs on the floor and a fire flickering in a grate. The nightland flames gave forth little heat, but they were very cheery.
"There is something the matter, though, isn't there, Maelys?"
It came flooding back, and she had to tell him, had to reveal that she'd betrayed his trust, no matter what happened once she had.
"The Numinator?" she gasped. "It's my fault, Ember. She forced me to tell. She used some spell. I couldn't resist it." "Then how can you be blamed?" "But I've betrayed you to your mother's enemy. She's coming to kill you." "I don't think so, Maelys."
Why wouldn't he listen?
"Ember, please. She cannot harm me here. I'm well protected." "Are you sure? I'm really afraid."
"I'm very sure. My cottage cannot be found unless I will it. It was made that way. You're perfectly safe." Maelys felt it too. The moment the door had closed behind her, the threat of the Numinator had faded away. She sat on a cushion and watched him go back and forth, preparing titbits for her. He handed her the platter and sat opposite, watching her while she ate. Maelys had no idea what she was eating, and after taking several morsels, she laid the platter aside and went to his arms again, letting out a little sigh.
"I feel all hot and inflamed inside."
She'd never felt this way before.
"And ever since I came through the portal, my skin has been tingling so much that I can hardly bear the way my clothes rub against me."
"Then you must take your clothes off, Maelys." She did not hesitate, though she did feel rather shy at revealing herself. When they were piled on a chair, he looked her up and down, at the white chthonic flames still shimmering faintly all over her, and gave her an enigmatic smile.
"You truly are the woman who will free me. Come."
And she went to him. Maelys lay in a daze afterwards, then drifted into a blissful sleep, cradled in his arms. She had never felt so warm, so safe, so fulfilled. She woke slowly, not knowing whether mere minutes had passed or hours, but with a feeling that something wasn't right. She felt chilly and alone again, though Ember was still with her, sound asleep. The fire in the grate had gone out and the room was cold. She disengaged herself, careful not to wake him, stood up, and the back of her neck prickled. The Numinator was out there somewhere. How could she have been so bewitched as to put her out of mind just because Ember said they were safe? How could he be sure his cottage was hidden from her? He'd never met her, never left the Nightland, while her mighty arts had once controlled a whole world. Maelys looked down at him lovingly. His skin was so fine and pale, and the lines of chthonic fire that had been flickering on her skin now moved in ghostly patterns all over him. He seemed so contented and peaceful that she couldn't bear to wake him, but he was in terrible danger. She went to the front door, eased it open and looked out, and jumped. The Numinator was not far from the gate, standing with her head cocked to one side, staring at the cottage, though Maelys did not think she could see it. The stiletto was still in her hand, and yellow fumes were writhing up from its hilt. Her heart crashing in her chest, Maelys tried to ease the door closed, but at the movement, the Numinator's head shot around, and she saw her, saw everything. By opening the door, Maelys must have broken Ember's enchantment and revealed his cottage. She leapt backwards, slammed the door and tried to lock it, but there was no lock or bolt. She ran to Ember, shook him and hissed into his ear, "Quick! The Numinator is here! She knows where you live! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!" Maelys ran back, clothes in hand, and put her back against the door. She was trying to scramble into her pants when a blow on the front door forced it open and sent her skidding across the floor. The Numinator stepped in, and there was a peculiar light in her eyes, an inner glow that Maelys could not quite reconcile with the satisfaction of imminent revenge. She got up, gathered her fallen garments, and backed down the hall to where she and Ember had lain together. The Numinator followed her in. She glanced at Maelys, then at Ember, who lay naked on the rugs with his back to her, dimly illuminated by the white fire on his skin. The Numinator took a deep, shuddering breath. The stiletto hung loosely from her hand as if forgotten. What was going on? Maelys dressed hastily, her face flaming. The Numinator walked around Ember, studying him in a way that made Maelys smoulder. How dare she look at her man so? The Numinator crouched to look at his face, then gasped and rocked back on her heels, the stiletto rolling across the floor towards the fireplace. Maelys watched it all the way, wondering if she could dive on it before the Numinator realized what she was doing. She was too far away, but if she edged along the wall a bit... "So like," the Numinator whispered. "He is so very, very like." She stood up, and her stern face was ablaze with an incandescent joy that stripped decades off her and revealed a trace of the stern beauty she had been long ago. "Like who?" said Maelys, not understanding. "Rulka, of course. My Rulka. My precious only love who died in my arms. He was bigger, of course, and darker, but in other respects, oh, Rulka, Rulka." A tear winked in her left eye, but the Numinator dashed it away. "He's gone forever. But now, out of 220 years of failure, I see a new and better way, the perfect way, and Ember has been here all this time, preserved in youth by the Nightland, never aging, waiting for me to come. If only I had known of him before." Chills radiated out from the centre of Maelys's back. This didn't make sense, but whatever the Numinator had in mind for Ember, it wasn't good. Maelys could feel the little hairs on her arms and legs standing on end. He was waiting for his mother to return, but she could not. Why not, if she was so powerful that she could create this place and maintain it for all this time? "I know who his mother was," said the Numinator through her teeth. "I can see her in his face. It can only be Yalkara." "Yalkara," said Maelys. "The Charon from the histories. The same. She pretended to treat me kindly after Rulka was killed, but I now know that she was my enemy. She stole Rulka's body and took it back to the void. Yalkara, who claimed all down 1,000 ages that she hated Rulka and that their clans had been enemies since time began, and now," she said savagely, "I learned that she mated with him while he was in the Nightland, mated with my Rulka and created this beautiful child here." Rage shook her. She slammed her clenched fists against her sides, and for a second her eyes rolled madly, but the age-old self-control reasserted itself, and she went on. "But she failed, and now Ember is mine, to fulfill my long-held purpose and revenge myself on her at the same time." What could she mean? Maelys couldn't think, couldn't work it out. All she knew was that Ember was in danger and she could not allow it. "Oh, life is sweet," said the Numinator. "Life is very sweet. Together he and I are going to create a new species of humanity, one with all the strengths and none of the weaknesses of Charon, Phylem, Archim, or old humans." Was she mad? It certainly sounded insane. "Rulka is dead, Numinator, but I have his son." The Numinator thrust Maelys out of the way, and again she felt she was utterly insignificant, even worthless. Only then did the obvious strike her. The Numinator wasn't planning to kill Ember at all, but to mate with him to fulfill her age-old plan, whatever it was. But if the Numinator had been Rulka's lover too, she had to be hundreds of years old, since he had been dead for 220 years. This was sick, disgusting, depraved. Maelys wanted to claw her face to shreds. But the Numinator had the poisoned stiletto. Maelys had to be careful, wait for an opportunity, then strike ruthlessly. The Numinator went to her knees again, reached out to Ember and gently stroked the hair off his brow. "So like," she repeated, "though softer, gentler. Rulka had a hard life and he had to be as adamant to survive." She touched his cheek with her fingertips. "You're cold, Ember, so very, very cold." She flicked her fingers at the fire and it sprang to life, then took Ember's right hand in hers, rubbing it, but after a few seconds went so still that she seemed turned to stone. Worms crawled up Maelys's backbone. What was the matter? A shudder racked the Numinator. She felt Ember's throat, pushed up one eyelid with a finger, laid her ear against his bare chest on which the last trails of chthonic fire were slowly winking out. Like a life. "No," Maelys whispered. "Ember!" What could the matter be? She went slowly towards him. Her muscles had gone stiff. She could barely force them to move. and it felt as though every hair on her head was standing up, writhing in horror for what had happened here. "Dead!" the Numinator shrieked, letting his head fall with a thump. Maelys wanted to strike her down for treating him so rudely. He couldn't be dead. He was just deeply asleep. She tried to push the Numinator out of the way and was slapped across the face so hard that it knocked her sideways. Maelys snapped. She threw herself at the Numinator, clawing at her face. She had to get to Ember. He couldn't be dead. He was just cold from lying on the floor, and if she could only hold him in her arms the way he'd held her, she knew she could make him better again. The Numinator thrust her back against the wall, holding her away with the art. "You murdering little bitch," she said, biting off every word and spitting it in Maelys's face. "You did this deliberately just to thwart me." "I love him," Maelys whispered. "You came here to kill him and now you blame me." "Kill him?" cried the Numinator. "I came to test him." That didn't make sense either. What for?" "Fertility, of course. I didn't know who he was, but since he'd been in the Nightland all this time, there was a faint possibility he was Rulka's, though I never dreamt it could have been with another Charon." "With her?" "Why not?" Maelys said dazedly. Rulka and Jalkara hated each other, and on Arkan most Charon had proved tragically sterile. They were becoming extinct. But I thought just maybe. Here. She picked up the stiletto, squeezed a yellow drop of what Maelys had thought to be poison onto a small white disc, and bent over Ember's middle. Shortly she rose, holding the disc carefully. The yellow drop went white, then colourless, then, in an instant, changed to a brilliant carmine. Again that racking shudder from the Numinator, and the quivering, indrawn breath. "Fertile. Massively so." A tear formed in the corner of her eye. "And you robbed me. You killed him." She stood up straight, forced the emotion down, and became the icily controlled Numinator once more. Maelys pushed past her and went to Ember. He was really cold now, and his open eyes were glassy. She put her head on his bare chest and felt nothing. No rise and fall, no heartbeat. He was dead. She slumped to the floor, dazed, numb, lost. She couldn't take it in, much less that the Numinator should believe she'd murdered him. She crouched over his body. How could it be? He'd been awake after they'd finished making love. He'd held her in his arms, rocking her tenderly to sleep. He'd spoken to her, though she'd been so drowsy she couldn't remember what he'd said. The Numinator sprang at her, the stiletto upraised and her wrist wreathed in yellow fumes. Maelys saw her coming but couldn't focus, couldn't react. Too late she tried to swerve out of the way, but the stiletto caught her in the fleshy part of the left shoulder. It was so sharp that she barely felt it pierce her until the yellow fluid began to burn, spreading in a red-hot line down her arm. Sweat burst out on her forehead and the soles of her feet. She slipped and fell down. The Numinator stood over her, her face a frozen mask, then bent and raised the knife again, as if to stab Maelys in the neck. She tried to scramble out of the way, but her sweaty palms kept slipping on the floor. At the moment the shining, hollow point of the ice stiletto was about to tear through her throat, the Numinator twitched it aside and bent over Ember again, studying his naked body in a calculating way. What if a child should come of their union? She mused, even more controlled. Pushing Maelys against the wall, the Numinator felt her belly. It's the right time of the month, I see, and it is clear that she was a virgin, so there can be no doubt any child would be his. Ah, but the potion is inimical to new life. She sprang at Maelys, threw her on her back, squatted over her, and thrust the point of the stiletto into her shoulder wound. Maelys screamed. She couldn't help it this time. The Numinator put her lips to the hilt of the ice stiletto and began to suck and spit the yellow, fuming potion onto the floor, where it fizzed like water on a hot plate. Maelys's bright red blood began to ooze, thread-like, up through the hollow stiletto into its hilt, followed by blood that was a murky yellow-brown. When the oozing blood turned red again, the Numinator wrenched the stiletto out of the wound and stabbed it into Maelys's inner arm near the elbow. She sucked the potion from there as well until red blood appeared, then did the same at Maelys's wrist and the back of her hand. Before casting the stiletto aside, it shattered on the floor, making a small puddle of icy blood there. The Numinator wiped blood off her lips, smiled, and extended her hand to Maelys.
Come, we are going home now. I have no home.
Maelys managed to gasp.
My home is your home. We have 9 months to get to know each other.
46. The next 2 days were a nightmare of mud, mosquitoes, rain, exhaustion and diarrhea so bad that Nish felt his bowels were dissolving, then more mud, and food which grew steadily worse with every meal. A third of his men had dysentery and he'd had to leave another 35 at the previous camp, for they were too ill to walk. The militia numbered just over 500 now, counting Bubalar's drunken and abusive 80, but at the current rate, Nish would be lucky to have 250 capable of fighting by the time they reached the pass. If they ever did. They waded through mud, ate in mud, even slept in it. The remaining bags of flour and nut meal were threaded with black and green mould like smelly old cheeses. The haunches of meat were covered in a layer of grey slime and smelled worse each day. The onions and garlic were sprouting from their centres, yet rotting on the outsides. And what was left of their other foods was also on the turn. Though they'd been on short rations since the 7th day, 3/4 of their supplies were gone. Nish now faced the terrifying prospect of engaging the enemy with only 2 or 3 days' food left, and still they hadn't reached Blisterbone. He felt that they were crawling up a monstrous, quagmire-coated treadmill to nowhere. In his worst moments, he doubted that their guide had ever crossed the spine. It was the most inhospitable place in the world, and he now understood why it had protected Gendragore for so long. His only consolation was that his father's army would be struggling too, for the southern climb was even steeper and more rugged, and churned by the hard boots of thousands of soldiers. Their track would become an even deeper wallow. The only man untroubled by the conditions was Kerr, whose wiry legs drove him ever upward, even after everyone else had collapsed. Despite his earlier words, he was often well ahead, scouting, and sometimes Nish did not see him for a day, though he always returned as the cooks were dishing up the evening's ghastly meal. With his light weight and flat feet, Kerr skated over the mud wallows into which everyone else plunged to their thighs, and his leathery skin, which was always plastered with mud, resisted the attacks of all but the most aggressive mosquitoes. But finally they were only a league from their destination. When the clouds cleared, Nish could see the snow-capped peaks of the spine and made out a dip between them that was the pass. On its left flank stood an ominous white peak, shaped like an over-curving thorn. "Time to camp," said Nish, for his bowels were bubbling and he was desperate for relief, however temporary. "If we start before dawn tomorrow and go hard in the moonlight, we can reach the pass just after sunrise." Kerr came sliding down the slope, so covered with mud lumps that he looked like a skinny, warty toad. More bad news, Nish felt sure. "Where have you been?" he snapped, for Kerr had disappeared before they had broken camp that morning and, as usual, hadn't bothered to tell him. The guide skidded to a stop, his chest heaving. The column came to a halt behind Nish and he heard them flopping to the ground. No soldier wasted a moment in standing where he could sit, or sitting when he could lie flat on his back in the mire. There was no sound save for mud plopping to the ground around Kerr. His eyes were red, and his reek was worse than ever. He took a deep breath, met Nish's eyes, and said, "The enemy is at the pass. We'll have to turn back." "You saw them," Nish said stupidly. Kerr was an experienced scout. Of course he'd seen them. Pain jagged through his bowels. Nish ran awkwardly behind a tree and got there just in time. No one took any notice. Most of the militia were suffering just as badly. He hobbled out again. "Where are they, Kerr?" Kerr grinned. No matter how bad the food, he ate it with gusto and never suffered for it. "Must have just topped the pass. Saw 3 of them among the rocks, climbing up to the lookout where they can see down. 2 more standing guard. But they didn't see you." "Made sure of that." Kerr scratched his backside, dislodging a mud lump the size of a flounder. "Crawled up along the lee side of a fallen log, leaving a trail they can't possibly miss as soon as they search the area. Covered it with fallen leaves, not a fool, Nish. So we can't attack the pass. We'll have to go back and find a place we can defend." Nish knew it was hopeless. The enemy's scouts would soon find them, and with so many men, quickly overwhelm them. He was leading the militia to certain death, and he would die with them. Unless father turns up at the very end, he thought bitterly, striding over their corpses to take me back, just as he did last time. And the time before, when beautiful Irisis... No, he wasn't going down that path again. Father never gives up, and this time I've walked right into his trap, as he knew I would from the moment he discovered I was in Gendragore. He allowed his armies and fleets to be seen, so I would rush off like the precipitate fool I am, right into the trap. Once more he saw himself, arse up over the rock with Boobalar, wailing the life out of him with the flat of his sword. Fool, failure. But this time Nish wasn't going to give way to his nagging self-doubt. He had been a great leader once, and he could be again as soon as he exorcised this particular demon. "Or you could go up the back way," said Kerr, with a cunning sideways glance at Nish, but then shook his head. "No, forget it, can't be done." Nish believed him. 1,000 years of history could hardly be wrong, and if retreating meant a slow death, attacking the pass was the quick and brutal version. "What are you suggesting, Kerr?" The guide began shaping mud with his fingers, mounding it into a peak-studded, precipice-bounded mountain chain to represent this section of the spine. He sharpened its cliffs and ridges with a filthy fingernail, pared them even steeper with the point of his knife, and finally made a notch in the spine to represent Blisterbone Pass. "Just here," said Kerr, pointing to a tiny bowl high on the left or eastern side of the White Thorn Mountain looming high above the pass. The bowl was encircled by knife-edged ridges running up to the spine. "Told you at the beginning, didn't I? There's a second pass, Liver Leech." He made an insignificant nick in the chain above the bowl. "It's never used, too steep and dangerous, but desperate men might cross there and circle round the mountain to take Blisterbone from the south. Enemy won't be expecting that." "How do you know?" said Nish. "No one knows about the other pass." "You know about it, and Barkeen also mentioned it as I recall, so father's scouts will too." Kerr shrugged. "No one has used it in hundreds of years." "Father thinks of everything. He'll make sure it's guarded." "Don't matter to me. Just thought I'd mention it, seeing as how you're desperate to get there first. Men I saw are just an advance guard. Move quick and you can take Blisterbone before the army arrives." "How long will this path take?" said Nish. "Leave at dawn and you can attack at dawn day after tomorrow." Nish bent over the mud map, but it was too small to tell him anything. "It's the only way. If you retreat, they'll soon come after you, and you'll die." Nish did not like it. From the mud map, they would have to make a forced march up an exposed ridge to cross at Liverleach Pass, and if they were seen, they would be cruelly exposed, trapped between the advance guard and Jal Nish's army. But if they retreated now, the situation was nearly as bad. At least this way they had a tiny, desperate chance, assuming they were led by a military genius, rather than a man who'd had his arse whaled by a subordinate and hadn't found the courage to do anything about it. The next morning, Nish's tiny hope was fading as he led the militia round the Whitethorn Mountain, walking in single file below the crest of the curving ridge so they would not be seen. Logic told him that the attack was doomed. If his little militia could have held Blisterbone Pass against an army of thousands, his father's advance guard could hold it against the militia, and then the main army would attack them from the rear. What if he divided the militia and attacked the pass from both sides at once? Unfortunately, there was no way to coordinate two forces separately by the width of a mountain. He stopped for a breather, perching on a rock and studying the black sky. It had stopped raining a while back, but the respite was only temporary. And what if Kerr was wrong about Liverleach Pass? "Is something the matter, Nish?" said Hoshi, coming up and laying an arm across his shoulder. "No," he lied. "Why?" "You seem very downcast today." "And you keep tearing at your hair," said G, who had come with him. "Like you are now." Nish, who hadn't realised he'd been doing it, lowered his hand onto the hilt of Vivimord's sabre. "Kerr said it was 7 days' march from Wiley's clearing to Blisterbone Pass, and we've taken 10 already. I'm beginning to wonder if he's ever been across the spine, and if it takes a lot longer to cross by the higher pass." Hoshi looked at G. She nodded, and he said, "There's another explanation." "What's that?" said Nish. "That Kerr deliberately led us astray. He was sent by Barkeen, and I trust him." "How do you know Barkeen sent him?" said G. Nish cursed inwardly. No one carried papers in Gendragore, and there had been no way to check Kerr's word without sending a messenger all the way back to Barkeen, which would have taken a week at least. There hadn't been time.
I don't suppose I do, though he did say he would send a guide. Maybe Kerr killed the guide and he's always off on his own. Scouts usually are, said Nish. I'm in unknown country, G. I've got to trust my guide. I don't know this land and neither do you. Boobalar does, said Hoshi. I heard Hweld, the cook's boy with the red hair, saying so. Worse and worse. Lately Boobalar had spent his nights drinking the hallucinogenic sap tapped from the scarlet-leaved nif trees until he raved like a madman and had to be tied up for his own safety. Every night Nish hoped the soldier would fall over a cliff. He would be useless in a fight and was affecting everyone's morale, save for the 80 he'd brought with him, whose greed for plunder outweighed reason. Nish knew there was going to be a confrontation the moment he spoke to the fellow, but he couldn't put it off any longer. Boobalar was bigger and stronger and even in his cups faster, and Nish was afraid of him. That wasn't the real problem, though. Nish felt sure he was the better swordsman. He'd certainly taken down bigger opponents in the past. But Boobalar's humiliation of him lay in the back of Nish's mind all the time, undermining him the way his father always had. Well, he would just have to overcome it, and if he could not, his troubles would soon be over. How does Hweld know? Said Nish. Boobalar is his uncle, said Hoshi, and he went over the spine years ago looking for gold. Did he find any? He came back months later with nothing, starving and in a fever. No wonder he's so bitter. Well, I'd better talk to him. Fall out for 10 minutes. The word was passed back, and the exhausted troops dropped in their ranks. Fall out, I said, Nish muttered. Not down or over the bloody cliff. G grinned, winked at Hoshi, and they began to follow him down. Have a break, Nish said, easing the sabre in its sheath. I don't need looking after. Of course not, said G, but we're coming anyway. He was glad to have their support when he reached Boobalar's squad, which was lying down 40 or 50 paces from the rest of the militia. What do you want? Slurred the captain, squatting bolt upright on a jutting rock like a man impaled on a spike. His eyes were like rivers of blood issuing from muddy ferret holes. His nose was running, and his lips were red from nif sap. He pushed himself up, staggered, and the wineskin swung around in a loop on the thong which held it to his wrist, striking him in the chest. He looked down at it stupidly, tried to take a swig, discovered it was empty, hurled it away, and lurched towards Nish. To the left, one of Boobalar's men had his pants down and was waggling his backside at Nish. Everyone roared with laughter. Nish flushed. What do you want, purple ass? Said Boobalar. Nish's bruises had faded to greeny yellow, but he felt the insult nonetheless. I heard you've been over the spine before. So what? Boobalar grinned. I thought you might know the way. Not as well as Kerr. He broke off, and the bleeding eyes fixed on Nish. What are you saying? His men were on their feet, staring at each other. Nish hadn't wanted to arouse their fears, which could only make morale worse, but it might be too late for that. I just like to check these things, he said hastily. A prudent captain. Boobalar's fist came out of nowhere, slamming into Nish's nose so hard that he felt it break. He went down on his back, his head ringing and his eyes watering so badly that he couldn't see. He rubbed the wetness away, momentarily unable to get up. His face was covered in blood and it was flooding from his nose. Boobalar was standing over him, swaying like a sapling in a gale. He booted Nish in the ribs. Kerr's gone, hasn't he? Nish, spitting out blood, couldn't answer. This was it. He had to take Boobalar now. Kerr's led us into a trap, then run like a dog, he has. Kerr the cur, bellowed Boobalar. He wiped his oozing nose on his sleeve, leaving a silvery trail there and a muddy smear across his face. There'll be no plunder for any of us boys, and it's all his fault. He raised his boot to smash Nish's face in. Nish couldn't roll out of the way in time and was trying to get his hands up when Hoshi threw himself at Boobalar and shouldered him out of the way. G heaved Nish up and put his hand on the hilt of his sabre. Only you can stop this, Nish, she said in his ear. Nish knew it. He'd put it off too long through self-doubt, but Boobalar had to be crushed right away. He steadied himself and waited while the crazed drunk came at him, but did not draw his sabre. In wartime, attacking a senior officer was a capital offence, but capital punishment wasn't the Gendrigorian way, and if Nish cut him down in cold blood, the whole militia might walk.
Boobalar, despite the nifsap, or perhaps because of it, was incredibly fast. He was on Nish before he had time to weave away, fists going 1-2 into his belly, and when Nish doubled over, wheezing and breathless, a knee coming for his groin. Nish couldn't pull back in time. He lurched forwards and the knee caught him in the belly instead. Completely winded, all he could do was throw his arms around the bigger man and hang on like a punch-drunk boxer. He tried to knee Boobalar, but he twisted sideways. Nish attempted to headbutt him under the chin, no more successfully. If he let go, Boobalar would knock him down. The captain's fists were pummeling his sore ribs. Now, laughing like a drain, Boobalar caught hold of Nish, trying to turn him over and pull his pants down. Nish struggled furiously and broke free. He wasn't going to suffer that humiliation again. He swung hard and hit Boobalar in the mouth, breaking teeth and knocking him off his feet, but Boobalar didn't let go and Nish went down with him. Boobalar landed on his back and Nish twisted free. Boobalar bounced to his feet. Nish rolled out of the way, sprang up and punched Boobalar in the left eye. Boobalar reeled back, then raised his arms, knotted his clenched fists into a club and swung it down at Nish's head with enough force to drive it halfway down his spine. Nish managed to get his head out of the way, but the blow nearly broke his left collarbone and shoulder, and his arm began to go numb. As the captain staggered off balance from the force of his swing, Nish backpedaled away. His flooding nose had left a huge bloodstain on Boobalar's front. His head was ringing. The captains separated into two, then the images slowly rejoined, but began to separate again. Nish knew he could not stay on his feet much longer. He groped for his sabre. His bloody fingers slipped on the hilt. He took a firm grip and dragged it out as Boobalar rushed him, fists flailing. Unfortunately, the tip of the blade snagged on its sheath, for the sabre was considerably longer than any blade Nish was used to, and he hadn't drawn it far enough. Boobalar got in another blow to the jaw that knocked Nish sideways, rattling his teeth, then drew his knife. "This time I'm gonna have your balls for earrings." Nish just managed to stay on his feet. He jerked the sabre all the way out, and when the two images became one again, with the deftest of little jabs, he cut Boobalar's belt on either side of his hips. The captain did not realize his pants were falling down until they were halfway to his knees, and the grimy sight beneath was not one Nish wanted to remember. Boobalar caught his pants with his left hand and tried to heave them up, while hacking at Nish with his knife. Nish wove backwards. Boobalar came after him, stumbled over his pants and fell to his knees. Nish swayed to the left and whacked him hard on his hairy backside with the flat of the sabre, counting the strokes aloud. 1, 2, 3, and 1 for luck! A massed cheer went up behind him, but Nish couldn't turn to see who it was, for Boobalar, incoherent with fury, had stepped out of his pants and caught the sword one of his men had tossed to him. He threw himself at Nish, knife in one hand, sword in the other. Nish could have killed him then. He should have, but he wanted to bring him to trial the Gendragorian way, to end it once and for all. He reversed the sabre, and the moment the captain came within reach of the long blade, swung the back of it at his head just above the ear. Boobalar crashed down and did not move. It was over. Nish was seeing double again, and Boobalar's men were rising, drawing their rusty swords and homemade spears. Behind him, he heard people shouting and feet pounding down towards him, but whoever they were, they would not be in time to interfere. If he hesitated now, he was dead. Forcing himself up to his full, meagre height, he advanced on Boobalar's men, the shiny sabre upright. They stopped, but did not back away. The pain in his broken nose was ferocious, the double vision coming and going, but he had to fight it, and them, and everything. "I will not be beaten," Nish kept telling himself. "If I fail now, Gendragore is lost, and so is the war. I've got to impose my authority, no matter the cost. I can't afford the least hesitation, even a stagger could bring me down." Forcing the pain away and holding himself rigid, he advanced, carving an arc through the air with his sabre. It was a beautiful, elegant stroke that made his opponents look like farm labourers. He took another step, lunged with the sabre, twisted and drew back. Boobalar's men swayed backwards away from the demonstration, for Nish's stroke, had he been within reach, would have sliced open an opponent's belly and hooked out his entrails. The double vision was getting worse. He couldn't last much longer. "Lay down your weapons," he said, struggling to put on the commanding voice that had once come naturally to him. Swear to me and me alone or die by my hand.
You and whose army? Said a squat, burly man.
Nish's army, came G's high voice from behind, and another rousing cheer. Us? It helped. Nish managed to force his double vision back into a single image and concentrated as hard as he could. Boobalar's troops did not want to swear to him, they wanted to rush him and hack him to pieces, and if one among them dared, the rest would follow. Which would it be? Nish fixed his eye on the burly fellow who was built like a blacksmith and carried a well-maintained broadsword. Who wants to die first? Nish said.
You do,
said the burly fellow and came at him. With his brawn and that sword, he would be a formidable opponent, assuming he had any fighting skills. Nish had to take him first and hope others didn't attack at the same time from behind. He advanced on the smith, step by slow step, with every stride demonstrating another from his repertoire of strokes. The smith raised the broadsword like a man about to chop wood, and Nish felt a trace of hope. The fellow evidently knew no swordplay and would be an easy target, if his blow could be evaded, but if he hit, the heavy broadsword would have enough power behind it to cut him in two. Nish stopped. The smith grinned, a trifle nervously, evidently thinking Nish was afraid. He was terrified, but he could not afford to show any hesitation, any fear. The smith advanced a step and Nish matched it, hoping the man would crack and run, though it didn't look as though he was going to.
Cut the little turd in two, then,
shouted a giant of a man carrying a woodsman's axe.
Smack his skinny ass good,
yelled another. Now the smith was only 3 steps away, almost within reach. Nish, hoping he would not have to kill the fellow, went forwards a half step and practiced the gutting stroke again. It would have been a beautiful blow had he not trodden on a round stone which made his left knee twist painfully. Instantly, and with phenomenal speed, the smith leapt and swung his broadsword down and across in a sweeping curve that was near impossible to avoid. Nish couldn't block it, for it would have shattered his sabre, nor could he weave out of the way or reverse direction in time. All that was left to him was to use his forward momentum, dive under the swing, and hope to get his back and legs low enough. He hit the ground on his belly, head and shoulders and chest between the smith's legs, clinging desperately to the sabre. If it jarred out of his hands, he was finished. He just held on to it. The smith tried to stop his swing, but the weight of the broadsword carried it on. Nish's vision was blurring. Bloody bubbles were shooting from each nostril, and he didn't think he would be able to get up. Still flat on the ground, he blindly swung the sabre in both hands up over his head and back as far as it would go, praying that he could aim true. It went up through the smith's lower back and came out the middle of his chest, and he was dead before he slammed into the rocks. Nish forced himself to hands and knees, came to his feet swaying, jerked the sabre out and held it up. "Anyone else want to try me?" A child with a toy sword could have cut him down, but Boobalar's men had their mouths hanging open, cowed and awed by his swordplay. Nish held the pose for a moment, then hastily swung the sabre tip to the ground and leaned on it to prevent himself from falling down. "I never knew you were a master swordsman," said Hoshi quietly. Nish wasn't, merely a well-trained and very experienced fighter who had been far luckier than he deserved, but he wasn't going to admit that to anyone. In the coming battle, his reputation was going to need all the help it could get. "Throw the body over the side," he said. "Get 2 of my most reliable men and bind Boobalar securely. Guard him day and night until he can be tried the Gendragorian way. If he gives me any trouble, heave him over the side." His eyes met the eyes of Boobalar's most loyal troops, and anyone else who supports him. It was over, and even if Nish's troops felt no differently about him, Nish did. It was his first real victory on the long road to overthrowing his father. They resumed the march until dusk, only an hour away, dragging Boobalar on a litter since they could hardly leave him behind. That evening the camp was tense and silent, for everyone knew what the fight had been about, and maybe Boobalar had been right. For the first time, Kerr did not appear when dinner was served. Hoshi woke Nish before dawn the next morning. "You should have killed Boobalar." "What's the matter now? What's he done?" "Someone freed him and he's fled in the night with 40 of his men. And most of our supplies." 47. The Numinator wrenched Maelys to her feet and dragged her down the hall without another glance at Ember, as though his death, the most shattering loss of Maelys's life, no longer mattered. Maelys couldn't wonder about that. She was numb with despair. The Numinator had her hand on the latch of the outer door when it was gently pushed from the other side. She leapt backwards, landing as soft as a cat, and drew a small triangular blade. Her other hand went over Maelys's mouth.
"That's pointless, and you know it,"
said a deep, somewhat rasping voice.
"You can't keep me out, nor can you fight me here, for this place is mine and I maintain every part of it."
The hand fell away.
"Stand back."
A tall, statuesque woman entered.
"Belle?"
said Maelys, for there was a hint of Belle in her now. Had Belle come to save her? Maelys hardly cared. Nothing seemed to matter any more, not even her own family. The tall woman's eyes took in Maelys and the Numinator behind her, and she nodded stiffly as if she knew her.
"Yalkara,"
said the Numinator coldly. Yalkara? Maelys was in the presence of a legend, probably the most powerful and dangerous woman in all the histories. Her heart was thumping like a great drum. Of course Yalkara hadn't come here for her, she'd come for Ember, her son.
"Granddaughter?"
said Yalkara. Maelys stared at the Numinator. "She's your grandmother."
"You don't seem pleased to see me,"
said Yalkara. "You stole Rulka's body and took it to the void," said the Numinator.
"That would have been his wish. Besides, you did not complain at the time."
"I was sick with grief."
"And you have been brooding about him ever since. You always were obsessive."
"You were going back to the void as well, and to extinction. Why are you still here?"
"You know why. My people went, and I would have gone with them had I not previously given birth to a child here in the Nightland."
"You never said?"
"I dared not reveal my secret, not to anyone, for my son was in deadly danger."
"Where is he?"
said Yalkara.
Maelys jerked one hand down the hall, shivering in terror. What would Yalkara do when she discovered that her son was dead? The Charon had been the mightiest of all the human species, and the most barbaric. They believed in vengeance, she recalled, to the utmost degree.
"Go before me, both of you," said Yalkara. "Keep your hands where I can see them."
"You don't trust your own granddaughter?"
"I know what you're like."
To Maelys's surprise, the Numinator headed back to the room where Ember's body lay. Maelys could not bear it. She could not bear to see him again, nor could she bear to leave him. The Numinator let go of Maelys's arm, and she went backwards until she came up against the wall. Yalkara entered slowly, her face tight with anticipation. She scanned the gloomy room, saw Ember lying there as though asleep, and sighed.
"Beloved son,"
she said softly, as if apologizing for her failure.
"The past 220 years since I conceived you have been the best of my life and the worst."
The Numinator let out a hiss through clenched teeth.
"The best because I had a child at last, and the worst because I conceived you here while the Nightland was under prohibition, and I had to bear you here alone, then leave you. You were of the Nightland, and without the prohibition being broken, you could not leave it."
The Numinator quivered but did not speak. Maelys had to tell Yalkara. She opened her mouth to say, "He's dead, my Ember is dead," but could not choke the words out.
"I could not tell anyone about it, least of all the father," Yalkara went on. "As Rulka escaped for the final time, all unknowing that he had a son, the Nightland was collapsing into a singularity. Even then I could not break the prohibition and get you out. Instead, I spent my strength and my art on the mightiest work of my long life, reversing the collapse of the Nightland and rebuilding it to shelter, protect and nourish your body and your mind for as long as it took, until I could find a way to return for you."
The Numinator was making little stabs with the small blade, but Yalkara paid her no heed. She went to her knees beside Ember.
"I'm sorry. I thought it would take a few years at most. I never thought that building the Nightland and maintaining it would take so much from me that I could not return. After I took your father's body back to the void and saw my people to extinction, I spent all my days for 220 years trying to find a way back. There was none, until recently, when—"
"His father was Rulka," the Numinator burst out. "You mated with Rulka right here." Yalkara stalked across to her.
"Who I have mated with is my business. I knew Rulka 3,000 years before you were born."
"You hated each other. There was a feud between your clans because of a terrible wrong done in ancient times." Maelys looked from one woman to the other. "What terrible wrong?"
"I don't have to explain anything to either of you," Yalkara said indifferently and turned back. "Ember, wake now."
"Rulka was mine," the Numinator hissed, her eyes as hard as the point of her knife. "For all time."
"I mated with him here before he ever met you," said Yalkara.
"He was mine before and after, now and forever, past, present, and future."
Yalkara shook her head in amazement. "You're out of your mind." She turned to her son again. "Ember." She knew something was wrong now. Yalkara went across as slowly as if she were a pallbearer at an emperor's funeral, crouched beside him, and touched his bare chest. For a second, her aloofness cracked. She let out a hissing breath, then lifted him with one hand under his knees and another behind his head to prevent it from flopping. Her jaw tightened, but she was as controlled as the Numinator had been hysterical. Yalkara, evidently, was not one to display her grief to inferiors. "It is a mother's duty to protect her children, and I failed you," she said quietly. "I did everything I could, and it wasn't enough. Beloved Ember, this is the end for you, for me, and for all the Charon. But before I go, I will exact a dreadful retribution for your slaying." She laid him down again, ever so gently, then came to her feet, and the look in her eyes was awful. "Who did this?" she said in a voice deliberately remote and as cold as the central ice cap of Noom. "Which of you slew my son, or were you in league?"
"She killed him," said the Numinator. "Her name is Maelys of Niflheim, and I was taking her back for punishment."
"I know, Maelys. I would not have thought she had it in her to do such a deed. Well, girl," said Yalkara, "did you kill my son?"
"I loved him the moment I saw him,"
Maelys whispered, for it would have felt wrong to speak in normal tones beside his cold body.
"And Ember loved me."
"Explain."
"When I first came here, he called me directly into my mind, and I went to him. I was never afraid. I knew I was safe."
"He would never have harmed you," said Yalkara, bending over Ember again. "He was a gentle soul, my son. Unlike his father, unlike me. Answer the question, did you kill him?"
Beside Maelys, the Numinator's knuckles were white on the hilt of her knife, and her throat was quivering.
She was building up to something.
"I loved him," Maelys wept. "Of course I didn't kill—"
But then something awful occurred to her. "How did he die?" said Yalkara.
"I don't know."
"But," said Yalkara,
"I still had a trace of chthonic fire on me from the Numinator's portal, and after we lay together it was gone from me and all over his skin."
Yalkara's olive skin went a muddy colour, all the blood draining from her face. "Did I doom my son," she said to herself, "by bringing the fire of damnation to Santhanar?"
"It didn't harm me," said Maelys, bewildered, aching with her loss and suffused with horror that she might have unwittingly brought Ember's doom upon him. "Or the Numinator."
"Nor me," said Yalkara, staring at her son, "nor any other person. But Ember was engendered in the Nightland, a place remote from the laws which govern the real, physical worlds, and the Nightland would always be part of him. The chthonic flame is a force like no other, one that can slide between the many dimensions of space and time as easily as you slide between the sheets of your bed. It is one of the few natural forces that can punch a portal through the Nightland, and for the same reason it was inimical to him, and so he died." She turned to Maelys. "How did he die?"
"I didn't know he had at first. We were lying in each other's arms, and I just thought he was cold. The fire had gone out."
"But Ember died content." Yalkara gripped Maelys's shoulders and stared into her eyes.
"We were delirious with our love for each other. It was meant to be."
Was it the first time for you as well?
Maelys nodded stiffly, feeling her cheeks burning again. The Numinator went very still. Yalkara wiped her eyes and crouched beside her son, examining him carefully.
From the blood on his thighs it would appear so, but there is no end to the duplicity of scheming young women, I must be sure.
Without warning, the Numinator sprang at her, raising the knife high as if to stab her grandmother in the back. She landed like a cat and was bringing the blade down when Maelys shrieked, "Yalkara, look out!" Yalkara whirled in a rising spiral, faster than the eye could follow, and her stiff right arm struck the Numinator across the chest so hard that she was lifted off her feet and flung backwards to crash into the wall. The triangular knife went flying, and Yalkara scooped it up. The Numinator slumped to the floor, groaning.
You have Charon blood in you, granddaughter, but that is not the same as being Charon.
Maelys was darting for the door when Yalkara's voice rang out. "Hold!" Maelys froze, for not even in battle had she seen anyone move as swiftly as Yalkara had. The Charon were a race apart, and she had no hope of escaping her.
"On the floor,"
rapped Yalkara. "Take down your trousers."
"What?"
Maelys whispered, shocked witless, for Yalkara still had the knife in her hand.
"What are you going to do to me?"
"I'm going to make sure of you," Yalkara said grimly.
Maelys shrank away.
"Please, no, I didn't mean to hurt him. He was everything to me."
"Stupid girl, I'm not going to kill you. What would be the point of that?"
"What then?" she bleated.
"I'm going to examine you intimately, of course, to make sure you were a virgin. There might be a child."
Pain sheared through Maelys's chest. Not Yalkara as well. Ever since her mother and aunts had sent her after Nish, no one had ever cared about her for herself. Her family and Nish wanted the child she could give them, the only grandchild of the God Emperor. The Numinator and Yalkara both wanted the offspring of the last Charon. I'm just a worthless body, she thought. An incubator. She lay on the cold floor, completely numb, while Yalkara completed her mortifying examination and stood up.
"You were a virgin. Should a child come of this union, it will be mine, and I will take it with me back to the void."
"No!"
Maelys whimpered. She was too young. She didn't want to have a baby all alone. But if that came to pass, no one else was having anything to do with it. No one.
"A child should have a mother," said Yalkara. "But puny little thing that you are, you wouldn't survive an hour in the void. It's a pity, but there it is. Besides, you may bear many more children, but I never will. I am the sole survivor of the Charon. I'm sure you understand."
Her arrogance cut right through Maelys's grief, and it was only with the utmost effort that she bit her tongue and maintained her self-control. She wanted to scream at Yalkara. No, she wanted to punch her teeth down her neck. Don't give way, she told herself. Pretend to be meek and compliant. Let them all underestimate you, but never give in until you've beaten them all. Never give in. Yalkara studied her, head to one side.
"There's something about you. Something odd."
She pulled on the chain around Maelys's neck and heaved the taphloid out from between her breasts.
"What is this?"
Yalkara said, studying it.
"Father gave it to me when I was a little girl to suppress my aura and stop my gift from developing."
"What gift?"
Yalkara said idly. Maelys explained about the family talent for detecting Nish's wisp watchers and his other spying devices, and the nature of her own tiny gift, including what she'd seen in the pit of possibilities.
"So you have a latent talent for the art," said Yalkara, "but it never developed in the vital years when you were young, and now it's too late to master it."
Maelys knew that already and was resigned to it.
"My aunts said the taphloid contained a secret that could help me in the future."
"You certainly need protecting."
Yalkara opened the taphloid, and momentarily Maelys saw little dials spinning, though not ones she remembered seeing previously. The Numinator groaned and tried to sit up.
"Not least from her," Yalkara added quietly, "and I must do what I can."
She closed the taphloid, wrapped one long finger around it, and pressed it against her own forehead. For an instant, Maelys felt so dizzy that she could barely stand up. Yalkara caught Maelys's arm with her left hand, steadied her, then touched the taphloid to her forehead with her right hand. The dizziness passed, but Maelys felt a sharp pain lance through her head from front to back, so fiercely barbed that she had to close her eyes. "Help!" The hoarse, whispered cry seemed to come from an impossible distance. Maelys cocked her head, listening, but it wasn't repeated. Yalkara thrust the taphloid, which was now uncomfortably warm, back into Maelys's cleavage and took her arm. "Come." Maelys locked her knees and tried to hold on. She couldn't leave Ember lying there all alone, dead. It wasn't right or decent. She had to take care of him and prepare his body the way the dead had always been prepared at Niflheim, gently, carefully, respectfully. Yalkara jerked so hard that Maelys stumbled. "No!" she wailed, but Yalkara would not desist. The Numinator followed silently. The door of Ember's little cottage banged, and the cottage vanished. Maelys wept all the way back to the portal and was left to contemplate the irony, bitterest of all, of her lie to Jal Nish about being pregnant coming true after all.
48. Yalkara thrust Maelys in the back, and she stumbled out of the portal into the eyrie at the top of the Tower of 1,000 Steps, and into utter devastation. Its steepled roof, now shattered, lay open to the elements, and in the grey daylight that washed all colour from the bleak icescape, she made out a low, snow-clad range to her left. To the right was the scarred and crevassed surface of the Kara Argel, the frozen sea. Below her, the moat which had once protected the tower with shifting patterns of water and berg was a seething morass of brown sludge filled with floating bodies, bobbing ice coffins, drifting pages from the bloodline registers, and all the other detritus of the Numinator's failed project. The circular eyrie, formed so elegantly spare, was littered with the bodies of human prisoners and whelm, bleeding onto heaps of smashed ice, along with broken weapons and greenly malodorous, unhuman corpses speckled with chthonic fire. Some 30 prisoners crouched behind a barricade across the top of the stairs, hurling chunks of ice and bodies at a band of whelm clustered on the steps below. The Numinator's dish-shaped firebowl was overturned, and the spilled chthonic fire had eaten a pond-sized hole in the floor. Huge freezing drops splashed onto Maelys's head. She looked up, received an icy deluge in the face, then stumbled aside as a barrel-sized chunk of rotten ice came crashing down. Only one splinter of the ice steeple remained. The rest had collapsed into broken stubs, like the teeth of a rock-eating giant. "What's happened?" she said, shivering as the icy water ran down her legs. Maelys couldn't take it in. In the brief time she'd been gone, the Numinator's 200-year-old empire had been toppled. The Numinator limped through the portal, and her face hardened as she surveyed the ruin of her eyrie. She splashed to the ice barricade, looked down, and the whelm cried out as one. "Aye! The Master has returned! Hail the Numinator, hail!" They began to thump their weapons on the steps. Hail, hail! Maelys smelt their strong, oily onion odour. Yalkara stalked out, her red Charon eyes fixed on Maelys, who edged away towards the fire-licked pond. "Chthonic fire burns ice, that's what's happened," said a blood-covered man brandishing an odd, jagged sword with a whelm's ragged scalp stuck halfway along the blade. She recognised Flydd's voice, though not his face, which was so bruised and swollen that he could barely see. "Xervish?" said Maelys. "Where have you been?" he said coldly. I... How could she explain the way she and Ember had fallen for each other, or what they had done together, or how he had died? She couldn't bear to speak of it. "I'm sorry." "Maelys met Ember, my son, with Rulka, the son he never knew he had, when you went to the Nightland," said Yalkara baldly. "They fell under each other's spell, and he called her back." "That's not true," cried Maelys. "I followed the Numinator there because she had a poisoned knife. I was afraid she was going to kill him." "Why would I kill the one person I've been trying to create since Rulka's death?" said the Numinator in astonishment. "The hollow knife contained a potion to test his fertility." "And he was fertile?" said Yalkara. "Extremely." Yalkara, iron-faced, turned back to Flydd.
Maelys and Ember lay with one another, but chthonic fire on her killed him, and if she's pregnant, the child comes to the void with me."
"Any child is mine," hissed the Numinator. Yalkara went into a crouch, her fingers formed into blades. The Numinator whirled and scooped a handful of white fire from the pond.
"I wouldn't," Yalkara said icily. "I brought chthonic fire to the three worlds, and I can make it do what I want."
"If only you dared!"
The Numinator shook her flame-covered fist in Yalkara's face.
"I've waited 2 centuries to bring you down."
Maelys clutched at her taffloid, feeling the painful thudding of her heart. If 2 such bitter enemies fought to the death, nothing on Noom would survive it. A very tall, strongly built man with frost-grey eyes limped forwards, staring hungrily.
"You're the Numinator. No wonder you hid yourself up here and never allowed me to see your face, since I'm the one person who could identify you. Maygraith?"
Maelys knew the name from the histories, but could not remember which tale it came from. The Numinator stiffened.
"I no longer use that name, Igur. It died when Rulka was slain. I am the Numinator now."
Igur was another legend. He had fought on Flydd's side during the Lyrinx War. Maelys took heart from it.
"Numinator, then," said Igur.
"I owe you nothing," said the Numinator. "I never cared for you when we were together. You never met my needs."
She allowed the excess flame to drip from her fingers into the pond. Yalkara slowly came upright.
"And Rulka did," said Igur stiffly. "That's what it's all about, isn't it?"
He swept an outstretched arm around the eyrie.
"He's been dead all this time, but you can't let him go."
"Why would I want to?"
said the Numinator.
"He was everything to me, yet after he was slain, Yalkara, his lifelong enemy, stole his body and took it back to the void."
She couldn't maintain her self-control now. Her anguish showed fleetingly.
"Why were you lifelong enemies with Rulka?"
Igur asked Yalkara.
"I've always wondered about that. Some ancient feud long forgotten,"
she said dismissively. Maelys didn't believe her. Yalkara was hiding something. Flydd turned to the Numinator.
"What is the purpose behind your bloodline project?" "The Charon were cursed and going to extinction," said the Numinator. "I had nothing left of Rulka."
"You were pregnant to him,"
Igur exclaimed.
"A child wasn't enough. I could not allow Rulka's genius to be lost."
"And so began your downfall and the ruin of Santhanar."
"The war ruined Santhanar. I did not start it."
"But you prolonged it indefinitely.
Or at least the scrutators did, and you controlled them.
The war should have been won in the first 10 years when the Lyrinx were still few and weak. Because of you, it lasted 150 years.
My project took precedence. The moment I discovered I was with child, I thought of nothing save mating my offspring with another triunes to create a new human species with all of the Charon's strengths and none of their weaknesses. A memorial to Rulka." "What's a triune?" asked Maelys.
No one answered.
"I was there, remember," said Igur, smouldering. "At the end of the Age of the Mirror, after Lian told his great tale of those times you wanted to mate Karan and Lian's firstborn child with yours."
"It was fitting," said the Numinator, her eyes glinting. "Our children were an almost perfect match."
"Why?"
said Maelys. Again, no one answered.
"She was your friend," cried Igur in a fury, "and it was obscene. You manipulated everyone weaker than you, as you were manipulated by Philemore as a child. Karan refused you outright, but you would not give up your twisted plan."
"You know nothing about the matter,"
she said, standing very still.
"On the contrary, after Karan's and Lian's deaths, I took the trouble to learn how she came to be driven to that terrible crime. All she wanted was to live a normal life with her family at Gothrime Manor, and in all the histories no one deserved it more. But you would not allow it. You pestered her, harassed her, and when she continued to refuse you, you kidnapped Karan's firstborn, Sulian, when she was just 14 and gave her to your thuggish son, Rulkan."
"I had promised her to him,"
said the Numinator, as though that were justification enough.
"You had no right," Igur thundered. "But Karan stole her daughter back, then hid all her children, so you destroyed Lian's name as a teller. You made him out to be Lian the liar, and had his tale of the mirror, the greatest and most truthful of all the great tales, banned, then rewritten by the scrutators.
Flydd's head whipped around. Maelys had never seen him look so outraged.
You used us to turn a great tale into a lie.
The Numinator did not reply, and Agur went on.
Finally, Karan could take no more. You drove her insane, and in that madness she killed Leanne and her children and herself.
Oh, whispered Maelys, cold with shock and barely able to take it in. The day was already too full with love, with dreadful revelations, and with untimely and undeserved death.
How?
One day, at dawn, said Agur, she hurled them from the top of the ruined city tower of Shazmak, where they'd been hiding from you, into the terrible flood of the mighty river Gar, which no one has ever survived. I questioned the witnesses, Idlis and Yektak, two Whelm who had once served me.
I also questioned them, said the Numinator. Karan killed her family just to thwart me.
She bit off each word.
She always resented me.
I knew Karan well, said Agur. She was the best friend anyone could have had, and you destroyed her.
I wish I'd known her,
Maelys said softly. She felt a closer kinship with Karan, dead 200 years, than with anyone here, for they were both linked by the Numinator's monstrous scheme. If she was prepared to destroy a friend to get what she wanted, what would she do to Maelys?
I only wanted one of her children, said the Numinator. She had 3.
It was impossible to come to terms with such a wicked act, or with the Numinators justifying it as though it was her right. Now she was doing it again, she and Yalkara fighting over the fruit of Maelys's body like dogs over a corpse. I will never let it happen, she thought. I'll fight the whole world for what is mine. The taphloid burned between her breasts.
Help!
The Numinator cocked her head as if she had heard the cry as well, but her face froze and she turned away.
Help!
There it was again. Stronger this time, and fleetingly Maelys had a vision of booted feet squelching through calf-deep mud.
Who could it be?
The taphloid cooled, and something began to spin inside it, shaking it like a spinning top, before slowly running down.
So that's what all this is about, Flydd was saying. Karan thwarted you, so you took revenge on the world by creating the Council of Scrutators. It had nothing to do with revenge, Flydd, Agur said wearily. Maelys and I were lovers once, and I know her better than anyone.
You never knew me at all, she snapped. That was your problem.
Ah, he said, though in my 7 years as your prisoner I worked out what you were up to down below, with the bloodline registers.
Flydd squinted at Agur through swollen eyelids.
Precisely, said Agur. When Karan thwarted you, Numinator, it only stiffened your resolve to find another way to achieve your goal, didn't it?
She did not reply. Maelys watched her out of the corner of her eye, but could not tell what she might be thinking. More rotten ice fell, peppering them with fire-webbed fragments, though none touched Yalkara.
You devoted yourself to the mastery of your arts over many years, Numinator, said Agur, until a time came when the guiding council of Santhanar grew weak. You crushed it and set up your own, the Council of Scrutators.
Why? Colm ground out. Maelys hadn't noticed him in the shadows to her right. She gave him a tentative smile, but he returned a look of such cold fury that she flinched. Thief, he mouthed. He must have found out about Flydd taking the mime mule, and Colm was not a forgiving man.
I'm beginning to understand, said Flydd. Maelys, the Numinator, and Karan were incredibly rare people. They were both triune. They bore the blood of 3 of the 4 human species, and it gave them unique but very different talents. And by breeding their children together, said Agur, the Numinator hoped to create quartine children, ones having the blood of all 4 humankinds. If any quartines survived and weren't cursed by the madness that is the fate of most triune, they might become the foundation of a new human species, one greater than all the others put together. That was the Numinator's goal, as an eternal memorial to Ruka, and she has never given it up.
Was the Numinator one of the mad ones, Maelys wondered? If so, it was a most peculiar, directed and obsessive kind of madness, completely lacking in empathy for others.
No species crafted by a mere human could ever equal our kind, sneered Yalkara.
Yet your kind will be extinct when you die,
snapped the Numinator.
I don't understand why you needed the scrutators, said Maelys. The Numinator did not reply. What happened to your child, Numinator? Maelys persisted. She had to know. Why didn't you?
She had twins, said Igur. Ilael and...
No one tells my story, grated the Numinator. I bore twin sons from Rilke's seed. Iliel came first, and I named him for my Phalim father Galgiliel. Iliel was small and golden-skinned, very Phalim in appearance, and of course I did not take to him. Why not? Said Maelys.
Magraith was brought up by Phylamore and held in her thrall all her life, said Igur, and she has always resented her Phylam heritage. You need look no further to understand why she's the way she is.
The Numinator flicked her fingers at Igur, and he doubled over, struggling for breath.
But next,
she continued, as though he had not interrupted,
after 3 days of the most awful labour came Rulkan.
Her stern, sad face lit up in memory.
He was big and dark and strong, and the image of his father, and from birth I taught him that he was the chosen son of a chosen people.
He was a spoiled, angry brute, said Igur, thin-lipped.
Karan robbed him of what was his by right, her daughter,
the Numinator said, then faltered.
But the curse of the Charon continued in him. Rulkan spread his seed widely but died young and only ever produced one child. Unfortunately, Gil-Haleth proved unsuitable.
Gil-Haleth, frowned Igur. The Tetrarch we knew who died, turned to crystal at the end of the war.
Tetrarch is another word for quartine, said the Numinator. Gil-Haleth took that title to mock my failure. He was flawed. The curse was in him too.
So you were forced to turn to Ilael, said Igur, the son you'd scorned and sent back to live with his own kind. What kind? Said Flydd. Not all the Phylam returned to Tel Alamé at the end of the time of the mirror, said Igur. Some remained where they had lived for thousands of years, in the endless cold forests of the south. Really? Said Flydd. How come the scrutators didn't know that?
I kept it from you, said the Numinator. I already knew their bloodlines. Ilael was a quiet, scholarly man, devoted to his mansery, though he never employed it on any useful task, said the Numinator. He refused me, and with all the Phylam arrayed behind him, I dared not try to take him back. He had only one child, a daughter, Liel, but he hid her from me, and by the time I tracked her down, it was too late.
You mean she was too old to bear children, said Igur, even if you could have found a suitable triune mate.
How come you were still fertile after thousands of years? Maelys said to Yalkara. Yet the Numinator's granddaughter was not, after what, 50 years? It doesn't make sense.
We Charon are not as other species, Yalkara said imperiously. We might only be fertile once in 500 years, and then only with the right mate. But once we know it, she said with a chilly glance at the Numinator, no force in the universe can keep us apart. But you did not give up, Igur continued to the Numinator as though the exchange had not taken place.
I never give up, said the Numinator. I was continuing the breeding project that Rilke began long ago in a last attempt to save something of his kind. I owed it to him to complete it.
There was one other way to create a quartine, said Igur, evidently thinking aloud, though it would be agonizingly difficult. The Charon, Phylam, and Archim rarely interbred with old humans, but it had happened from time to time, and those blendings had many descendants. Few would be suitable, yet if you could assemble a bloodline registry covering everyone on Xanthanar, you might, with immense labour, identify which blendings to breed together and rebreed their triune offspring. It could take hundreds of years to produce the perfect quartines you needed, but you had infinite patience as well as long life.
Do you mean that the sole purpose of the scrutators, cried Maelys, was to compile the bloodline registers for the Numinator? But thousands of people must have suffered and died at their hands.
Tens of thousands, said Flydd harshly, clearly mortified at how he had been used. And hundreds of thousands more died in the senselessly prolonged war, and I played a part in it. I thought I was doing the right thing, aiding the war, yet all my life I've been a pawn in a greater game.
It was no game, it was the noblest purpose of all, said the Numinator.
though none of you would have the vision to understand it. There's not a drop of nobility in you, Numinator, cried Maelys. You're evil, sick. Yellow light shot from the Numinator's hand and would have burned her eyes out had not Igur deflected it with his right bracelet. It fizzed, his wrist sizzled, smoke rose from it, and he thrust it into the shin-deep ice slurry on the floor, grimly enduring the pain.
Maelys, be quiet.
So that's what all the monstrosities in jars are down below, said Colm, shaking his head. And the inhuman creatures in the ice coffins, failed breedings. And the breeding factories were yours as well, Flydd said, sparks flying from his eyes. They were set up so enough children would be born to replace everyone killed in the war, but that never rang true to me. The women in the breeding factories never mated with the same man twice, and that was your doing too. His voice rose. He was shaking. Everything the scrutators did was a lie. The flaws in your character are gaping, Flydd, said Colm. You scrutators ruthlessly used everyone else, yet you can't bear to discover that you were duped. It was the most far-reaching scheme of all time, said the Numinator, matter-of-factly. The bloodline registers had revealed a host of blendings. The breeding factories were my way of screening out those few worthy candidates from thousands of useless ones. They were fodder for the war, while those who showed promise were sent to me.
Where you callously bred them to produce the monstrosities down below, said Flydd. So what went wrong, Numinator? You thought of everything, you'd perfected your plan over 150 years, why did it fail?
I was so close, said the Numinator, tight-mouthed. She wrapped her arms around herself, rocking back and forth on the balls of her feet. 25 years ago, I finally saw born 2 perfect triune children, and all I had to do was wait until they grew old enough. Then mate them like cattle in the barn? Maelys burst out. I would not have treated them so crudely, said the Numinator. They were worthy, they were precious, and I did not want to damage them in any way. I planned to bring them together at the critical time, and then their offspring, their perfect quartine children, would be mine. I came so close. 10 years ago, the girl was within weeks of bringing forth her first child when... Her face crumpled and she covered it with her hands.
When the war with the Lyrinx ended, said Igur, and brilliant, foolish Tian, who had never come to terms with their own childhood in a breeding factory, destroyed every node on Xanthanar. A bitter irony indeed.
A savage blizzard swept across Noom that night, and it raged for weeks, whispered the Numinator, shivering as though it was blowing through her eerie now. I could not use my art. I was lucky to survive. Had it not been for my loyal whelm, I would have frozen to death.
They were my loyal whelm once, said Igur, staring over the barricade at the silent gathering on the stairs, though their oaths proved hollow when a better master came along.
They were Rulka's first of all, said the Numinator, and once he escaped the Nightland, their oath to him took precedence. Besides, they could have no better master than I, and they knew it. She paused, then continued, her eyes wide in the horror of her memories. After the blizzard passed, I discovered that the hundreds of useful blendings I had so painstakingly gathered from the corners of the globe, the handful of worthy triumphs, and my perfect pair with their unborn quartine, had frozen to death. I had lost everything.
Yet you did not give up, said Igur.
Was that a trace of admiration in his voice? Surely he wasn't falling under her spell.
You never despaired.
I despaired many times, said the Numinator. But how could I give up? I began from scratch, though it was far harder this time, with no scrutators to do my work for me, and little power.
Until you enticed me here, said Igur, knowing that my mansery came from an older art, independent of the nodes and not destroyed when they were lost. Your whelm bound me with these bracelets to tap my power for yourself. He held up his wrists. The bracelets were somewhat corroded now, but still looked strong. I would have done anything, said the Numinator. My memorial had to be completed whatever the cost. It never will be, said Flydd. This ends here, now. He sprang towards her, and Igur did too, but she wove between them, tapping Igur's left bracelet as she passed, and a dazzling flash lit up the tower top. He fell to his knees, shaking his wrist. Maelys smelt burnt skin and charred flesh. When she could see clearly again, the Numinator had scrambled over the ice barricade, and the whelm were closing around her,
concealing her from view. Jag swords up, they went backwards en masse, around the turn of the stairs.
"She took an awful lot of power that time,"
said Agur through bared teeth. His left arm had developed an uncontrollable tremor, and he had to cling to the side of the empty firebowl.
"She'll be back. Flydd, make the bloody portal and get us out of here. I'm still suffering from the last one. Besides, we have one more matter to deal with."
Flydd's eyes met Yalkara's.
"My son is dead," she said. "But if a child comes of his union with Maelys, I will have it."
"You won't!" cried Maelys despairingly.
"The Numinator's determination pales before mine," said Yalkara. "My power is almost spent, but when I return, I will have the child. Until then, Maelys is under my protection."
She made a sign over Maelys's head, and her aura sprang out, deep blue with a carmine border. The Taphloid's innards spun. The aura faded. "Your protection won't matter to Nish," Maelys burst out.
"What's he got to do with it?"
Yalkara said. I told him I was pregnant with Nish's child. It was the only way to save my family, for Nish wants a grandchild more than anything."
"Yet you were a virgin when you lay with my son," said Yalkara. "Explain."
Why hadn't she kept her mouth shut? Maelys would have given anything to avoid repeating her mortifying lie, but there was no way out of it. "I nursed Nish when he was injured, back at Mistmurk Mountain. I told Nish that I had gathered Nish's spilled seed and placed it within me so as to get with his child, but that wasn't true."
"You lied to the God Emperor," said Yalkara. "Are you very bold or incredibly stupid? The latter, I think, assuming you're telling the truth now."
"I am," Maelys said desperately, staring at the hard faces around her, and none harder than her former friends, Colm and Flydd. "You've got to believe me this time."
"How can I believe anything you say, even the story you fed me about Ember? I think that, knowing his secret vulnerability, you carried chthonic fire back to the Nightland to kill him."
"I loved him!" Maelys wailed, feeling every pillar of her life crumbling around her.
"Another lie," said Yalkara, granite-faced.
"Everyone tells lies sometimes," said Maelys.
But they don't boast about it to their enemies. You're a fool, Maelys Niflheim, and that's unforgivable in the mother of my grandchild."
"I didn't boast," wept Maelys. "I was just trying to explain." Yalkara cut her off. "The Numinator is coming back, armed with a mighty power. Flydd, we need the portal now." Flydd put his hand into the pocket of his coat and began fiddling with something there.
"I'll try, though I don't know where to go. Portals can only open in a few special locations, but I can't think of any that would be safe from Nish. "I know a couple of lands we might try," said Agur, "though they're at the furthest corners of his empire. I'll jump to any corner of the empire as long as it's warm. The very marrow of my bones is frozen." "I'll conjure up an image," began Agur. "Maelys? What is it?"
"Help! Help! 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 Help!" She fell to her knees in the slush, holding her head as the painful cry went on and on. It was vaguely familiar now. Pictures began to form in her mind. "Feet squelching through knee-deep mud," she wheezed. "Forest covered in vines and ferns, beautiful birds with tails like rainbow-coloured umbrellas, hot, sweating."
"Hot sounds good," said Flydd.
"A tall mountain shaped like a white curved thorn or horn," said Maelys.
"I know it," cried Agur. "Far to the tropical north, Laurelin ends in a stubby peninsula called Gendrigore. No boat can land on its wild shores. The only way in is via a jungle track over a high pass guarded by a horn-shaped peak of white rock. We could hide in Gendrigore forever."
"Help! Help! Help!" Could it be who she thought it was? It didn't seem right, for she never panicked, never seemed out of control. "I think it's Chulatine," whispered Maelys, "calling for help."
"Who is Chulatine?"
said Yalkara. Maelys explained.
"You mentioned her when we first met," said Flydd thoughtfully. "If the Defiance had gone to Gendrigore, Nish might be there too. Can you locate this place, Agur? I believe I can pull the image from her mind and give it to you."
He took Maelys's wrist.
"Hold the Taphloid to your forehead, Maelys," said Yalkara. "Hurry. I don't know where the Numinator has found such power, but it's growing fast. Soon she'll be stronger than all of us.
Maelys didn't like the way Yalkara said us. She could never be one of us.
The whelm are coming,
rapped Flangus, on watch at the barricade,
and the Numinator is carrying Zoflok's fire flask. It's as bright as the moon.
Maelys pressed the taffloid against her head and concentrated on the white thorn peak.
Got it,
grunted Flydd, scooping up chthonic fire from the pit in the floor. The other hand was still in his pocket.
Gather around, Igor said quietly to the prisoners. Get ready to jump the second it opens.
With a roar, at least 20 whelms stormed the barricade, boosting each other up and over. Then the Numinator came soaring high above it, holding the flask of distilled white fire in her right hand. Maelys could feel the peril radiating from it.
If only Flydd had left it alone. But if he had, she would never have met Ember.
And Ember would still be alive, if only she hadn't gone back to him. The Numinator landed a few spans away, sliding in a curve like an ice skater.
Hold! Be still!
She rapped, shaking the flask, whose brilliance swelled until it was dazzling. I have enough distilled flame to raise the entire island of Noom. Maelys, come with me.
Don't move,
said Yalkara, shielding her eyes.
Flydd, make the portal.
Flydd whipped his fist from his pocket, held it high, then brought it together with the hand holding the chthonic flame. This time a whirling, cocoon-like portal exploded into being, pointing north.
Get in,
he cried, and the prisoners ran for its puckered entrance. A shrill wind whistled down its wormhole, briefly interrupted as each person sprang in and was fired away like peas down a pea shooter. The whelm moved to stop them, but the Numinator raised her free hand.
The prisoners may go,
she said with a fixed smile. Why should I feed useless mouths?
You too, Flydd and Igor. The lot of you may go, save Maelys.
If I have to stay,
gasped Maelys, finding it hard to breathe,
at least give me something in return to help them fight the God Emperor.
The Numinator frowned, then nodded. Everything has a price, even you. Beg your boon, and if it's within my power, I will provide it.
Tell them where to look for the antithesis of Jal Nish's profane tears.
You asked me that before, said the Numinator. I do not know. Though all knowledge collected by the God Emperor's spies passes through Gatherer. Look within the tears.
Thanks,
Maelys muttered. They'd come all this way and lost so much for nothing. Perhaps the antithesis did not exist, and there would be nothing with which to fight the God Emperor. The Numinator inclined her head, as if Maelys's thanks had been genuine. She wasn't looking at her, though. She was staring at Yalkara, defying her enemy to take her on. Yalkara stood with her arms folded across her breast, waiting. But for what? The Numinator sniffed the air and looked around sharply.
What's that in your hand, Flydd?
A little focus to help me create the portal, he said, too hastily.
She raised the roiling flask.
You may be able to hold ordinary chthonic fire, Flydd, but were I to smash this flask, its contents would sear the flesh from your standing bones, then eat the bones as well. Show me what's in your hand.
He opened his hand to reveal the dirty little ball of wood.
It's just a mime mule.
Ah, sighed the Numinator, as if a precious secret had been revealed. But there is no such thing as just a mime mule. There is only one mime mule. And that is it.
How can you tell?
Said Maelys. It is the mime mule Philemore brought to Santhanar from Talalame when she came here thousands of years ago. I would know it anywhere. Yalkara stepped forward and stood next to Maelys, studying the dirty wooden ball. Maelys shrank away and Yalkara smiled grimly. The last of the prisoners had passed through the portal now. It began making a soft thrumming. Colm, Chismul, and Flangus stood beside the entrance. The whelm were arrayed in a semicircle behind the Numinator, with the sorcerer Zoflok standing before them. Igor gestured. Flangus and Chismul jumped in, though Colm remained to the side, fists clenched around the black hilt of a jag sword.
My mule, he grated. It was left to Karan, and after she murdered her family, my branch of the clan inherited all that remained. I am the sole heir. The mime mule is mine.
I don't care who lays claim to it,
said the Numinator, though there was a strange, feverish light in her eyes which hadn't been there before.
Hold it up so I can see." He did so, and she stared at it for a full minute. "And you've used it, 7 times?"
"Only 3 times," said Flydd. "Once to open the portal from Dunnet, once down below, and now."
"I also used it," said Maelys, "when I killed the flapper, and you made our furs with it, Xervish." "I read 7 times," said the Numinator. 5 times recently and twice a long time ago." And Rulka's virtual construct had also been used before, Maelys remembered. "By whom? Where did you find it?" said the Numinator.
"In Philemore's treasure cave in Dunnet," said Flydd, "just as is told in the tale of the mirror."
The feverish light grew. The Numinator's eyes reflected the chthonic flame as though it burned inside her. What had the mime mule told her, and why did it matter so much?
"I spent ages in that cave during the time of the mirror," she said. "I know it well. Karan refused to claim her treasure, and despite the perpetual illusion, the cave was soon looted. I went there after her death, but nothing remained." "The mime mule wasn't the box that had contained the treasures," said Maelys. "I found it buried in the dirt."
"Well, it wasn't there when I came," said the Numinator.
"I dug up the floor of the cavern to make sure."
"Someone took the mime mule and later replaced it," said Flydd. "So what?"
"It is one of the most precious artifacts of all," said the Numinator. "Why take it, then travel all that way to bring it back?"
Flydd shrugged. "To leave it for its rightful owner?" "Me," Colm hissed. "Go through, Colm," snarled Flydd.
Colm's jaw knotted, and for one terrible moment Maelys thought he was going to cut Flydd down. Then he whirled and jumped into the portal.
"I think I'll take a little trip to Dunnet."
The Numinator held out her hand for the mime mule.
"Come, Maelys."
The flask of chthonic fire shook ever so slightly. The whelm were tense as wire.
"Now, Flydd!"
Yalkara roared. Her left arm snaked around Maelys's waist, lifted her effortlessly, and threw her into the portal. As Yalkara dived after her, the wind tumbled them away, head over heels. The Numinator swung the flask at them, but Flydd and Igurd jumped in together. The portal began to close, and she couldn't get to it in time. In furious silence, she hurled the flask at the side wall of her eyrie, where it burst, spraying distilled fire everywhere. She drew power from the white fire, clapped her hands, and vanished, and the whelm with her. As Maelys was fired along the portal, the Tower of 1,000 Steps exploded into 1,000,000 shards of chthonic fire-riven ice, which were blasted up in a churning mushroom cloud. Fire ice began to fall onto the island of Noom and the frozen surface of the Kara Argyle, and Maelys could tell that it was going to feed on the ice, and grow, and spread, until white fire had consumed every speck in the Antarctic realm of Santhanar. 49. G winced every time she looked at Nish, for his whole face was swollen and the black bruising had spread up beneath both eyes and halfway across his right cheek. He was squatting in the mud with his commanders, Hoshi, G, Kletch and Forzel, eating handfuls of raw, mouldy grain, for Bubalar's worst followers had fled in the night with all the good food. He had 450 men left, of which 100 were so ill with dysentery that they could barely walk and certainly couldn't fight. They were eating the grain raw because they dared not light a cooking fire this close to the pass, even if they could have made the saturated wood burn. They still had a few haunches of meat, but it was so foul that eating it raw would have been a death sentence. "We've got food enough for one more meal," he said quietly, "but I'm not sure what to do. If Kerr has betrayed us, attacking via Liverleach Pass will put us between the jaws of Father's pincers. Yet if we retreat, the enemy can surge down and sweep us off the sides of the mountain. Whatever we do, it's bound—" "Don't say it," said G, with an anxious glance at the miserable troops who were huddled further down the slope. "If you don't say it, it won't have as much force. If we retreat, we've lost. But if we continue the attack, there's a faint chance we might succeed. And if I have to die, I'm not going to die running away." Nish's stomach churned from the worst breakfast he'd had since escaping from his father's prison. It fumed in his belly like quicklime. Might they succeed? He thought it most unlikely, but G was right. Attack was their only hope. "Let's put it to the vote, shall we?" "Let's not," said Kletch, the fisherman. He rubbed his lantern jaw with fingers scarred from his fishing lines, and his gentle eyes met Nish's.
You're our commander. We trust you. Give the order and we'll follow it, whatever it is.
Nish didn't think he had ever been that trusting, and he'd known more bad commanders than good ones. Yet his militia were fighting for their country and their families, and nothing could better stiffen the backbone and fortify the quaking heart. He hoped he wouldn't betray their trust. No, he told himself, I won't. No matter what. All right, we attack. He sent the ill troops down in a staggering line, sure that he would never see any of them again. The able-bodied, all 347 of them, headed up the razor-edged roof of the world, crossed the ravine at a natural rock arch, and climbed along the left-hand ridge of a valley shaped like a steeply tilted oval bowl in the incessant, teeming rain. The rain was cool at this height, which was a pleasant change. The humidity wasn't as stifling, but his clothes still chafed with every movement. Above them towered the ominous white thorn peak, pointing to the heavens like a warning finger. Are you sure this is only the wet season? Nish grumbled. It feels like the really wet season to me. When the really wet season gets here, you'll know it, said Forzel, rubbing at a mark on his hand. He always looked his best, and even here his clothes appeared to have been freshly washed. The rain beats down so hard that it drives the hairs back into your skull and out your chin. In the really wet season, even women and children have whiskers. Nish smiled. Forzel was always talking nonsense. It's a wonder the spine hasn't washed away, said Hoshi. The faster it falls down, the faster the stone giants in the cracks of the world push it up again, said Forzel. Careful where you sit down, you might get a pointy rock right up the... What's that? Hissed Nish. He caught a faint flicker flash from the lower side of the bowl. It's the turn back signal, said G, sheltering her eyes from the rain. It could be a trap, said Hoshi. Anything could be a trap, said Nish, but I've a feeling this isn't. We're going down, this way. They descended a stony, moss-covered slope, then crept into the rainforest covering the floor of the valley, heading towards a small oval clearing. He left the militia well above it and continued alone. The sodden ground squelched with every movement, like a sponge made of peat. At the upper side of the clearing he stopped, alert for a trap. Nothing moved, nothing seemed suspicious, though an army could have hidden in the forest below him and he would never know it. He took a deep breath, which hurt his broken nose abominably, walked out into the open, and waited. Shortly a woman stopped at the lower edge and stood with her arms folded, watching him. She seemed familiar, so he went closer. From a distance, she could have been Tulatine's daughter, for she had the same tall, slender figure, rather more upright though, and much younger, not yet 50. Who are you? Nish said as he approached, for the likeness was uncanny. Are you Tulatine's daughter? She laughed, and it was like Tulatine's laughter too, though lacking the hoarseness of the old woman's voice. My children are long dead. I am Tulatine. Nish gaped. It's a very fine illusion. It's no illusion. I used the regression spell to turn back my age. Once it wears off, I'll pay dearly, but for the moment I'm 45 again. Younger than you look, incidentally. Nish touched his swollen face. He had never heard of the regression spell, nor had he been aware that Tulatine could use the Mancer's art. How did you catch us? I used another charm, of unrelenting stamina. Because of my heritage, I see well in the dark. What heritage? Tulatine herself was an enigma enclosed within a paradox. She went on as though he hadn't spoken. I've walked day and night for 4 days without stopping. You must turn back, Nish. Whatever happened to your clear sight? It hasn't been much in evidence since Vivimord took me to Gendragore, but it was never reliable. I've often wondered why your wits seemed so dull. Nish wasn't offended. She'd always had an acid tongue, but he didn't think she meant it. But then, maybe she did, and maybe she was right. Tulatine lifted his scarred hand, studying the restored skin there, which had grown steadily darker over the past weeks. I didn't notice this when I dressed your hand a month ago. He explained about the cursed flame and Vivimord's blood dripping onto his hand. And you did that even though Flydd tried to stop you. You're a fool punished by his folly. The blood formed a bond between you and Vivimord, and with it he fashioned an enchantment that still dulls your wits even now he's gone. I'm not sure I can remove it completely. Her cool fingers tapped a lengthy pattern on his brow. She whispered something. He felt a sharp pain behind his eyes and the enchantment faded. The pain of his broken nose also eased a little. "Who are you, Tulatine?" he said as they climbed to the top of the clearing, slipping on wet grass. "Are you one of the great mages of ancient times, hidden for centuries?" She shook her head. "I was hidden for a long time, but for my own protection. Who would want to harm you?" "We have more important things to talk about, Nish. I know a spell or two, not because I have a great gift for the art, I don't, but because I was taught by the best for my protection. I've lived a humble life, and I never wanted to excel at anything save healing. I had a calling for that. It was my way of making good." It was an odd thing to say. "Why? Had you done something terrible?" "Not I." They were at the top of the clearing now. She preceded him into the gloom under the trees, then turned to face him. "And I was greatly loved," she said as if in afterthought, "which was worth more to me than 100 lives of the mighty." "I don't understand," said Nish. "There's no time for this," she said urgently. "I learned 4 days ago that Kerr was a traitor. He led you astray, delayed you so the enemy could reach the pass first. Blistobone is strongly garrisoned and you could not take it with 5 times the troops you have. You must retreat all the way to the lowlands, not stopping day or night, or you won't survive. We've got no food and they'll cut us off before we can get down to our track." "There's still a chance," said Tulatine. "They don't know you're here." "They must. Kerr has been gone for ages." "I know, for the birds spoke to me and the wind in the trees, that he was set on betrayal. I followed him, came upon him in the dark so silently that he didn't know I was there." Her unclouded eyes were bright in the dripping shade. "I broke my solemn healer's oath, cut him down from behind and wrung the truth out of him before he died. He had not yet given you away. The Kerr will do no more betraying, and I no more healing. I am no longer worthy. Call your troops." She turned away, head bowed and looking her age again. Nish whistled. Shortly G and Hoshi appeared. "Kerr's betrayed us. Retreat to the track we came up and keep low." G and Hoshi ran, but the militia had just reached the clearing when an army horn echoed back and forth across the bowl-shaped valley. Another joined it from the lower rim, and Nish's force did not carry horns. His marrow went cold. "They must have spotted you from the lookout above the pass," said Tulatine. "And they'll be quick down the ridges." Nish suppressed the panic, trying to think. "We may be able to get out the lower end of the valley before they close it off if we run." "I don't know this valley. The river cuts through a cliff-bound ravine with a natural arch across it. We can scramble through the ravine beside the water. Come on." Before they had skirted the clearing, however, Nish could see hundreds of soldiers moving down both ridges, making no effort to conceal themselves. The enemy must have been watching them for hours. "They're moving faster than we are," said G, heaving one boot out of calf-deep mud. "They'll be at the stone bridge before we're halfway." Nish called a halt, watching his father's men moving around the edges of the bowl as if they owned the world. G was right. They couldn't get out through the ravine, nor over the ridges, and the top of the valley ended in an unclimbable cliff running all the way up to the Whitethorn Mountain. There was nowhere to go. "Raise a surrender flag, G. One single life lost in a hopeless cause is too many." Nish had trouble meeting her clear young eyes, for she was going to die. All his cheerful, friendly soldiers were. When Nish made an example of Gendragore, everyone would die. Save Nish. G ran back to give the orders. Tulatine seemed even younger now. The faint wrinkles that had been at the corners of her eyes half an hour ago were gone, and her skin was smoother and paler, as if she'd lived her life indoors. "The regression spell is still younging me," she said with a faraway smile, "though it doesn't have far to run now. And then I'll reach a certain age, about 35, and maintain it for a week, perhaps even a month, after which I'll slowly and painfully revert. Everything has a price, and the regression spell has a particularly cruel one." She shuddered and clenched her small fists. "It's no use. There's only one way to avert the catastrophe." Nish began to speak, but she gestured him to silence. "Which I helped to create by speaking in riddles to avoid breaking my healer's oath and facing up to what had to be done. I must call on the one person I loathe more than any other, the one I swore never to turn to no matter how bitter my circumstances." "Who's that?" said Nish, the skin of his back crawling.
My terrible grandmother.
She turned around several times, eyes closed, her beautiful face turned up to the drenching rain until it cascaded off her cheeks and chin. Her lips moved. More soldiers were lining up along the ridges, waiting for something or someone.
Nish? I can't see her at all, Tulatine burst out. She's cut me off. Why would she do that?
Nish's faint hope sank again until he took in the emphasis in her words.
Who can you see? It feels like Maelys.
Maelys? She was still alive, and that mattered not just because she might be carrying his child. He understood her so much better now, and what drove her to do all she had done.
Why would you see Maelys of all people? I cannot say. I haven't used this spell in 90 years, near half my lifetime, and it wasn't answered that time either, she said under her breath. What should I do? I'm at a loss. I'll call her. At least if we all die here, someone will know what's happened to us.
Tulatine stood still for several minutes, her lips moving. More soldiers appeared on the ridges every minute. The air crackled, a miniature bolt of lightning fizzed above their heads. Nish jumped, Hoshi let out a squeal. Tulatine broke off her murmuring. A yellow sausage exploded into being 20 or 30 paces away in the clearing, expanded hugely, and a puckered sphincter formed in its end. Rrrp. A hurricane of freezing air burst forth, hurling everyone off their feet. Mist eddies spun in all directions like miniature tornadoes. Bodies were ejected from the sphincter one by one, people wearing thick, fleecy clothes and furs covered in a layer of frost. Nish had landed on his back in the mud and felt the tip of his nose and the lobes of his ears go numb. Then the mud began to freeze around him. He looked up to the most astonishing sight, snow settling over the rainforest as a myriad of frost-covered people skidded down the wet slope, clutching swords and spears made from crystalline ice. They were looking back fearfully at the place where the portal had opened, but it could no longer be seen. About 35 people had come through, half men and half women, and most had unnaturally pale skin, as if they had not seen the sun in many years. His gaze swung across their faces and he started.
Xervish!
Flydd looked much as Nish had last seen him, except that his face was even more bruised and swollen than Nish's own.
What are you doing here?
I should ask you the same question, but at least I know where we are.
For he recognized the Whitethorn Mountain. Flydd gestured at a very tall, well-built man who was climbing to his feet, frost melting off him. It was a long time since Nish had shed tears of joy, but now he felt his eyes prickling at the sight of his old friend. Eger had been one of the greatest mancers of all, and he hadn't aged a day in 10 years. Surely with Eger and Flydd they could find a way out of the trap.
Well met, Tulatine, it's Eger! Where did you come from?
Flydd answered.
The island of Noom in the frozen sea and the Numinator's Tower of 1,000 Steps. And we didn't get what we went there for, since I'm sure you're about to ask.
I couldn't care less, said Nish, his heart singing. Open the portal again and get us out of here.
50. Maelys, thrown out of the portal onto a grassy slope in a deluge, went sliding down on her back in the middle of a freezing cloud and splashed into a dip full of water, which froze all around her. She tried to sit up, but was stuck fast. There were hundreds of armed men above her, a rustic, mud-drenched army dressed in homespun. She jerked upright and broke free, for the ice was melting again. The frost dissolved, and suddenly she was sweltering in her heavy clothing. She threw off her furs, and all around her the rescued prisoners were doing the same, their ice weapons melting on the saturated ground. Maelys looked up, and Nish was just 5 paces away, staring at her. He looked as if he'd been hit in the face with a brick, but she was glad to see him. Behind him stood a tall woman who looked rather like Tulatine, save that she was at least 40 years too young, and very beautiful.
Is this the help you were looking for?
Said Nish to Tulatine. The woman who looked like Tulatine shook her head. Maelys scanned the people who had come from the portal. Neither Yalkara nor the Numinator were among them, and for the first time since going back to the Nightland, she dared to hope that she might get away from her enemies.
It's wonderful to see you, of course,
Nish said to Flydd and Eger, grinning all over his face.
But surely you didn't plan to hurl yourself into Father's trap?
Flydd slowly rotated, his boots sinking into the muddy grass as he took in the enemy army lined up along the ridges, his mouth opened and closed. Maelys, following his gaze, felt her stomach cramp. She'd hoped too soon.
"Well done, Igur," Flydd said hoarsely. "You've excelled yourself this time." "You made the bloody portal," Igur laughed, though there was no mirth in it. "How Nish will crow, all his enemies in one bag, and we climbed into it willingly."
Maelys closed her eyes. Surely this was her punishment for all the wrongs she'd done, the lies she'd told, the little deceits she'd employed to get her way over the past months. Oh, Ember, Ember, why did I go back? "It was close, though," said Nish. "Had our guide not betrayed us, we would have beaten them to the pass, and Father would have had the fight of a lifetime prizing us out. We might even have turned him back, another victory on the long road to casting him off his throne." "I'll call again," said Tulatine, turning her face up to the rain. Maelys couldn't take her eyes off her. It could not be Tulatine, yet it was.
"Surrender!"
boomed an amplified voice from the higher ridge, and Maelys jumped.
"My name is General Colm. I am commander of the God Emperor's forces here. Surrender, and I give you my word that you will not be harmed. Fight on, and you will be slain to the last man and woman, all save Krill Nish Halar and Maelys Niflin."
"I thought he died on Mistmurk Mountain," said Maelys.
"Evidently Nish saved his miserable skin."
Flydd turned to Igur.
"I told you Colm went over to the enemy," he said bitterly. "Listen to him crow, the puffed-up little runt. You'll soon topple Nish from his post as the god of liars, Flydd."
Colm rose from the grass, dripping mud and glowering. "Colm twice told you that he did not take Nish's side until after he'd won."
"And you believed him?"
cried Flydd. "I did, and I believed you too, fool that I am, and you betrayed me in the hour of my greatest need. Colm is an honourable man, and I intend to surrender to him."
"He'll shoot you down like a dog,"
Flydd hissed. "What have I got to lose? You treated me worse than I would ever treat a dog."
"Colm, no!"
cried Maelys. He spat in her direction, raised his hands and shouted, "My name is Colm. I surrender." He walked slowly across the clearing in the direction of Colm's voice. Maelys put her head in her hands, sure they would shoot Colm down. "Your surrender is accepted, Colm of Gothraim. Stand well to one side," called Colm.
"Flydd, Igur, my old friends, you cannot escape."
"Make another portal, Flydd," Igur whispered.
"I used all my white fire for the last one. Try the damn mine mule. Without power, I don't know how to make it work."
Igur cursed. "Once Colm comes down, what say we wrest his knoblaggy from him, crack off these bracelets with it, and reopen the portal?"
"As if he won't have thought of that,"
Flydd said sourly. Tulatine was standing face up to the sky, her lips moving ceaselessly.
"Why won't you come, grandmother?"
"Because you're no use to her," said Igur brutally. "A regression spell may have temporarily given you back your youth, but it cannot allow an old woman to bear children, and they're the only thing the Numinator is interested in."
"The Numinator is your grandmother,"
said Maelys to Tulatine.
"Then you must be the only child of—" "It is I, Liel, daughter of your firstborn Iliel," called Tulatine. "I am the only kin you have. Does that mean nothing to you?"
"Look out!" yelled Nish. A hissing sound, like a boiling kettle, grew ever louder, and a platform the size of Rulka's nightland bed scooted down the ridge and came skimming across the treetops towards them. A number of tall men stood at the back and sides, clad in white armour, Nish's imperial guard. Before them stood the God Emperor, wearing his platinum half-mask again. The humming tears were looped around his neck on their chain. At his right hand was a handsome dwarf clad in a red and black military uniform, General Colm. His mane of hair was sheared off in a flat plate across the top of his head, as if it had been burned away. The air sled began to shudder violently as it passed over the point where the portal had opened, and Nish set it down hastily on the grass. Along the ridges, the soldiers trained their arrows at the militia, and particularly at Flydd and Igur. Maelys, feeling as if every arrow was aimed at her, instinctively moved closer to Nish. "I know how you feel." He put his left arm around her shoulders, as though they were old friends, and the past had been forgotten, and Maelys felt strangely warmed by the gesture. How she needed a friend. Nish raised his voice and spoke to his militia. My friends, you did everything I asked of you, but we've been beaten by a stronger foe. Your service is over. Run or stay as you wish. Some of you may break through. There was not a trace of the despair he must be feeling. Nish sounded like the great leader from the tales she'd read as a child, and it gave her hope where she'd had none. No one moved. This is just like the last time, he said to Flydd and Igur. My every encounter with Father repeats what has happened before, then takes it one step further. The previous bitterness was also gone. Nish seemed to have reached an acceptance of his fate, which was more than Maelys could do.
Mutiny in your ranks, Krill Nish, said the God Emperor, referring to Nish's black and blue face. Flydd? He nodded stiffly. Igur, what a pleasure it is to see you again after so many years. Where have you been hiding?
Igur held up the bracelets. I fell into the hands of the Numinator and she hobbled me.
It's as well I only recently learned of her existence, said Nish. How did she hide her realm from Gatherer?
You'd have to ask her that, said Igur.
Oh, I will.
The God Emperor's gaze fell on Maelys and her insides turned to ice, for she knew what he was going to say.
Not showing yet, I see.
There are signs, grandfather of my child, she lied. It's only 3 months, but there are unmistakable signs.
My healers will check them with the utmost thoroughness.
On recognizing Flangers and Chismul, who were holding hands, he smiled grimly.
Mine are fugitives from olden times, but revenge will be tasty nonetheless.
Guards,
take them.
The guards had just stepped off the air sled when the air went storm cloud black beneath it. Thunder rolled, and the air sled was thrown spans into the air. Colm tumbled head over heels to the left, but landed on his feet like a circus acrobat. Nish, taken by surprise, slammed into the ground on his good arm and shoulder, and the tears went flying. He snatched at them, but they rolled out of reach down the slope, connected by their chain, making ominous crackling sounds and charring the grass in twin steaming paths. Igur was about to spring for them, but Colm had his knob laggy out in the twitch of an eyelid, pointing its brassy end at Igur's heart.
You remember this, I'm sure.
Igur remained in his crouch for a few seconds, then raised his hands and stood up, and the chance was lost. Colm gathered up the tears by their chain, holding them well away from himself. The air sled turned over twice and thudded side-on into the ground, bending its frame like a banana. A black mushroom grew behind it, evidently the phenomenon that had thrown it into the air, and Yalkara pushed through its striated stalk. Maelys moved behind Nish, but not before Yalkara saw her. The Imperial Guard lifted the God Emperor to his feet. He clutched his shoulder with his other hand, winced, then Colm placed the tears around his neck, and Nish limped across to Yalkara. She was almost a head taller, and inclined her head to look down her nose at him. In other circumstances, Maelys might have cheered.
Who are you?
Nish said, unsuccessfully attempting to project the God Emperor's air of power and invulnerability, though it was evident he was discomforted by her.
I know all the great powers of this world, and you're not one of them.
You didn't know the Numinator existed?
Nish pointed out. The exposed half of Nish's face twitched in annoyance.
She would not have survived had she not siphoned power from Igur.
Yalkara said, staccato,
I am Charon. I am Yalkara. I am not of this world, though I dwelt here for a long time. Indeed, I am not of any world. I was birthed in the void, and to the void do I return when my business is done.
Her gaze touched briefly on Maelys. Maelys turned away. She could not meet Yalkara's eyes. To her left, the air was rippling in front of a tree on the edge of the clearing, 20 paces away.
What now?
A faint outline formed there, a slender, female shape, not tall but very upright and stiff. It faded into air again, but Maelys knew the Numinator had come for her. Igur was looking in the same direction, probing the burned skin under his bracelets and wincing. He'd seen as well, and Maelys was pleased that he knew. Igur alone had not judged her, but could he protect her? Nish plunged his good hand into Gatherer as if he were checking the truth of what Yalkara had said.
From the moment I set eyes on you, I knew you had to be from beyond.
Indeed, when I recently discovered the Nightland had been restored, Reaper told me that no one on Santhanar had the power to do so. You restored it, didn't you?"
"I did," said Yalkara.
"To attack Santhanar and take it for your own." His voice had a triumphant ring. "I read that threat months ago. I told Nish about it before he escaped from prison."
"What a puffed-up little emperor you are," she said contemptuously. "I rebuilt the Nightland for one purpose only, to protect the son I conceived there with my enemy, Rulka, 2 centuries ago. Alas, being birthed in the Nightland, Ember could never leave, and now he is dead. Once I have recovered his body, I will allow the Nightland to decay into the nothingness it came from, and Santhanar will never see me again."
Nish withdrew his hand from Gatherer, studied it. It shook a little, and hastily thrust it back in. The song of the tears resumed.
"You speak truth," he said. "I would not bother to lie to an insignificant worm like you."
Nish flushed.
"You did not protect your son very well." "So says a man who has lost a daughter and 3 sons.
Suddenly Yalkara's cheeks went as hard as sheets of metal, as though something terrible had occurred to her.
"Oh, irony most bitter," she whispered.
Nish and Colm looked at one another. Colm shrugged.
"All that time I spent trapped in the void, trying to free Ember from the Nightland," she said softly. "Maintaining it was draining all my strength, and I knew it must soon fail and he would die. I had to get Ember out, but I could not force a portal through the Nightland's defenses."
"Why didn't you use the chthonic flame?" said Flydd.
"I dared not to go there. It could have killed Ember and alerted others to the Nightland's existence. But when the nodes were destroyed and Nish concentrated the world's power in his tears, an opportunity came."
"Really?" said the God Emperor. He did not look pleased to hear it. "Pray go on. Tell me everything."
"I saw an old Mancer running for his life, hiding in ditches and living off voles and wood grubs."
Flydd's head jerked up and he stared at Yalkara.
Nish chuckled. "He had once been one of the great," she went on, "and with a suitable source of power he might be great again. I influenced him. It wasn't hard. His mind lay wide open. To take refuge on top of Mistmurk Mountain. I'd once made portals from its obelisk, so it would be easiest to recreate one there, and power was available from the cursed flame. The mountain's seeping vapors would assist me to get into his mind and make him think my plan was his own."
"What took you so long?" said Agur.
"Flydd proved more stubborn than I'd expected. It's hard to influence anyone from the void, very hard. It took me years, but by that time he was close to the end of his life and no longer had the strength to make a portal. He was soon going to die, and my last chance to save Ember would die with him."
"But then Nish and Maelys came," said Flydd. "Maelys pressured me to take renewal, and you struck."
"I entered your mind during renewal, when your will was weakest. I taught you the great portal spell and showed you how to use the abyssal flame to do what I could not. Open a 2-part portal, one part to bring me from the void to Mistmurk, and the other to take me to the Nightland."
"Ah," said Flydd, "I wondered why there were 2 linked spirals."
"But the renewal went wrong. You lost your memories and your art with them, and in trying to help you regain it, I unwittingly allowed you access to my memories."
"Ah," said Flydd.
"When Vivimord blocked you from opening the portal, you looked deeper. You saw the hidden chthonic flame, the last thing I would have allowed near the Nightland or Ember, and you opened the portal with it. But that flame is far too powerful. It created the 2-part portal in an instant, and before I was ready, Vivimord seized my portal and fled with it, leaving me stuck in the void."
"He directed the portal here to Gendragore," said Nish, "with me, to set up the Defiance anew."
"But you got away from him," said Flydd. "We'd all like to hear that tale."
"You can relate it in my torture chambers," said Nish,
though he made no move to enforce his threat. Maelys eyed the God Emperor uneasily. Why didn't he attack? Because he loved to toy with his victims, of course. He had them at his mercy. He could draw out the moment for as long as he liked.
"Flydd went to the Nightland and I was terrified for my son,
said Yalkara, ignoring Nish. But I managed to divert him away from Ember towards Rulka's virtual construct. If Flydd used it to escape, I might still find a way into the Nightland. It never occurred to me that Maelys was the real danger, for I could barely see her. The Tafloid concealed her from me.
"Or Ember,"
said Maelys aloud, remembering their first meeting. He had been locked into the age of a young man for more than 200 years, and he was desperately lonely. Ember was a romantic. Yalkara said it as though it was a weakness. He yearned for the love of a good woman. I had shaped him thus, for he could only escape by trapping a young woman to take his place and passing his Nightland essence to her. I never thought he would be so weak as to put his feelings for another above his own needs.
"I'm sure no other Charon was ever so weak,"
said Maelys. If we had been, we would have not survived. Ember scented you and drew you to him, but instead of trapping you and escaping as I'd taught him to do, he fell for you. And you for him. When the opportunity came and the Numinator made her portal to the Nightland, Maelys went back to Ember, lay with him, and killed him.
Hundreds of heads, including the entire militia, turned Maelys's way, staring at her in horror and disgust. The God Emperor's fingers sank, black-nailed and claw-like, into Reaper, and she knew it was the end for her and her family.
She lay with him, then killed him, Nish grated. The callous little bitch. Unwittingly, said Yalkara. In an irony of cosmic proportions, Maelys's skin bore traces of the chthonic flame she'd leapt through to enter the portal, and when they lay together it passed to him. It could not harm her, but it was deadly to Ember.
Why so? Said Nish, his voice rather high-pitched. I don't see the irony. You never could, sneered Flydd, as if he had nothing to lose. It's one of your greatest failings, God Emperor.
The rain stopped suddenly. Yalkara spoke more softly yet. Chthonic fire does not exist only in our physical world. It can, or at least it once could, inhabit any of the 11 dimensions of space and time. That is why it's so useful for making portals and why it was inimical to Ember. Because he was partly of the Nightland, the chthonic fire began to unmake him inside. Romantic love had betrayed him. Maelys ground her fists into her eyes to keep back the tears, but as she did so, she remembered Ember looking down at the white fire shimmering on her skin. Bestowing that enigmatic smile on her, he'd said, "You truly are the woman who will free me." Had he known what the fire was? Had he lain with her knowing that it would kill him rather than obey his mother's imperative to trap her in his place? He must have. And it was the noblest sacrifice of all. Nothing could stop Maelys's tears now. I was sure the Nightland had been rebuilt by some beast from the void, said Nish, and now the tremor was reflected in his voice. To attack beautiful Santhanar, I used Gatherer to peer into the void's darkest recesses. You did what? Cried Yalkara. Nish began to pace back and forth in agitation. I could not do any harm by looking. The inhabitants of the void hate creeping, sneaking spies far more than they hate intruders, little Emperor. You could see no more than the vaguest threat, and a meaningless one, since threats are everywhere in the void. But you and Santhanar, out of all the billions of worlds in the universe, will have been located by at least one of the creatures that roam the void, the one that sees everything in it. When did you discover the Nightland? Quick! After Flydd opened the portal there from Mistmurk Mountain over a month ago, said Nish. But I could not follow. You could not break into the Nightland even if you expended all the power of the profane tears. But it will have seen what you were looking at, she said relentlessly. It cannot come straight here, for the 3 worlds are protected from the void, but it will have noted everything you were spying on. The Nightland forms a weakness in the barrier that protects us from the void, and the desperate creatures that inhabit it, explained Igur, running his fingers around the left bracelet, then the right, then the left again. For one who knows how, said Yalkara, the Nightland might be used as a bridge across which to attack Santhanar, and there is one in the void.
the very same all-seeing being who does know how to make such a bridge. Indeed, you could say that it is a bridge, at least it was.
Maelys looked from Yalkara to Igur to Nish. Just when she thought she knew what was going on, a new complication confused everything. This future had definitely not been in her vision in the pit of possibilities.
Who?
Whispered Nish, agitatedly stroking Gatherer, then Reaper, but finding no comfort in either.
Or what? The shiver shifter, the ethereal absolute, the shadow of a flame, the still keen.
51.
What the blazes is a still keen, said Nish. Not a still keen, the still keen, said Yalkara.
What is the still keen? Nish snapped.
A being above time, beyond place, the still keen has a great hunger seldom satisfied for the life forces of sentient creatures from the material worlds that it can no longer reach. And once you revealed the Nightland and Flydd opened it with chthonic fire, the Stilkeen will not have rested until it found a way inside.
Is that what killed your son?
Chthonic fire killed my son. The white fire I hid in the deepest roots of Thuntunimo long ago because it was too dangerous to use. Perhaps the Stilkeen put her up to it, said Nish silkily, nodding at Maelys. Maelys wiped her eyes and saw his simmering fury. Somehow Nish knew she'd lied to him. Ember was hidden from the Stilkeen by a spell to which only he had the key, said Yalkara. But everyone else who entered the Nightland would have been in peril.
Why was Ember hidden? Said Igur, still stroking his bracelets. You didn't know Nish had revealed the Nightland. Indeed, why would your son be in danger in the most secure prison ever built? This tale doesn't add up. There's something you're not telling us, Yalkara. The downpour resumed, harder than ever.
The Stilkeen may have been close by while you and I and the Numinator were there, Yalkara said, ignoring Igur's question and looking fixedly at Maelys. Even while you lay with my son.
I didn't see anything, said Maelys. Yalkara's gaze seemed to look into her, as if to see if she were bearing Ember's child.
And what if she was?
She felt a darker, deeper terror. What does the Stilkeen look like?
It can take on any aspect. A flake of skin on the floor, a curtain moving in the wind, a flea in your armpit.
Maelys instinctively scratched herself then, remembering the slurchy that had grown in her belly after she'd eaten contaminated meat. An even greater horror occurred to her. What if it had crept inside her while she and Ember had made love, or when they'd lain in each other's arms?
The Stilkeen might be among us now, Yalkara went on. Maelys, or the Numinator could have brought it back to Santhanar. It would be weak, for in its present state the real worlds are painful to it. But if it is here, it's got to be forced out. The tears, God Emperor.
She held out her hand. Nish backed away, as if I'd fall for that one. His guards closed around him. Colm pointed the knoblaggy at Yalkara.
Imbecile, hissed Yalkara. You can't even touch the menace your folly has brought upon this world.
I'm not afraid of some beast from the void.
The Stilkeen is no beast, it's a being.
A deity, Nish said haltingly. Her lip curled.
If it helps you think of it that way, false God Emperor. How are you enjoying this irony?
He said nothing, and she went on.
Give me the tears.
Gatherer and Reaper are the basis of my power, said Nish, shaking his head. The tears have made me what I am.
An empty, self-titled God Emperor, no more than a small man's boast, ruling through terror because it's the only authority you'll ever have.
It's all I need to crush you, Nish snarled, thrusting his good hand into Reaper. Behind Yalkara, a red pinpoint exploded flames in all directions, throwing mud and smouldering grass high in the air. Maelys was punched backwards against Nish, her head cracking into his chin. His arms caught her, his breath was loud in her ear as some thing swelled to its full, enormous size. No flea in her armpit, this. In its present aspect it stood head and shoulders above Igur. It had a broad, flattened head, from the sides of which bony plates flared out and back like a multi-winged helmet. Its small yellow eyes were covered in clear membranes that swept slowly from side to side. It had a split nose and a gaping, thick-lipped mouth, clustered with needle teeth. Its long, clawed fingers were webbed. A broad, frilled membrane flared out from the backs of its long arms all the way across its shoulders, and it carried a meteoric iron caduceus, a spear entwined by serpents, the height of a small tree. The Stilkeen turned this way and that, its clawed, webbed feet tearing up grass, earth, and chunks of rock. The muscles shivered all the way down its massive left leg, the left foot clenched and unclenched. Dull red flames flickered on its chest and throat. Why, it's suffering, Maelys realized. The Stilkeen is in terrible pain. This was small comfort, because pain would make it even more savage.
"Where is white ice fire?" it said in a thick, reverberating voice, the words barely audible over the furnace rush of air in and out over its quivering throat. "Who stole my white ice fire?" Its head rotated in a full circle on its massive neck and kept turning, staring at each of them, one after another. Maelys noticed that Yalkara had subtly shifted her appearance to look smaller, younger, softer, weaker. Why was she hiding? Or what was she hiding? Then Maelys saw that faint, wavering outline again. The Numinator. Coming closer. The Stilkeen's eyes fixed on Nish, who had his hand deep inside Reaper and was trying to choke out a spell, though he kept mispronouncing the words. "You," said the Stilkeen, "thief, wear white ice fire." I don't know what you're talking about." Nish thrust Reaper out at it and began the spell anew. Yalkara shifted her weight slightly, as if preparing to spring. When she struck the Numinator down in Ember's cottage, she had been inhumanly fast. The Imperial Guard swung their weapons from the Stilkeen to her, but Nish's spell failed as the Stilkeen wrung its hands together. With red flashes bursting from the tops of their skulls and their smoking eyes sliding out of their sockets, the guards fell dead. Colm was hurled down the slope, clinging to his knoblaggy, then slowly rolled over, breathing steam from his nostrils. The archers on the ridge fired, but their arrows exploded in mid-air. "You thief!" The Stilkeen caught Nish with one arm, tossed him high and whirled under him, the frilled membrane spinning out like a wing and lifting it off the ground, then caught him in mid-air. "Stilkeen claims God Emperor and world." Each word was like the throbbing of air sucked into a furnace. Then it hurled the caduceus straight down so hard that it blasted grass and earth away and penetrated half a span into solid rock. Its shaft glowed white-hot. The eyes of the entwined serpents were like red coals. Maelys could feel the heat beating on her cheeks. "Hostage," rumbled the Stilkeen, "for white ice fire." It shivered with pain, then spun faster and faster until it and Nish were just a blur. Suddenly the tears flew out and landed fizzing and shrilling at Colm's feet. "Colm, my one honourable lieutenant," came Nish's fading voice. "Guard the tears, maintain my realm until I return." In a reverse explosion of black flame streaking into a point, they were gone. Yalkara threw herself at the tears, but was too late. Colm had already taken them. "Oh, I see it now," came the Numinator's voice from just a few steps away. Her outline became an image hovering on a disc above the grass, though the Numinator maintained a slight transparency. She wasn't taking any risks, wasn't fully appearing until she was ready. For what? "I see it all now," she went on, and the bitter edge to her voice was even stronger than it had been in her tower. "Everything fits. The terrible story is complete." "Terrible indeed," said Tulatine, "and no one would know better than you, grandmother." The Numinator turned her way, started visibly at seeing a youthful woman where evidently she had expected a crone, then turned away without acknowledging her granddaughter. Maelys was shocked, and it brought home, as forcefully as anything she'd seen in the past days, just how inhuman the Numinator had become. "Perhaps you'll enlighten us, Numinator," said Agur, again stroking his corroded bracelets. Though I don't see how it can be worse than your awful tale.
Oh, it's worse. Yalkara's crime began all the tales of the three worlds, including my own. I know about the Stilkeen and its loss, Rulka told me. It was the most beautiful and enigmatic being in all the void, one whose constantly changing form, indeed its very existence, was its art and craft. And its art. It could roam across all of the 11 dimensions of space and time, even the ones rolled up to infinitesimal coils. And for millions of years it did, until someone stole its soul core at the only moment when it was vulnerable, as it shifted to cross from one set of dimensions to another. That awful sacrilege severed the Stilkeen's body from the higher parts of its being, and left what you just saw, its physical self, trapped in our universe, while its spirit aspects were lost in dimensions it could no longer reach. The Stilkeen suffered the most terrible pain and grief for the loss of its other aspects that it might never join with again. It might never become whole again. The Numinator's eyes met Yalkara's, challenging her. I found chthonic fire hidden in the core of an exploded comet, said Yalkara arrogantly. No one. You knew what white ice fire was, said the Numinator, and what it meant to the Stilkeen. Its soul core. The force that bound its physical and spiritual aspects together. Rulka warned you not to touch the chthonic fire, but you stole it anyway, for it was a treasure beyond any price. It offered an escape from the void that you, dwindling, insufficient Charon, had been looking for all your lives. And why shouldn't I take it? Yalkara flashed. In the void, life was a constant battle, survival or extinction. I chose life for my kind. You gave them life, escaped to the three worlds, and began 1,000 tales that echo to this day, but in another deeper irony you robbed them of their future. Yalkara drew a sharp breath and seemed to dwindle. She could not meet the Numinator's eyes. We did not know it then. On Arcan, something had rendered almost all the Charon sterile, the Numinator explained. No one knew why. They thought the tragedy was due to Arcan itself, for on Xanthanar, Rulka and Kandor did father children. But the problem wasn't Arcan, was it, Yalkara? It was the stolen chthonic fire, which existed in many dimensions and could never be truly contained. That's why, when you worked it out, you brought the white fire to Xanthanar and hid it where no one would ever find it. You did not tell the other Charon what you'd done to them, though. Did you? I could not, said Yalkara in a bleached voice. It would have destroyed them. The Numinator, who looked completely solid now, stepped down off her hovering disc onto the grass. It would have destroyed you in their eyes, and you could not bear that, for you'd always been hailed as one of the greatest. The Charon would become extinct because you'd stolen the fire, but no Charon must ever know what you'd done. And no one would have known, had you not tried to take control of Flydd's mind, Yalkara, said Agur, and unwittingly allowed him into yours, where he saw the hidden fire. I had no choice. I had to get Ember out of the Nightland before the Stilkeen found it, said Agur. No wonder you left Ember there, terrified of its revenge. It wasn't the Stilkeen I was worried about. I'd hidden the Nightland from it. What then? Agur grated. Please tell me that you haven't done something even worse. No, everything springs from my first folly, said Yalkara with bowed head. When I took the white fire, the Stilkeen's severed spirit aspects, or revenants, fell into another dimension, a netherworld, and brought it to life. Flydd calls it the Shadow Realm, and it's the place where the dead from many worlds go. There the lost revenants roam like mischievous spirits, giving the dead a kind of life for their own amusement, and tempting living necromancers and corrupt mages. Like Vivimord, said Maelys, remembering his threats. The revenants grow ever more desperate to rejoin with Stilkeen. I could not hide the Nightland from them much longer. I had to get Ember out before they found it. Maelys had an unpleasant thought. I pushed dead Froon into the column of chthonic fire on Mistmurk Mountain. His body fell down the shaft, but 5 wraiths came up, looking just like him, and they were all laughing at me. Have I done something bad?
Yalkara froze. The white fire would have burned his dead flesh away, reducing him to his corrupt essence. Those wraiths, and they would be drawn inexorably to the shadow realm. Once they reached it, Stilkeen's revenants would soon have detected the tang of the chthonic flame on them. By now the revenants must know that the white ice fire, the one force that can rejoin their severed selves to the Stilkeen, has been found. They can't know where. Vroon can't tell them that, but they'll be struggling to break out of the shadow realm and find the flame.
Then give it to them, cried Maelys. The damned stuff has caused nothing but trouble since you stole it.
It doesn't work like that.
Why not? She shrieked.
The Stilkeen will want repayment.
Good,
Maelys said vengefully. Repayment from everyone who has ever used the flame, said Yalkara, or defiled it by touching it, or has even seen it.
Seen it?
The Stilkeen is, was, and will be again, a higher being. Even setting eyes upon its soul core is a monstrous sacrilege, one you'll all have to pay for.
But not you.
What was Yalkara planning?
Everything you'd done was coming undone, said the Numinator. So you planned to take Ember and run back to the void, leaving Santhanar to the mercy of Stilkeen and its revenants.
Survival or extinction, exclaimed Yalkara. Us or them. It always comes down to that in the end.
Not this time, cried the Numinator. Your folly destroyed the only thing you cared about, and you're not getting what's left of him.
The two women sprang at Maelys in the same moment, but Igur cast off the bracelets which he had corroded to nothing, whipped her aside, and with a finger flick called the Numinator's hover disc into Maelys's place. Yalkara and the Numinator collided with it in mid-air. The Numinator went transparent again, Yalkara too. Light streaked all around them, and they vanished as completely as the Stilkeen had done. Igur set Maelys on her feet on the grass, but did not let go of her. She could feel the power in his fingers, power such as he hadn't had in 7 years.
What do we do now?
Said Flydd.
This changes everything.
It changes nothing, said Colm.
The greater beings may lie and cheat and play with the fate of worlds, but a simple man can only hold to his oath.
He shot a steely glance at Flydd, then settled the tears carefully around his neck.
We have a common enemy now, the Stilkeen. We cannot afford to be divided, and none of you can fight the tears or use them. So the God Emperor's realm must prevail for the good of Santhanar. Surrender, and I will do what I can for you. Even with the fate of the world at stake, we're not such fools as that, grated Flydd. Then you leave me no choice. I'm sorry, Flydd, Igur. You were good friends, but Santhanar must come first. It's war to the death, for all save Colm, Nish, and any offspring he may have.
Colm stepped up onto the crumpled air raft. The song of the tears rose and fell, the air raft lifted and wavered off through the rain. Flydd looked at the ragged, filthy militia, then Jal Nish's spit-polished troops on the ridges surrounding them on all sides.
Give your orders, Nish.
Nish was staring at the red-hot caduceus and the cracks radiating out from the rock. The grass had burned away for 2 spans in all directions.
I wouldn't listen, he whispered. I'm the biggest fool in the world. What are you talking about?
Flydd said impatiently. On the day my 10 years in prison were up, Father warned me that Santhanar was in danger from the void, but I refused to believe him. I was sure he was trying to manipulate me. And I did it again when he came to Mistmerk Mountain. He told me that he wanted to atone for all the terrible wrongs he had done. Father begged me for help, and no one can ever know what it cost him. Proud, closed-off man that he is, to humble himself before a son who has always disappointed him. I refused him, and called him a liar both times. And both times he was telling the truth.
Jal Nish is the god of liars, said Flydd, and the price liars pay is that no one believes them when they are telling the truth.
Oh yes, yelled Colm. Oh yes, Flydd.
How you're going to rue your lies. Run to your new master, snarled Flydd, hand on the hilt of his jag sword. Run for your very life and enjoy the price he pays you, while you can.
Colm went without looking back. Will Colm give him Gothrime? Maelys wondered. And will it be worth it? Or will it, as Catilla told him before she died, be far too late, as everything else had been too late for him?
Father begged me for forgiveness, said Nish, and I rejected him. He wanted my help to atone, yet I, who seek redemption for my own failings, callously denied it to him. What kind of man am I to play God and refuse Father what he needed most?
You're human and fallible, like all of us, said Flydd.
Too fallible. I have made a terrible error of judgment. If I had believed Father, said Nish, we wouldn't be here now. None of this would have happened. The chthonic fire would never have been found out and our world wouldn't be under threat. He's a monster, but I'm a fool.
Maelys remembered the white fire spreading across all the southern ice around Noom and shivered.
The tears will take years to master, said Agur, assuming Colm can use them at all. He can't defend the world from the Stilkeen or the Revenants. To save Santhanar, we've got to defeat Colm first.
Nish,
you all right?
Nish shook his head dazedly. I should be glad my father is gone, never to be seen again. Why am I not?
Flesh is flesh and blood is blood, said Flydd. The strongest bond of all.
The one I never appreciated until it was gone. Chulatine put an arm around him. Remember what I said about Vivimord after his trial at the maelstrom of justice and retribution?
With powerful mancers one must always see the body, said Nish.
The future is unwritten. Anything can happen.
The horn sounded on the ridge, and Colm's voice rang out.
This is your last chance to surrender.
Most of the prisoners followed Colm, though a few remained. No one spoke, and not a single man or woman of the militia moved, not even, to Nish's surprise, the few remaining of Boobalar's detachment.
Very well, said Colm regretfully. You've made your choice. Imperial militia, show them no quarter. Charge!
Belinda hopes you enjoyed the reading of The Curse on the Chosen, Book 2 in the Song of the Tears trilogy, written by Ian Irvine and read by Jack Hawkins. Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travellers, families, and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it. If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Belinda audiobook with you.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.